Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the Friday stream. We're live again, and thanks for joining us right at the beginning. You're here for the start of another very special day. Everyone will remember day 11 of Satisfactory forever. I think we can all agree that day 11 of building highways and megastructures will be the one that when you think back on all the Satisfactory that we did, 100+ hours, that today's gonna be the one. I'm sure it won't all blend together with all of the other, like, massive amount of concrete and iron that we're putting up on this innocent patch of nature. Today is the 1-1, actually. That's true. Today's the 1-1. I can't believe it's been 11 days already. Time's flown, dude. We've been on that grind. I got some sleep. And I'm back for more. Lots of goodies to do today. We're actually going to start today a little bit differently. Just a little bit differently. Because we're going to watch a video and not play video games. But first, I'm going to talk to you guys. You got to get your engagement now before I get sucked into trying to like figure out the perfect block that allows my brain to move on to the next block. So you got to go ahead, get your engagement in right now, chat, because you're going to lose me for another 12 straight hours. Get all the attention that you need right now. Engage. Etal, do you have a favorite potato chip? Food chat immediately makes an appearance. Here's the thing. Does anybody else conceptually love potato chips? But like, I have at least 2 bags of potato chips that are just in the pantry that haven't been opened in months. There's never like a good time to just bust open. Like, I feel like when I want a snack, I want something sweet. You're either a sweet or a savory. And I like potato chips, but I feel like I go through phases where like once or twice a year, I will just mow down some barbecue Lays or something like that. But then the rest of the time, I'd rather have like a cookie or something. I'd rather have like anything sweet as a snack. The problem with chips is, as a snack, they suck because I don't want to sit there and eat a whole bag of potato chips, like a giant family-sized bag. That's what's gonna happen. If you just put that in my hands and then sit me on the couch, it's gone. That's like 900 calories of potato chips. It's not possible to just like have like a small amount of them. Wait, why are you guys coming up as possible harassers in my chat? Who is this? Are you a harasser? Who? Why are you being monitored by Twitch? You've got a copium avatar. Why are you what are you suspicious about? You were flagged today, right now. What did you do? I'm letting you off the hook this time. But don't ever talk about eating potato chips again in my chat. It's me, I'm on a third-party app. Oh, maybe it flags third-party app users. I don't know. But you got like auto-flagged. I've been seeing that a lot lately, actually. I've been seeing a lot of people flagged as potentially suspicious users. And 2 of them have come in speaking Russian and 1 has come in speaking Chinese. I'm not really sure if there's bots or what. We did have a bot attack a few days ago. But everybody knows that if if you come into Twitch chat and you're not speaking English, I can't understand, I can't comprehend what you're saying. And if you're not using Fahrenheit and feet and yards, then you get banned. So that's pretty much the rules here. The Bezos demands you use the first-party app. And that's the only one. I gotta blow my nose, okay? Is that flagged for suspicious quantity of allergies? This is the sad blow your nose music. I did the chat version of walking out of the store and the security thing beeps. Okay, but if you walk out of the store and the security thing beeps, do you keep walking or do you stop and look behind you first? Assuming that you weren't intentionally shoplifting, of course. I run. You book it. I feel like I'm the kind of person who stops and looks. Here's the thing. If your pace quickens if you hear the beep, arrest that man. You know what I mean? I feel like it's morally good to stop and look back to see if anybody cares. Because if you're innocent, then why are you acting sus? Yeah, I'm more curious, like, was it me? Like, I'm stopping and looking because I'm like, me? Like, I did that? Why? How did I do that? But anyways, how did you even get here, Cheese? You're not following the channel. Account created 2022. You're here at the beginning of my stream. Like, I just went live. I'm thinking secret alt account of another chatter who accidentally fell under the spotlight. Or here to harass and is a sleeper agent. This is my detective music. You don't have to reveal your secrets. Okay, let's watch a video. It's been 12 minutes. Demonic Duckmaster also. Notifications seem to be working today. Thank you for the 21 months. Back from forever. Welcome back from forever. I'm glad you're back. Thanks for sharing your Prime. Now take a seat. Chillin' Sicilian with a tier 3 sub. Wowee, for 50 months in a row. Says, wowee, our 50th anniversary. I got you this sub. What did you get me? Another Satisfactory stream? Oh, I'll just put it in the VOD watch pile. I'll totally catch up. 12 hours a day. Listen, give up on VODs. Succumb to live. Then you get to just watch the progression of things. Do you guys remember when Twitch was cool? And, okay. There was another thought that I was gonna append to that. Do you remember when Twitch was cool and used to do marathons of like the Power Rangers and Pokemon, and you could like go to their channel and watch the entire series of whatever show that they were playing, and it would do the complete series. Like obviously Bob Ross was one of the big ones, but they used to do those marathons. That was so much fun, man. I used to just tune in and catch like Power Rangers whenever possible. And it was so funny because this is relevant, by the way. You're talking about like catching up on the VODs. It was more fun almost to just pop in every time it was live and be like, oh, wow, those Megazords sure have changed. What happened to the Green Range? Like, it was just fun to just get in there and just try and figure out what the hell was going on in any given season, any given episode. And I did catch like decently long stretches of episodes where I was actually getting caught up on the lore of whatever that season was. And then I would have to sleep, obviously, and then I wake back up and like, I'm gonna go watch and see what happened. I actually started to care about those characters. And then I never did. It was sad. But it was just fun to just like pop in and see. Where did Ash's Caterpie go? Where did it go? Pikachu, remember when you were just a little bastard? Remember when you were just a little bastard, Pikachu? Why were you such a dick in the beginning of the show? Mellow out, man. Yeah, they did Mr. Rogers as well. Okay. Let's do not that. Maybe that? We're gonna do a little bit of a video because Coffee Stain Studios put out a thing. I just want to watch it since we've been marathoning. since we have been going ham, I was going to watch this anyways, so I figured I may as well watch it with you guys. I think it's just going to be Snoot talking to everyone, and I just want to listen and see what they have to say. Wow, need to deforest that area immediately.
Hi everyone, just want to make a really short video to just say essentially thank you to everyone who have been turning up for 1.0, I guess. We launched 1.0 last week, and the reception for 1.0 has been amazing so far. So many people turned up for the release stream. I am like overwhelmed over how many turned up to the release stream. I think there were like 90,000 people or something watching during the release. And you know, there's been crazy numbers on our YouTube channel.
Bugs.
And on Steam, our concurrent number of players have been, over the weekend has been like 160,000 or something like that, which has been crazy given that our previous record was like 34,000 or something like that. So that's insane. So thank you everyone who's been a part of this journey during early access, and everyone who like turned up for 1.0 and have been playing ever since.
And that's just on Steam, so by the way. That's just on Steam. There are at least dozens of us still playing on Epic, including me. So that's not counted. So the number is actually, I would assume, much higher. Like it had to have broken 200K with Epic. Like there's no way there's fewer than 15K on Epic, right? There's no way.
Enjoying the game. I also wanted to make this video to talk a little bit about what we're working on next, which is resolving these like major hiccups that came with the launch. You know, no launch is perfect, and ours has been really good in terms of like stability and all this stuff. But there are of course some people that are still running into issues, and our number one priority is resolving any crashes that we're running into. And any like major game-breaking bugs or anything like that. That's like
I don't think they consider DirectX 11 and 12 a game-breaking bug, but we'll see. I think if there's a workaround, then it's not really considered a game-breaking bug.
First and foremost, we released a hotfix last week, and we have another hotfix coming up next week to resolve some of more of those like lingering crashes and whatnot. In the description, I'm going to link a Reddit post that we made that sort of touches on some of the common known issues that are currently in the game, and there are a couple of workarounds for some of these issues, so I do highly recommend checking it out if you are running into issues. But I will address a few of those in this video. There are a few things you can do yourself to sort of mitigate some of these issues. So first thing you should do is always verify your game files if you have like any weird installation issue with the game. Next up, if you're having any GPU related issues, you should also try and update your drivers for your graphics card. You can also try and install studio drivers for your graphics card. Sometimes those are a little bit more stable. And you can also try and clear your shader cache, which depending on your graphics cards, they will differ on how you do this. You're going to need to look that up yourself on how to do that. And one particular crash that we see a lot of people getting that there are some workarounds for is something with like related to like shader pipeline cache crash or something like that. And there are a few things you can do to try and mitigate this issue. First thing you can check out is if you go to the saved folder in the local app data directory for the game. I'll leave like a link where you can find that in the description. If you find any files with the upipeline cache extension, you can safely delete those. And you can also try and removing any folders that have the name cache or config. Sometimes that also resolves it. You probably might want to back them up just in case. And please, when you do this, when you're fiddling around with this, please be careful because this is the same root directory as where your save files are stored. So please make sure that you're not accidentally deleting your save files. Just bear that in mind.
Classic.
And you can also try and disabling or enabling DirectX 11 or switching to any of the other rendering APIs. And there will be instructions on how to do this in the description. Next thing I want to mention is that.
So yeah, that's the issue that I'm still affected by. Day 11 of talking about it until it works. Basically. somebody in chat asked, what's the bug? DirectX 12, like the way the game's meant to be played and rendered, doesn't work for me. Every single suggestion he just tried, except for changing the renderer to DirectX 11 or Vulkan, doesn't work for me. So I have cleared my shader cache on the desktop. Like I've done the NVIDIA shader cache reset. I've done the pipeline file that he mentioned. I've done the config folders, the shader folders, new drivers, studio drivers, all possible fixes don't work. So the only thing that works is DirectX 11 or Vulkan, which it technically works, but is not the way the game. Unfortunately, this issue is going to continue to go underreported going forward because there's a substantial amount of people who had this issue, and I know because on launch there were a ton of Reddit posts about it, and then once everyone kind of just settled on do DirectX 11 as a workaround, they go, oh, it works now, the end, and you just play. And I think most of those people don't realize that is not the same. It's deprecated for a reason, and you're not getting the same like functionality from at least a graphics and renderer perspective as DirectX 12 as we've seen. So I think that they like once you figure that out, most people just like, oh, it works now and I will never talk about this again. You know what I mean? Like as long as I can play, and they don't realize that it's different.
When we launched 1.0, a lot of people noticed that some languages were missing in the localization for the game. And the reason for that is a lot of localization in Satisfactory has been community driven. And since a lot of people in the community haven't...
Vulkan sucks on Satisfactory, in my opinion. Okay, anyway.
Played 1.0, there are no translations for a lot of languages. A lot of people have shown interest in doing community-driven translations, and we're very grateful for that. We really appreciate you all for doing this. So as time goes on and as community are updating languages, we will be adding that back into the game. So don't be too disappointed if your language that was fully supported before suddenly disappeared. Over time, these will come back. But I do want to mention, though, that we have increased our officially supported languages, and those are English, French, Italian, German, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, Polish, Portuguese, Russian, simplified, and traditional Chinese. So those languages are now officially supported. Another typical issue that people run into is like an error message, something like plugin couldn't be loaded or module is missing or something like that, which is most likely due to mods. So mods are not officially supported in Satisfactory, and since 1.0 came out, that will have broken every single mod that existed because the mods were developed for the older version of the game. So mods will not work until the modding community has gotten around to updating all the mods for the new version of the game.
Get on it,
they're working
modders.
really hard on this, so
Fix it.
Let's all give them a good cheer, and hopefully they will get this resolved in no time. But yeah, mods will be broken up until the mod creators have updated the mods for 1.0 essentially. And you'll need to uninstall mods up until then if you want to play the game. There's one issue that I've seen a couple of times where people have loaded the save files and there are like buildables missing. If this is the case, please go to our QA site and make a ticket about this, upload your save file to that ticket or link your save file to the ticket so we can take a look at that, because that's something that we're currently looking into. Oh, squirrel! You guys can't see it, but there's a squirrel over there. Oh, so cute. And of course, there are many other issues, and I know that like you're gonna be like, why didn't you mention this issue that I'm running into? But yeah, there are plenty of issues in the game currently, and we are gonna get around to a lot of these. But right now we're focusing on like the major hitters first and foremost. And when it comes to issues in general, if you do run into any problems in the game or want to leave any specific feedback, the best place to do this is over on our QA site, questions.satisfactorygame.com. Please post there first and foremost, because anywhere else, if you post it on like comments for this YouTube video, on Reddit, on our Discord, it is going to disappear in the void. The question site or the QA site is really the best place to give us the feedback.
Into the
please
void.
Go there. And when you do make posts on the QA site, please try and give us as detailed information as possible on how to reproduce the issue. If this is an issue that like immediately appears in your save file, then also consider linking your save file. That helps tremendously. having an actual save file so we can just load it up and you know, being able to reproduce it ourselves. Because if we're not able to reproduce the issue, we are not going to have a good way of resolving that issue. And if you run into crashes, hitting that like upload crash button really helps us a lot. You can even add a little bit of text in the crash reporter explaining sort of what was happening when the crash happened. So please consider doing that as well. One thing I also want to mention in this video is that we've added a little bit of a bonus thing for everyone who participated in the early access version of Satisfactory. So for anyone who purchased the game during early access, you'll get access to a little bit of like a tiny little customization thing that you get access to in the hub for your character, and so you can put in your rail gun and stuff. So we just want to give you that. But one disclaimer here is that people who have been playing on Epic, for some reason there's like a little bit of an issue on the back end, so that might not appear immediately for you guys. We are working on resolving that, and I'll post like on socials and whatnot when this has been like fully resolved, so that everyone will have access to it. But don't worry, we know who you are. It will show up for you guys as well. Just give us a little minute. Just give us a minute, and we'll figure it out. So yeah, before I end up this video,
the poor unwanted content creator. I don't get my little jingle jangle key rewards for supporting the early access. I can't play DirectX 12. I am so mistreated.
I just want to mention really quickly, just make sure that you guys heard the news, and that is that Satisfactory is coming to console. So our friends at Fish Labs have been helping us porting this game to the latest generation of Xbox and PlayStation. So it is finally happening, y'all. We're gonna release the game on console. A lot of people have been asking us about this, and we can finally say yes, it is coming to console. But we don't know when fully yet. It's a little bit of a to be announced, I guess, because we currently don't know when it will be available. But we'll let you guys know, so stay tuned for that stuff. And with the console release, we're also going to try and bring over proper controller support from the console version to the PC version. So both versions will have official controller support. And same thing there, I don't know fully when we'll have fully functional controller support on PC, but that is something that we intend to do. And that was sort of everything I want to say in this video. Really short, quick kind of catch up. It's good to see you all again, and thank you everyone who's been supporting us throughout this journey. It's been amazing working on this game, and it's dawned on me that like, yeah, we finally did it. After being in early access for more than 5 years, we finally did it. And we have all of you to thank for that, for being with us during all this time. It's crazy. So thank you everyone for playing the game. Thank you so much for watching all these videos and hanging out on stream and all that stuff. We will catch you all next time. So until then, take care.
Okay. I will take care. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Snoot. But yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do controller support, because it seems like such a mouse and keyboard game. So I wonder if they'll have to redo any UI elements. It's all final. The name of the save file. Yeah, it was a long day yesterday. We actually have something to do immediately. We gotta fix... Wait, what? This was not here yesterday. I think. I was gonna have to re-record... I was gonna have to re-record this whole route. We had a problem where the truck was not stopping to unload at the truck station at all. It would just drive on through. And it is set to vehicle settings unload. And then it was stopping here instead. So I'm gonna delete this node and see what happens. But that was the only like issue. Otherwise, this factory is on. We spent much time yesterday setting up rotors painstakingly and trying to get the spaghetti the final ingredients of the spaghetti in place. And it was quite a challenge. So we ended up having to create like a build back here in order to feed the resources up. It was the only thing that really made sense. I was gonna try and create this as like a maintenance shaft area where you can kind of like go down here and access the underbelly of the first logistics floor. And then I was gonna maybe have like a ladder, or not a ladder, but like a staircase going up with windows on the side so it doesn't look like, you know, it's the way that it is, but it connects to the back of the building, I think, in a reasonable way, in a nice way. And it makes sense that there might be like a way to access all these bits from the outside and also the beneath area. And we could even add more over here in the future if we wanted to. I'm looking for, where's this tractor? It might be all the way back. Jess said that until you reload the game, old waypoints were still visible or something. Like reload the game or load the game? Well, I'm just gonna, I probably shouldn't have reloaded. I shouldn't have trusted you, chat. Okay, we're gonna delete this node and then we're just gonna go find out what's going on. Let's go track down the truck. There do seem like there's possibly... No, I don't think there's too many nodes. So we got that turned on. I'll go kind of show you what's happening up there. But before that, let's take a flyover to our highway in progress. We just kind of started this, so it's a bunch of floating road for now. I wouldn't really call it a highway. I would call it like a feeder road or something that would feed a future highway. Or train station. Because it's not meant for, you know, train traffic or anything like that. Like, I feel like a proper highway would also have a place for a train to go next to it, maybe. This is more just like navigating tractors, because I love tractors. So we got some road over there, and that's the road to Snake Way. And then this is what we were working on building yesterday. So I was attempting to create like an exchange, a basic exchange, where the coal truck takes a right and then heads down there and passes coal off to the coal gen plant. And then when it wants to get back on the main road with the other tractors, it goes under the overpass and then right and then merges back on this. So which tractor are you? And we do have some animals crossing here. We need to come up with like rails to keep them out. All right, that's the coal tractor. That's keeping the power on in the base. So we came up with a route for them. And then we kind of made this entire like diagonal stretch under the mushrooms yesterday. So the title of the stream is accurate. We have approximate progression of many things. Working on it. And then we also created a off-ramp for the coal tractor to get off this main and then up and over so that it could reload coal at that station right there. I just got caught in the wheels and I'm probably dead. Some Furiosa moment. I can't catch up. There we go. Okay, so this should be the one that's got all the... This is the one we were having problems with, because it's loaded with ingots, but it's not stopping to offload them. So that's going to be the first problem we solve today. So I'm just going to watch it and see what it does. I love that you're engaging with the car system. So cool. Dude, I love the tractors and the trucks. Trucks will need a larger highway system. So perhaps I should be future-proofing my builds for trucks, but it's hard to do. They're big, and I don't remember how tall and wide they are, so I'm not going to worry about that now. I'm just going to worry about my tractors. The thing is, tractors do have an insane throughput. They are... Oh, please. Why? There's only one spot! There's only one spot that I don't need you to be! And it's right here in the entire map. Where are you going? Don't laugh now that you've caused this chaos. Oh no, you have to jump off. If you stand on top of the vehicles in any capacity, and interact with the animals, chaos ensues. The game does not like you riding on the vehicles. Okay. And we're back. We had our funny moments. Yeah. If you want to see what happened yesterday, I think it's one of the featured clips. We had a little adventure in the sky. Roomba personality. Anyway. Yeah, the problem with tractors with the way that I'm building is I'm gonna have to keep redoing their routes as we build stuff. But to me, it's a small price to pay, and also we got the invulnerable strawberries that are blocking kind of a bit of our route. And I want to see if it stops here, where we have the pause, and then offloads. Okay. Okay. It stopped. It's emptying. Boom. All right, that's exactly what I wanted to see. There you go. So keep doing that and we're good, big bro, little bro, whatever your name is. Look at this throughput though, right? Like it just dumped 3 rows of ingots, right? That's 8, 16, 20, 2,400 ingots in one trip, which are going up into a buffer storage that's above that block and then back down. So if this ever fills up or backs up, we have a buffer storage. And so this is going up a Mark II lift, and that Mark II lift is currently going... We just had to use a shortcut because there really just wasn't... We sat here and tried to figure out a more clever way to get the resources up, and there's, you know, we did our best and we settled on just doing an elevator back here. So maybe in the future we come up with a better, more clever way of doing that, but for now this was like, we were desperate. How do I get in here? Alright, that'll work. So, I want to go in here. Nope. So the copper ingots go in to the floor in which they're needed and get split to 2 different manifold belts. So 1 manifold that way, 1 manifold this way. And we had to do some insane spaghetti techniques in order to fit the products in above. So the ones that are further down the line are going to get less than I intend, right? Until we get enough throughput that it doesn't matter. So it's going to take a minute to heat up. However, what we got going on, you can kind of see here. So these are the constructors in which they're being fed up. The ingots go in and become copper sheets. So each of these constructors is making copper sheets. So this is all the stuff that we did last night. We had to add all the constructors, ended up going for, I tried to feed them back down to my logistics floor, but there wasn't enough space. So I thought, let's just do what we already did on the other floors and kind of do the elevated conveyors, and I'm going to add the little staplers to make them look like properly supported in time. But ideally, we should be making about 60 copper sheets per minute on one side, 60 on the other. We separated them perfectly, so we have 60 of them going that way and 60 of them going this way. This one's going to fill up first, though, because of the manifold. And we have them merging here, and then we ended up having to go with a mount on the edge, which I could probably cover up with another secret wall up there so that you won't see a good chunk of it. And then it gets fed to the opposite side, and then goes down an elevator on this side and an elevator on the opposite side. And if we follow the elevator down... Oops, I went a little too far down. If we follow the elevator down, you'll be able to see the insane spaghetti that we had to go through. So this goes through the logistics floor, down another side elevator, and there's an equal one on the other side. And then once it heads down this elevator, then it hits the real, this is the real spaghetti. This was the, like, extreme challenge, was this logistics floor that I apparently can't get back into. Yeah. It is super duper congested back here. And almost drove us insane. So here's where the elevator drops off the sheets on this side. And that goes through a splitter and starts getting made into rotors. So our very first rotors are getting put out. When it's at full capacity, it'll be 10 rotors per minute with this special alt recipe, which is taking 173 screws per minute and 20 copper sheets per minute times 6 assemblers. Or is it 5? It's 6. Okay. And then you can kind of follow the split of the copper sheets. Look at this creativity that we had to do in order to get, oops. So copper sheets coming out here, following this. Got to squeeze between, oh no. Okay, I thought I was actually stuck. Follows it up and over. We had to go really wide around, all the way around here, and find ways to create our own beam connectors into that location finally. And then we have the same thing on the other side where there's even more insane conveyors. Because here is the opposite side's copper sheets coming out. So that goes into a 3-way splitter, feeds one machine, goes up and over to feed a second machine. Look at this weave that we had to do, right? Up over the screws, up over the ingots, which are not clipping, and then under the other screws. This was an adventure last night, driving myself and chat to the brink of insanity. And then the final split goes all the way around, threads between 2 elevators, goes to the right with a custom pillar, follows the wall all the way around to this splitter, finally turns left with a custom pillar, then back right, then left one more time, and it finally dips after going over 3 separate lines into the last destination. So, yeah, it took a while. And to try to do it without clipping nothing is clipping through anything as far as I can tell. And all of that was done in order to manufacture rotors, which is the last product that this factory is supposed to make. So the rotors have finally started coming out, and you can see them going up a tasteful array of elevator spaghetti. This was the second late night challenge yesterday, because this doesn't look that hard, but above it is chaos. because there's another little logistics floor above this because we had to feed those rotors into a storage container on the top floor until we figure out ultimately where we want them to go. So rotors are coming out and going up to the next floor and then merging above. And then we've got, these are extra screws that were being fed to the reinforced plates line. So that was a third adventure. We had to figure out how to get these reinforced screws up to the line that they're supposed to go on, and I ended up having to do, that was the only spot available on the floor above. That was literally the only place I could put an elevator. So I tried to make it look like I did it on purpose or something, you know? You have to trick them into making it look purposeful. So we got like the little formation there. And yeah, we got rotors. So this is not at full efficiency or anywhere close to it. We need Mark II and we need Mark III conveyors aplenty. However, everything is being made and the parts are moving. And we can go look and see how we've been doing so far. Because this is the final assembler level opposite the new copper sheet factory section. And the assembler level is working on the reinforced iron plates and the modular frames here, which we're storing for now over on this side. So we have 4 on reinforced iron plates using an alt recipe that make 15 per minute. So out of a single assembler, we're making 15, which is crazy per minute. So we have 4 assemblers, and then half of those assemblers are feeding all the modular frames, of which there's 10 assemblers. So we got a lot of modular frames coming in already. We got a good amount of reinforced plates already, and we got our first rotors coming in. So a few stacks of rotors. Those just got started. Whew. So there you are. Top floor. Hi. There's the tour of what we did yesterday. I'm really liking the Satisfactory kick you're on. Perfect background noise on the work PC to keep it from locking. What do you mean the PC from locking? Like going into sleep mode? How hard is it to add another truck to an existing route? Well, that's why I was making the roads the way that I made them, so they can merge and unmerge where necessary. Persuasive man, I got no idea. I've only played this game in multiplayer once. I would Google it, but I know that's easy for me to say. You must have an insane iron setup. It's decent. It needs to be upgraded to Mark II miners and faster belts. But I can show you where the iron's coming in. Because it's coming in over here, actually. So there's my iron and copper that is currently entering the factory. And we got 4 lines of normal node iron and 1 node of copper in the middle. So organizing this was tough. Also, excuse the noises outside. We got some trucks banging around. And then it's crossing this bridge, which I want to continue to iterate on and work on. But yeah, I wanted to feed the factory under the service road. That was kind of the plan, where the vehicle can... Actually, I need to hide these buttons, huh? I don't really want to stare at these. But I don't know if the truck is on the way here or on the way there. It might have just come in here. And I'm pretty sure we upgraded all these to Mark II. Oh, hang on, I see the tractor. Heading this way. I can go hide the mark. There you are. Q, hide nodes, continue on your merry way. Okay. I don't think it was that hard to get to, that you needed to teleport there, but that's fine. Oh, sick. Bonk. Oh, I thought it was going to bonk me high enough to get up there. Either way, yeah, organizing this took a little bit of cabling management last night. But my goal was to kind of like feed the factory under the service road so that all the ore kind of went in, and then it didn't affect the truck driving around or go under it, and then we'll find a way to kind of like tastefully cover this up. Or we could make part of the road out of glass, or, you know, whatever seems right, I suppose. So we had to reconnect all the ore and find a spot for the copper. So we redid these lines last night. This is sort of mesmerizing in its way. So since there's 5 lines of ore, ends up perfect spacing apart for the size of the bridge that we chose. And I needed to have the copper in the middle, so that added another wrinkle to feed this factory. But yeah, it's 4 normal nodes of iron and then 1 normal node of copper, which has created itself another fun problem for us to solve. I'm gonna have to redo how these are fed at the bottom. I want this to be an actual structure and building, but that's gonna take more time. For now, we just got a curvy conveyor going around nature because I just needed to hook it up. But the problem that it creates is kind of funny because the copper is here. This is where it's being mined. This is probably the longest conveyor belt that we're actually using in the game. Like, I'm surprised I decided not to set up a truck delivery from here to there. But I think that would have added another wrinkle I wasn't prepared for. Not that I can't do it. It would be super easy, actually, to do it. The coal would be the only hard part. Because I could have a truck pick up from this and deliver to the bridge. And I think that would be a valid, very short route. Instead of running this copper all the way over. Because the iron makes the most sense, right? Like, it's right here, and the factory's right there. So just feed that in with a conveyor. No need to truck from here to there, I don't think. But the copper does come in from further, so it might be cool to have some kind of like depot here. And just drive it from up there down. Yeah, this is 4 iron deposits. I just paved them. 4, that's why I said 4 normal nodes. 4 normal nodes that we need to put Mark IIs on. And then upgrade belts. Everything's in its infancy, but it works. So that's what we spent time doing yesterday, along with connecting up the rotors, and then doing the truck routes, the new truck routes, and the highway, and the new building, which I can actually ride back around and show you. Right now. And then we need to figure out what we're going to do today, because somehow we're already an hour in, and I'm still doing a recap from yesterday. We watched the video first, though. So, I don't know if that counts. But time flies in Satisfactory. Big guy, watch yourself, okay? So this was the other project. Not this. This has been our other little project over here that we worked on a couple days ago, getting like a waterfall outpost next to some iron, and working on a way to connect the road up from where we're mining the coal out of the ground here. And I wanted the road to go straight through and down between the coal buildings. And then we've kind of got this big, like, flat, open structure that I'm still gonna decide what to do with this. So I've got some ideas for the future. There's Snake Way that leads all the way around the edges. And this was the building that we made yesterday. It's kind of simple, but it's clean, and I like it, even though it is just a simple brutalist building. It needs lights. Once we get the lights in here, then it'll really be popping off. The only problem is the asphalt texture is double-sided for some reason, so don't love that. But otherwise, yeah, it's like a little nook. Just very, very simple, but I think simple design and Satisfactory. Basically, the game makes you look good, right? This doesn't look good because I made something cool. It looks good because I think the game empowers whatever you make to look cool. Does that make sense? Like, basically, I'm getting an assist because the game already looks cool. You don't really have to do much to be like, whoa, hey, that looks cool. Looks very industrial. Yeah, I wanted like a truck depot here and some storage bins on the side to kind of just be almost like a waterfront, not quite a garage, but almost like a parking garage. You know what I mean? And then the foundry, of course, over here, which is manufacturing our ingots. And this is not working. Nothing in my entire save is working at full capacity. So if you see 5 foundries, just know they're probably only working at 40% capacity. But we kind of got this like nice structure that is forming over here along the waterfall that's almost starting to look like a dam. And I can definitely see in the future building on the other side of that and then linking these two up. My goal is also to build a glass around this and have some walls on the outside that you can actually go in here. For now, it looks okay as the outside. Hydroelectric, let's go. But you can see now that we're actually using more resources than we're getting. I might actually have to check to see where the holdup is here. I think we have a tier 1 belt somewhere. Which wouldn't surprise me. We kind of had some rush jobs lately. That's a conveyor Mark II. Let's go take a look up there. But I spent an inordinate amount of time on this. Not because I was getting this, because of this bastard right here. This stupid downslope. I couldn't figure out how to do it. And the spacing was killing me. And I was trying to avoid a 180-degree turn, but I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. And then recording the truck route, I had to record this 4 times because it just kept goofing off for some reason. No idea. Anywho, let's go check what's going wrong at this little area. Because these should be packed wall to wall, and neither of them are, which means yeah, it's this right here. And inside this little glass area. Okay, troubleshooting achieved. Copper and iron will now flow in at twice the rate that it previously was. It was going 60 per minute, now it's gonna go 120 per minute with those upgrades. I actually get asked this a fair amount. People in chat ask, how do you upgrade stuff quickly? I guess new players don't really No, I feel like a misconception is you have to delete everything and build it again. If you have a different belt quality, you can just look at it, it'll highlight, and you can click, and it'll automatically upgrade or downgrade. Same for conveyor lifts. You can upgrade directly or downgrade directly just by having it like selected on your hotbar, looking at it and clicking. Because we had a couple people yesterday who were like, "What? That's crazy!" That's insane. Saves resources? Well, I mean, it's a net neutral. It just stops the resources from getting deleted from the path into your inventory, but they're not actually, you're not losing anything. So anything you delete in the game, you will get those resources into your inventory. Even if there's things, if there's anything on a conveyor belt and you delete it, it'll, all of it, anything that was on the conveyor will go into your inventory if possible, including the resource cost of the thing you deleted. So you can tear down and build back up as many times as you want. It's extremely forgiving. But yeah, look at it now. See, wall to wall, very densely packed. And I believe we upgraded all of these belts going down the line. Because the iron's already stopped. And the copper ingots are already stopped. They got a bit backed up because the truck was not stopping to deliver said ingots previously. And I believe it is now, so this should start catching up. Kind of just doing a check on all the things I did yesterday, because I was, you know, here for 12 hours, so who knows what I skipped. All these are Mark II. That one doesn't need to be. That's just coal. That'll stay topped off. So this little tube right here is giving us the coal to keep the truck indefinitely running, and we're siphoning that coal off from the coal mines up above and kind of bringing it down and feeding two different truck stops. So this is why we have a buffer storage. We have the buffer storage in case the truck stop fills up, which it's going as fast as it can right now. We just need faster belts. Because we'll have more resources, but we don't need a ton of ingots. We only need why do I have to keep mathing this out? We need 100 and trying to remember how many we needed. It was we need 240 copper ingots per minute to go full capacity, I believe. How's power? Power should be fine. Yeah, power's fine. Our max consumption is higher, but it's never going to be at maxed right now. Because our factory is only operating at 40% efficiency until we get, like, everything upgraded. So we got plenty of time. But yeah, we're consuming almost 1,000 megawatts. Chad, is that a gigawatt? Is 1,000 megawatts a gigawatt, or is it more? Where is the truck? Maybe it already came through while we were down. Little splish splash over here in our other little truck corner. So this is where the copper ore gets delivered, of which we have a lot. Now that you've seen everything that we worked on yesterday, what do you guys want to do first? What would you like to do first? Doggo has found 28 cable. Good job. Good job. Why are you way over here? Don't you want to go like over there? You just like hanging out on this weird section of the base? How do you tame the doggo? Drop some berries for it. And then pet it. Good boy. Just hanging out in the water. Okay. Go over there. Spend another 10 days building another factory. There's so many things we could do. I think I know what I want to do first. Let's go check out the man. Let's go check out the MAM and see if we have anything we want to make. I like the default speed when ziplining because it gives me time to look over at chat while I'm still heading the correct direction. The zipline is so funny because if anybody notices you going the normal speed, there will almost always be a chat message just like, if you hold shift, you go faster on the zipline. You have to hold shift. I have to go fast. And so I become self-conscious when I actually want to be going this speed so I can chill and look at my base. But think about the speed! And it also gives me time to look over and see what you guys are doing without crashing. So many things we can do. I think let's start at the MAM and also at the milestones, because my main goal was just getting everything in this factory turned on at a base level, and I wanted the rotors to start getting made, and now they are. So since we finally accomplished that, Vickerman, don't be the guy that I was just talking about, bro. I just said like you just ran into the line stretched between two trees, okay? You know what I mean? Like you just clothesline yourself. You are being the person right now. See, and I just very meta. Okay, anyway. Let's go ahead and see what's on offer here. Like, I want to get the medicinal inhaler, and I actually want to start making some. Now that we're making rotors, this should be pretty easy. So I'm going to get some rotors. We don't make steel yet. I'm going to make steel maybe today. We also... I don't really care about scannable enemies anyways, but I can't... I burned all my circuit boards. Eventually I'll do alien tech. I just don't care. I had a whole rant about alien technology last night. So, I'm not really in a hurry to do this or to have that rant again. So don't get me started on it. I'll do it. AI limiters definitely need. Definitely need. I need everything in the MAM, to be honest. I just want to see what is achievable by me right now. What is achievable right now? Hey, what's up? Hello, Raiders. Welcome, Dr. Dynastic, and thanks for the raid. Long time, hi. Hey, howdy. How's it going? Were you guys playing some Out of the Park? Or something else? Much appreciated. And welcome aboard. We're playing Satisfactory here. I've been on a grind, on a marathon. I tend to just get smitten by a game, and then I am hooked on it for however long the brain goes burr. We were a little out of the park. Nice. Well, thanks so much for sending your community over here. And welcome to our factory. It's a work in progress. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Satisfactory, but it just came out in 1.0. It was in early access for 5 years, I guess. And they released a pretty substantial update with a bunch of new content around the 1.0 release. So it was very much the case where it was not a, we're done developing and boot the game out the door so we don't have to think about it again. It was a proper 1.0, and it is super accessible. Like the way I would describe it is a first-person Factorio mixed with some No Man's Sky, I guess. It can be casual, it can be hardcore, and they've been very successful from what I've seen. They went from like their max concurrent players was 35,000 players on Steam, and that surged to like 180 something thousand. So I think they've had a pretty good launch, and we've been having fun with it. So what you do in this game is build factories, and there is like an achievable end game and an end goal. You're basically building up a space elevator, which is leading to this super station platform that we're currently building. And we've got some kind of overarching objectives at the top right where we need to figure out how to manufacture the appropriate items to kind of get us to the next phase. And then each phase unlocks additional milestones, and those milestones can be unlocked to give you new items, equipment, buildables, and progress you through the tech trees, all the way from like starting by cutting down trees for fuel, all the way up to, you know, past nuclear power into sci-fi. So it's very cool, very fun, and very addicting. If you're in my chat, Dr. Dynastic has been playing a bunch of Out of the Park baseball. We had a Out of the Park baseball binge for like a month straight. It's a fantastic game, and Dr. Dynastic is a fantastic presenter of said game. So check him out and toss him a follow if you were here from the Out of the Park days and you want to see somebody else in that sphere. Been playing for a long time, I think. But yeah, it's a pretty game, and it's the sky's the limit with what you can do in it. It's a 47 square kilometer map to explore, not randomly generated, handcrafted, collectibles, items, secrets, things you can gather, resources. You can actually like make notes on the map and mark things so you can come back and check them out later, and you can build anywhere you want on it. So it's got a lot of it's very much a sandbox game, I would say, but it's a sandbox game that has a goal and an objective and an end, and I've been enjoying it immensely. And it's also extremely satisfying, as the name implies. But we were just discussing some methods of progression that we might want to take to give ourselves some upgrades. Taking a look at what is available. I saw you creating your ballpark and Out of the Park. Really cool. Yeah, I like their customization and making your own uniforms and setting your own logos and having that fine control over every aspect of the team was a lot of fun. And I've been playing some more Out of the Park off stream and just kind of like enjoying being a manager for a single A team and trying to make decisions, but the AI keeps taking all my players away like every other day. The AI owner, or I guess the AI GM, is like every 2 days, players go up, players come down, players go up, players come down. So trying to keep the lineup card is like a challenge at that level because they keep making adjustments. 20 plus years ago, yeah, Out of the Park is actually a dynasty in its own right. My favorite factoid about Out of the Park that I would tell viewers was that the name of the last release was Out of the Park 25, not for 2025, but because it was actually the 25th iteration of the game from 25 years ago. And that's just like a mind-boggling, wow, why didn't I hop on and play this sooner? Okay, chat, let's see what we can do. Experimental power gen is definitely doable. We just need rotors, which we're manufacturing now. This is doable. We just have to manufacture some rebar. This is doable. Well, it'd be hard, but it's doable. That's not doable for me. That's not doable for me. Power slugs is doable now, probably. If I could just get some copper sheets. And then we got mycelia, not doable yet. Is doable. Not doable. Okay, so we got at least like half a dozen things that I could potentially progress. So I'm gonna go gather some resources and then come back and let's get some upgrades. What I might do, clean the old inventory up a little bit so we can afford to have some space to put some more junk in. And then it's just a matter of picking and choosing what bits to focus on. But yeah, we have a bunch of work in progress projects right now. For those of you just joining, we just did a whole base tour right before you guys got here. Buddy, you're not supposed to be there. It's like a giant cat. Get off the table. No, don't stand on your hind legs. I know you want to be tall. Did you finish that one project from yesterday? Effectively, yes. I don't know, whichever one. Sure, yeah, we finished. We finished a lot of things yesterday. But here's all of our raw materials, iron ore and copper, being fed into the factory on 5 giant conveyors. And they take the elevator down. And get fed into the factory proper, which has a lot of holes in the wall right now until we can actually decorate it. But it is working. The elevators are going up. Product is being moved. The rotors are being produced. Stream frame drop? No, that would be on your end. No frame drops over here. I got a solid 120 FPS. And my internet, knock on wood, is actually working right now. Emphasis on the knock on wood. But yeah, this was the big pain yesterday that we spent hours trying to solve, was getting copper sheets over here so that we could manufacture the rotors. And we got 2, how many rotors are we talking? Well, right now, again, I have to keep saying this. It's not working at maximum efficiency. It's working at like 30 to 40% efficiency right now. But this factory was designed to make 60 rotors per minute, 20 modular frames per minute, and 60 reinforced iron plates per minute, of which 30 of those go to modular frames. Yeah, I'm using the copper rotor recipe with the copper sheets so that we could mass produce them. I'm using a lot of hybrid copper and iron recipes in this run because it seemed fun and potentially valuable. So we got like a bunch of reinforced. We're almost full on reinforced iron. No, we're not. We got another storage. All right, here's the current assortment of rotors that we've already saved up. Hundreds. I'll take like 400 of those, 500 of those. And I've already got a good amount of modular frames. And I also have a good amount of reinforce. More efficient than I've been at work. Same. Factory looking great. Hey, thanks, Tri-Zero. Appreciate it. One day it'll look like a cool building too. But yeah, I wanted to get all the pieces hooked up, and the level of spaghetti that I had prepared, I was not prepared for. My logistic floors were too small, but I like trying to make compact builds, so I'd probably do it again. Like, I like making giant builds with compact logistics. Let's put it like that. I think that'd be a better way to phrase that. We have a bunch of progression to do. We still got a bunch of tier 4 stuff. I am in no rush. I am well over 100 hours in this save, and I haven't completed phase 2, so we're chilling. I like building creatively and for fun and just messing around in the game. It's just fun to be in. Today we're gonna make steel, because we don't make any steel yet. So that's steel, that's steel, that's steel, that's also steel. Okay, so we're basically just like steel gated right now on tier progression. So I think that'll be our overall objective today. However, we got man progression we can do. 314X, thanks for the 3-month sub. Way overdue. Thanks for scratching the nerd itch with all the solid content. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words and also for sharing the prime. Amelia says, here's my rent. The checks are good. What up, Amelia? Welcome back, and thanks for 67 months. Anonymous gifting us up to Star Mage. Thanks, Anonymous, for the gift sub. Also. Yo, yo, yo. I am also not interested in alien tech right now, so let's just keep getting that out of the way. 25 sulfur, that is probably doable right... Yeah, that's doable right now. I need to free up literally one space. I actually need this steel beam, but I'm gonna delete it. Okay, let's do a little man progression. It's been a while. Literally, what was I just looking at? Okay, experimental powered gen needs 25 sulfur, 50 modular, and 100 rotors. It's not a small amount of rotors, but it is yours.
Research completed. Experimental power generation research options are now available. These may enhance performance of other fuel sources.
Very cool. Compacted coal needs a hard drive. Oh, damn. Okay. And freaking turbo fuel. Making the turbo fuel. Also needs a hard drive. All right, we'll come back to that. How about quartz? We need 150 rebar. Wait, rebar is an equipment. That's an ammo. Let's handcraft 150 rebar. I started a multiplayer run with a friend today. Nice on this. Hope you're having fun. It's a good time. But yeah, I'm enjoying the Satisfactory grind. I have so many things that I want to do, and it's really tough to decide what to do first. We have some real basic stuff that we need to do. I need a basic iron factory that just makes some plates and rods for me, because we're taking all the iron. And then I need the same thing for the copper factory, because we have the factory set up. And then I just stole all of the copper away from it to use in the iron factory. Which is pretty funny. I've got so many potential projects, bro. And then that's not even including the aesthetic projects that I want to do. That are just building. Okay, I was at quartz? Yeah. Shatter, rebar. Oops. Let's unlock that.
Shatter rebar unlocked. These quartz-infused rebars fracture when fired, launching deadly debris in a wide spread. Fix-It does not condone the use of such violent methods, so make sure there are no witnesses.
We got shotgun rebar. And then explosive resonance application. That will take a concentrated effort from me. Can't do that. Can't do that. Okay, power sluggies. We could probably do power sluggies. I need to make some more copper sheets, which we are making already, but are using. I don't think I have enough ingots. Classic. Make sure there are no witnesses. Yeah, Mighty Kingfisher, I used to have to do stuff to manual craft like that as well. Yeah, friendly new player reminder that you can tap the space bar and it will craft until you push something or it runs out of resources. I think a lot of people are still holding down the buttons. Because I get people who are like, what? 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 Every day, dude. Every day. All the newbie tips. It's so funny, man. You can karma farm like crazy on Reddit right now because the Satisfactory game subreddit is like, new player reminder. Pressing in opens the quick search, which is a calculator 3,000 upvotes. And you could just wait a week and post that again, and it would probably go back to the top because there's just a revolving door of new players who don't know anything about the game. You know what I mean? And so the new players come in and just keep upvoting the same posts and the same tips and information over and over again. And it's kind of like chat, where new players just keep rolling in, and that's cool, man. You got to start somewhere. Like, I'm not making fun of you. It's just funny that like the same basic tips are still, they're just gonna keep circulating as like OMG moments. That's an OMG moment. Hi chat, what's up, Calandrel? Like literally, I'll be doing math in the game, and I'll do this, and there'll be some like 2 people who'll be like, oh, "That's a calculator," or like, "Of course there's a calculator in this game," and so there's still people finding out. Like every day, somebody finds out for the first time. Information that I just take for granted now, you know. I need 1 pink slug, please, but it won't let me split from here, which is. I'll just take all 10. That's fine. So 25 modular, 100 copper sheets, and a single rare purple power slug.
Research completed. Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount of potential energy stored. It is a good thing Fix-It does not waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
More games need a built-in calculator. That they do. That they do. Nice Reddit shelf. Oh, you mean the giant stack of brown cardboard boxes behind me? The moving box. Oh, nice Reddit shelf back there with the moving boxes. That looks picturesque. Nutritional processor. What did we research here already? Scan for nuts, berries, and mushrooms. 25 modular frames, 50 steel pipes. Oh, I need 500 wire. The wire's literally right up there, but I'm too lazy, so I'm just gonna craft it. That was way faster.
Research shows potential for processing planetary nutrients for pioneer benefit. Nutritional inhaler research available.
Nutritional medicinal inhaler. Ooh, we can already do this. 2 bacon, 4 berry, 10 nut. We're on a roll right now. Look at all this progression. I got a Chivo?
Nutritional inhaler recipe unlocked. Using this inhaler will restore health and also gives your skin a radiant glow that is connected to well-being and probably not radioactivity.
Why did the achievement get called Curiosity Kills the Cat or something? It didn't say the whole name. Why are you guys just smiling? It's just for finishing a MAM research tree. Okay, gotcha. Nutrients completed. 100% researched. I didn't realize there was lore when you mouse over these. Did I read this lore already? I think I did. Yeah, no, I did. I read these. Memory sucks. Can't do that. Could do that, but I'd have to craft nobelisks. Crafting nobelisks is a worthwhile endeavor. But I don't think I have the raw materials on me. No, wait, I do. What is a Reddit shelf? It's basically people who live in filth and squalor make fun of people who are organized and have lights and trinkets on display because they will usually show them off on Reddit for karma and say, look at my setup. And so dirty animal people are like, you know, that's stupid, so let's make fun of it. It's an extension of Funko-related hate. It is an extension of Funko-related hate, yeah. But generally, like, a person who goes, nice Reddit shelf, has 6 Coke cans on their desk, and 2 empty glasses of water, and some empty Burger King bags, you know, sitting around. So, take it with a grain of salt. Damn, got me. It was a Germa joke. Listen, Reddit shelf is not a Germa joke. Reddit shelf is a real thing that is used in many communities. But it's cute that you think you came up with it, personally. How can you see my desk? Are you psychic? I need to make crystal oscillators, but I need way more cables. But yes, it's an extension of Funko Pop hate. That's accurate. Like, there's an entire... Like, if you go to the board game subreddit, for example, some of their most popular posts of all time are called Come See. And basically it's showing off their collections of shelves that are often packed with board games, but often like set up where they have their like where they play their games and their cool special board game desk that has like the recessed portion that you can throw the dice and like the dice tower and all the like little action figures. Those are like some of the most popular posts on that entire sub, as one example. And it makes me jealous every single time. I want a whole room dedicated to board games, okay? I want an entire, like, sea of board games on display with a cool table that costs $4,000. Why can't I have that? $50 fabric. We could do this. We could definitely do this, man. You don't make fabric here. No, one thing at a time. I was making Nobelisks first. The fun thing about buying fun board games is you now have 3,000 board games. True. I haven't bought a board game in a while, though. Well, okay, Marvel Champions was the last one that I, like, bought. I'll go back to it. I'm not coping. I'm gonna go back to it. I bought a bunch of expansions. To be honest, playing the game was fun, but organizing all the cards put off the ADHD brain, actually. It was like, damn, who's gonna organize all this? I have to actually concentrate. I want to just play. Chat, I bought Scythe, but still have never gotten more than a round into it. I haven't even taken the wrapper off. I got it for like Christmas one year. So you got further than me. Have you tried any of those solo games? I have a few, but I haven't actually. The only one that I've played solo is I played Marvel Champions once. I don't like playing board games solo. We did have a Marvel Champions stream. That was a crazy secret one. That was like a super secret stream. I don't know if it's wise to use every single steel pipe I own on just a massive amount of explosives. Just a ridiculous quantity of explosives. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember what I was crafting those for. Oh, for this. Okay, 100 mycelia and 200 biomass. Let's make a quick trip. It's spooky and dark out here. I played 3 characters once just to figure out how the game worked the first couple times in Marvel Champions. Marvel Champions has a lot, like the rules are written, it's an extremely fun game with extremely poorly written rules is what I would say. Like the rule book is one of the worst that I've come across where I am the rules explainer. I am the rules guy, you know? If there are board games to be played, I'm the one that reads the rules and explains the rules to the group. So I've read a lot of rules in my day. And so the fact that I didn't even figure out like some of the rules of Marvel Champions after reading the rule book front to back multiple times and having to go to the errata and frequently asked questions, which is like 15 pages long, to figure out some of the core mechanics of turn order and in what order you're allowed to play. I had to play it through, like, we probably played like 4 or 5 games before realizing we had not done a core rule correctly until I watched like another YouTube channel where they were doing a playthrough and I was like, wait, what are they doing? They get to do that? So that was definitely an eye-opener. Okay, 10 explosives, 100 mushrooms, 200 biomass for gas nobelisks. We're doing so much man progression right now.
Gas Nobelisk unlocked. Chase away creatures with a damaging cloud of gas. Note: also harms unwary pioneers. Not for recreational use.
Not for gas nobelisks, not for recreational use. Tell the youth. They need to know right now. Rip those pipes that I literally just had, but just spent. Whoops. We'll come back. Okay, rip those, wait, no, I just spent 50 of them. Okay, so we need some Caterium and 50 things. We need a bunch of Caterium. Mark III Power Pulse. Let's just get the 50 sheets and Caterium. I can remember one thing at a time. The best part of Scythe is telling everyone who plays to sit down for the 30-minute tutorial video. The problem with those types of board games is you can't convince someone to play. They have to inherently want to. They have to want to play a big board game. It's not like possible to start on the outside looking in and be convinced unless you have really, really good friends who you play, unless you have like friends you play board games with frequently who are kind of used to it. Caterium's up here. If I could jump up there. There's the quick wire. Okay, we need some space. I'm hoarding way too much junk. I could probably dump some stuff in the tickets. We don't need that many modular frames, that many reinforced, or that many rotors, since we're crafting them ourselves now. We got 4 coupons in there, just from points from crunching things. That's really nice. A lot more to come. Okay, Caterium, unlock AI limiters. That's a good one.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
True. 100 steel, 50 AI limiters equals power switch, 10 AI limiters, and 50 reinforced equals smart splitter. Hey, and programmable splitter, 50 computers, 50 reinforced modular frames, and some more. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, let's see. AI limiters need copper sheets. Man, I'm being punished for not having copper sheets set up already, for sure. Really being punished there. How many is it? Is 5 per? So I can't even make 10. If I handcraft them myself. Hold on. Let's just do this. What was even in here? We don't need this many stacks of nobelisks. Though I was gonna try and make some of the other fun stuff that we just unlocked. Okay, hold on. Dude, I'm getting like so easily distracted, but also why not, right? We're trying to make cool new stuff. Let's try making some gas nobelisks. Why shouldn't I? And some shatter rebar. I want to try out all the new toys, but all the new toys take individual stacks out of my inventory, huh? What is Nobelisk? It is a throwable explosive that you can detonate. Let's do 25. I want to make some stuns as well. Because the stuns are goated. They're like the best in the game, in my opinion. But yeah, the Nobelisk can clear obstacles that you can't cut down with like a chainsaw. And it can also clear poison cloud spewers and other large rocks that might be blocking a shortcut or a cave or something like that. Or, you know, you can do damage to enemies, but it's pretty difficult to do. So now we have stun, shatter, and iron. So shatter looks like this. It's for very close range. I'd probably start at stun. Let's go see if there's like a backup of copper sheets in here. I'm not sure how good the shotgun is, but I'll test it out. I don't mind getting right up there. Okay, so it is backed up on this side, not on the other side, which is expected. I like how you carry the coffee while also doing everything else. I'll take all 200 of those. Thank you. That'll be a big help. I was gonna get something else while I was here, and I just totally forgot what it was. We still need to optimize and overclock or underclock specific spots here, but I'm not worried about that right now. I ran over here for 2 reasons. Copper sheets and something. But now I don't remember what. I'll remember in a minute. And then inevitably run back. Good morning. Will this game satisfy my ADHD or make me go insane? Both. Yes. It'll absolutely satisfy ADHD because you can do 100 different things. Like you can do something for an hour and be like, let's go start something else. No, let's go start another project. Let's go start another project. I want to explore the insanely large map. I want to go gather resources. I want to build a factory. I want to make something that looks pretty. Like, I want to do some research. You've got progression here, progression there, progression there, progression there. 4 different tiers of progression that each have branching paths. Oh man, you could do so many things. So many different things. If this tells you how it scratches ADHD, if you were a new player who was just starting the game for the first time, 0 hours in the game, it would take you at least minimum 300 to 400 hours to finish the game and like see the credits. There's like that much stuff to do. It's big. It is big. And I have never even gotten... I've got that many hours in the game and never even gotten halfway to finishing the available content because I keep starting over. Because it's fun to start over too. Oh, I remember what I wanted. I wanted smart splitters. Wait, no, I already... Hang on. Yeah, no, I wanted AI limiters. I'm ready to nuke my whole base and start fresh. It happens. It's fun to do too, because you'll learn something every time that you restart. And you'll do things differently. So, I don't need this many AI limiters. I only needed 10, you silly goose.
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
That's true. And accurate. Okay, well now I just have extra AI limiters that I didn't need. I just made them for fun. And I also wanted this. Let's get 2 alien DNA. Wait, I have some gas nobelisks in there. Oh, hatcher protein, there you go. What is this reply chain? Can you move your main base and elevator and not lose progress? Yeah, you can delete as many things as you want. You'll get a full refund on the resources, and you can move them wherever you want, even the space elevator. How close are you to Dimensional Depot? I'm intentionally not rushing alien technology. But I am not going to elaborate further because I don't want to get stuck on another 30-minute rant from last night. I know that might sound crazy. Okay, focus mode. I had alien DNA so that I can do this. I need 20 nuts and 50 rotors. Lots of new stuff here.
Research completed. The protein inhaler can restore health in the eventuality that you have been carelessly damaging fix-it property.
He loves tedium. He will walk to the mine. I'm gonna do some of it. Like, I'm gonna do some of it. I'm not gonna not do it. I'm just not in a rush. I'm gonna do all the progression that I can. Like, if I have something that's super easy for me to do right now, then yeah, I'll probably do it. Like, I'll do it once I make steel. How about that? Once I get steel going, then we'll start down that, because I just spent like all the pipes that I just had. Then I'm not going to handcraft them. How about the awesome shop? What's in here? I do want the cart. I want the boombox. But I need everything on management first. Is there any reason to build a wall outlet Mark 1 when you have a 2? I guess it's smaller. I guess that's one thing. I want the rest of the signs. I know that I want that. I want the rest of the customizers. I want the grip metal foundation. I want the stickers. Okay, we have a lot of things we need. I got all the foundations, all the walls, all the architecture. Those are the main bits. I got the coffee cup. Duh. So we still have a bunch to unlock. I have like 4 tickets. What would I spend 4 tickets on? Or should I save them? Yeah, everything that's cool is 5. I feel like I should get the display signs. Yeah, I think let's save up for... Actually, we've almost got a 5th ticket right now. There is no reason to buy anything but the cart. Kind of true. Do I already have some tickets? Like, I might already have some that are in storage. I think I spent every one. I think I spent all of them. I don't know if we have enough resources in here to get the next coupon. Probably not. Do I need to carry 200 rotors with me right now? Probably not. Send them in. Send them in. All right, so we got some stuff unlocked. Let me check. I don't even remember what I just unlocked, to be honest. We just unlocked... oh, the nutritional inhaler. Yeah. And then shatter, stun, rebar, protein, and nutritional inhaler. But why would you use protein when you could make DNA? Oh, yeah. Let's start freeing up some storage space. Right? Takes 1 bacon, 2 pale berries, 5 nuts equals medicinal inhaler. I assume the medicinal inhaler gives you some chunk health. But let's carve into some of those stacks. Okay, that's a good amount to have for now. Send you, send you, send you. And I'm gonna save 9 inhalers back here at base in case I die. Because if I die, I have the difficulty setting where I drop everything, including my equipment. Which would be bad. Let me take a look at it. Okay, well, there it is. Nice satisfying grab. Cool. Next on the to-do list, it's probably steel. We got a lot of things we could do. We could optimize the existing factory that we actually have all plugged in now and make the resources go through it quicker. But steel's the big one. That is just like, you need to do this. That is the big one. Wouldn't mind some more exploration with some more hard drives. Wouldn't mind a whole lot of things. Because we still got a large chunk of the map. I could just use this tractor to explore with. Or just to drive around in general. Though it's got a full thing of copper. Delete all that. We need coal. Let's go get a little coal. Because I don't want to use biofuel for the engine. It's so funny how far we're expanding. Really moving out there. What's up, big guy? Here to drop off some coal for us. That is exactly why you're here. Eventually this is going to be double-decker. So that's going to be fun. Now how do I get back up there? Kind of flew all the way down. Yeah, this is definitely going to be Mega Base territory by the time we're done. I just have too many things to do. Ah! I was doing so good. Okay. Let's hop in. And figure out where we're gonna go. Well, I guess I need to scan, huh? So we got two things, right? Coal is here. We're gonna need coal and we're gonna need iron for steel. And we've got solid steel ingot if we wanted to bring iron ingots to the table, which is quite interesting. I think this is what we wanted to do. Because you turn fewer overall resources into more overall ingots at a very nice 60 per minute rate. So, this looks cool. Okay, let's do a little ping around and see where we're going. And then, if we map this out, like my idea would be if we're making increments of 60 per minute, then I would want to make 6, 12, 18, 24, 30? Yeah. 4, 8, 12, no. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Chat, when is 60 and 40, when do they become divisible? When does 40 become divisible by 60? 240, right? 120? Yeah, 120. That's true. 120 and 240. So that's pretty good. So basically, it would be 3 normal nodes. 2 normal nodes of coal and iron would equal a perfect ratio. Because you'd have 120 iron and 120 coal split over 3 foundries. And then the 3 foundries would make 180 steel. 60 is divisible by 40 with remainder. Yeah, dumbass, every number is divisible by every other number with remainder, okay? That's not what we're talking about. Today I learned. What I'd like to do to get some fresh scans to explore is look around away from where we're currently settled so that we can find some new pings. And check some spiky areas out. Okay, is that all 3 pings? Okay. It's kind of annoyingly far away. And also impure. So I don't really want to even do that if I can help it. So I might go somewhere else. And while I'm scanning, I think I should go without saying, chat, I don't want your help finding locations for things. Hence, exploring. I don't care that you have the node map open on the other monitor. All right, we've already claimed these, right? Those are the ones we're using right now. We got normal. Why does that say purity temp? Oh, that's just a temp node. Okay, and then pure. I remember these on the outskirts of the lake. How about this? I'm gonna take a quick BRB because before we go anywhere, I need to do some math on the coal that we're gonna need for the power plant and how much we're gonna need for steel. So, before I can calculate all of those things, I'm gonna take a BRB. I love your designs, man. Well, I'm glad you like half-finished buildings with holes in them. Once I get steel, we're gonna start decorating because I need steel for a good chunk of the decorative blocks, like windows, frames, steel beams, all that. So I'm kind of waiting on that before I like settle in and start actually putting up the visual side of things. I just need the frame so that I see how the frame is going to be, and then I'm going to build around that frame of foundations and get rid of the giant cheese block and all the other things. All right, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching today. And thanks for spending your Friday hanging out here with us. I'll let you listen to this, and I'll be back in a few. Hang tight. Yeah, the building's got good bones. It's got bones. It needs some meat on those bones. So that is still to come. All right, BRB. Yo. What's up? Anyone here playing Frostpunk 2? No! Get out of here! I don't know. Chat, is anyone playing Frostpunk 2? Now that it's not in premium early access period. Only Satisfactory gamers. I just started it 5 minutes ago. Played for a few hours. And? Ow. Ding. I started an hour ago. It's a cool game. It is a cool. Is that a joke about how it's cold in the game? Okay, I don't want any of these stinky nodes until I need to think about them. We're gonna have to do some math. Let's just do the math now. So, a coal generator per generator needs 15 coal per minute, right? So, if I have 28 coal generators, which I don't yet, we're gonna need 420 coal per minute in order to feed all of them. So, 420 divided by 4. Is it 4? Let's go look. Do we have 4 nodes tapped right now? Let's go check it out. That's my number. Don't use it. Sorry, Dan 420. But your number is no longer yours. It's ours. So you better get used to sharing. Hello, floating highway. Hello, tractor. Hello, monster. Monster? It's time to test the new rebar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It sucks. It takes like 5 shots. I thought this thing was gonna be sick. All right, shadow rebar sucks, confirmed. Might be good for a pack of spiders. All rebar sucks? That's not true. Base rebar is pretty good. Base rebar's like got decent range. Stun is goated though. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think all these are normal nodes. $60. Yeah, I think these are all normal. Okay, now we have a questionable amount of our coal being siphoned off to our cool little truck stop down here. It doesn't take that much, though. You can actually calculate it if you look at this saved list of routes. What's up, Hammer96? How's it going? Factory building has been going well. We've got our big iron factory, as we call it, turned on. And it's making rotors now, as well as the other two things it was already making. So we got everything is being manufactured that we wanted to be there. We just need to optimize it. And we're about to start a new factory. So I'm doing some inventory to kind of get a guess as to how much coal we have tapped here. Because I think that we'll have enough to have some surplus, but maybe not enough to fund a full steel factory. So, if all of these had a Mark II miner without any overclocking, they'd have 120 times 4. So we'd have 480, and we need 420 just for the coal. So, like, I really don't want to even worry about this. I want to get the steel coal from a different place, right? I know I can overclock this coal, and we can eventually get a Mark III miner, but that's pretty far away. So, overclocking it is not impossible. Okay, if we, let's see. We're going to be throttled to 270 times 2, which is the number, 2 is the number of inputs in the back of the tractor depot, and 270 is the speed of a Mark III belt per minute. So we can effectively transfer 540 units of coal per minute. So in effect, we'll have an extra 120 coal here that we could use. You can also, of course, just belt it somewhere else or create a second truck depot, and that would be fine as well. But 540 is still going to take some overclocking from these existing coal factories or coal miners. So, because we'd have to overclock 120. So we could overclock 2 of them 50% or 4 of them 25% each. So we're not worried about the throughput of trucks, because the throughput of trucks is in excess of what we're currently making anyways, based on our belts. What about trains? Well, RPG, let me put it like this. If my throttle is Mark III belts, and which I haven't unlocked yet, do you think I'm planning around trains right now? I'm trying to make my first steel factory, bro. I wish I could math stuff like that by myself when playing. I mean, you could. What's stopping you? I'm basically just trying to see how much overhead I have here to play with. Some of that's going to be going to field trucks, which is not very much. Very, very scant amount. So we could have up to, once the coal power plant is at max capacity, we could have up to 540 minus 420. We could have up to 120 extra coal to do whatever we want with before we even hit the bottleneck, which is a lot of coal. That is a lot of coal. The other thing is we could use all 120 of it, because I believe the coal that we're siphoning for the vehicles, we're not taking from the truck stop, we're taking from one of the... Like, we could take it from one of the miners directly and just split it off, and that would let us overclock even more to compensate. So we could actually use the full 120 wherever we wanted. I could use it for steel. And we already have a truck picking up and dropping off here. So if we had 120 extra coal, I could be making 180 ingots per minute with that. It's tempting. That's not bad. That is not bad. Just to get started, you know? To make the same amount would need 45, 90, 90, 180, 4 foundries with the base craft, and 180. So basically we could, yeah, we'd have 3 foundries with solid steel ingot or 4 foundries getting fewer ingots with regular steel ingots. So just to get started, that's not bad, and then we could just like. I'm wondering about, because we have local iron right here that we're not using. We have iron right next to the coal factory, and it's like quite a lot, actually. So I'm trying to figure out how to not have to go super duper far abroad, but then we could go further abroad to support this. Like we could build the steel factory local with local resources and then potentially bring external resources in. Okay, let's, you know what? Why not get this right now? Nice, boys. Nice. Who speaks to me? The voices. What are they saying? Nothing this time. Nothing this time. We haven't really fully explored this area yet, even though we've been building here. The alternate recipe is super nice. Yeah, it seems cool. I haven't really played much with alternate recipes until this playthrough, actually. It's been introducing fun challenges and presenting new opportunities. So here's the iron. Like right next to the coal plant. And we got a pure node here, which we don't need to tap that. Just for steel, though we might. And then we've got a normal node. And then another normal node. Then the ones that we're already using, and then the one that we're already using. Okay, so pretty much this is it as far as iron goes, and it's pretty reasonable. What I'm thinking about doing is maybe carting coal in from elsewhere, because this is going to be a lot of iron. I'm also thinking about using one of the iron nodes to make some basic materials for us. Like, maybe use one of the normal nodes. I don't have anything that's just making extra sheets, rods, screws, just to have. You've been playing for 2 hours. Only 2 hours? We can do better. Like, I don't have a basic materials factory. And I think one normal node of iron is enough to just have basic materials. But where am I gonna build? It has a built-in gamer death bot, yes. It does. Like, this is kind of already occupied with the coal plant. Oh, you could just build it next to the coal plant, I guess. Like, what else are you going to use all this area for? And you've already got a road planned going around it, right? Like, why not just use the stink gas area? Basic materials means different things to different people. What do you mean? I told you what I mean. What do you mean? I said iron sheets, iron rods, and screws. Those are the most basic materials. You start the game with those. I don't think it gets more basic than that. Now, I guess we're just gonna do default iron recipe for this because I don't think it's a good idea to try and get iron alloy ingots mixed in. We're already doing that in big iron, so I think I'd rather keep it simple because trying to figure out how to get copper over here is gonna be a real chore. Is it? Where's the copper coming from right now? Yeah, if I tried to bring copper ore over here, we'd have to do it from Snake Way. I love that we've just given names to everything for landmarks. We'd have to bring it from Snake Way over here, effectively. This is where I need a spreadsheet. Because right now, I think we're using one pure node of copper to make foundry copper alloy ingots, and it's not even at capacity. Because I think I have 5 copper alloy ingots, 5 foundries being made, like, available, not being used fully for copper alloy ingots, so 5 of those would take 250 copper ore, which is a pure node on Mark II. So yeah, all that ore is basically spoken for, unless we did some big overclocking. And then made a second stop over here. Super detailed MS Paint, maybe. I agree with your brain, probably best to keep it simple for now. Yeah. I think it's probably best to keep it simple. Now, if we're going to build more factories in this area, I need to think critically about the road. Because I don't want to build next to the road and then later be like, well, I wish I had made this larger, or 3-lane or something, and then you can't move the factories, you know, they're all right next to each other. We got plenty of space down below the coal plant for logistics. Which, again, the title of the stream, I have approximate progression of many things, is accurate. Like if I could definitely have this highway group up there, but it would have to not go through that, which I sort of wanted it to. I don't think that there's room for another branch off of this unless we push it further forward. Yeah, it's gonna cut through unless we just keep it higher and then go down. And that would work. But it's also not necessary to think about right now. Okay, I just wanted to see what the options might be. So for a steel factory, to know how big it's going to be, I need to start doing some calculations on how many factory buildings we're going to need, And I like doing those calculations myself, so I don't really use any third-party apps or programs, but I think that the third-party things are cool. I just enjoy trying to, like, figure it out on my own, you know? So it helps me understand where everything is going and why. So if we're going to keep it simple, let's start simple. Good old paint. So we've got available one... We got one 60 per minute. And then over here, we've got a 120. And this is with Mark 1. So we got 180 before any overclocking or upgrading. Right? I think 60 per minute is fine to just reserve for a simple iron factory to make plates. The three things you want are plates, rods, and screws, right? From just iron. So this is going to be 60 per minute. And then that'll go into what, 2 smelters? Though we should build this as if this was going to be a Mark II. And then if we overclock that by even 50%, then that's going to be 180. It ain't Excel, but it'll do. Be honest. Would you like looking at an Excel screen right now better than my dark mode MS Paint? I don't think so. Only if it was dark mode. Okay. So then I can promise you that me drawing an arrow to a thing that says OC 50% equals 180 is faster than however you would create new brackets, new columns, and new rows to try and represent that same number automatically. Okay, like I promise you this is faster. Okay, so overclock it, 50% equals 180. Plus I can draw arrows to things that are over there. Don't distract me, chat. You're making this take longer than it needs to. This is your fault. So if we have 180 iron, then that can go, well, each smelter is 30, right? Okay. So we got 1, 3, 6, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. That could be 6 from one node. Okay. And then that's going to spit out the equal number of ingots. Okay. So basically we got 180 ingots potentially from a single normal node with what I'm planning for. To do with what we will. Now, of those, we've got cast screws. 180 ingots is going to make more than I even need of these materials, for sure. Because that'll be like 25. Cast screws is kind of a weird one because it won't, like 12.5. Dude, look at bro in the background. Where are you going though? Where is he going though? Turn around. Okay. I can underclock or overclock the amount of screws that we're making, but then it leads to separate problems, which is we're going to end up with odd numbers. He got off the road before the car came back. It was probably a smart move. We don't need all those notes. Okay. Where was I? Oh wait, I probably said sheets when I meant plates. So it's 30 ingots for iron plates. We could use steel for steel rods. I didn't think about that. That's true. Though that's a lot of steps. But it makes four times the number of rods per ingot, which is kind of crazy. Okay, new idea. Let's forget everything that I just said. No, I'm just kidding. And I think that there is a hard drive over here that I didn't get. Let's go check it out. Where's my tractor that I was driving around? I had a tractor that I was cruising with, and now I don't know where it is. Is it... No, all three of those are moving. It's gotta be this one. I need like a custom swatch. I need some custom paint. I'm tired of being default. Hold on. Ah! Why are you even here? This is my turf. I need to power. I need to build something that's powered here, dude. You scared the shit out of me. I jumped so hard. I jumped too, actually. I was about to stop and make a custom color swatch. And then this is the price that I had to pay. Okay. Custom swatch. Black. Okay, let's do... When I clicked matte, the entire world changed colors, and it kind of freaked me out. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. I'm going to... Oh, why is there a radioactive bro here? What? He's just chilling here? Uh-oh. Ow! Okay, this dude sucks. We got problems. He destroyed... Oh, I thought he destroyed the thing. Bro. My fix-it days since death has reset, and I didn't get to see how many days it was. We'll never... It's been set to 0 now, and I'll never know how many days it was. No. I haven't died in so long. And I lost all my stuff. Listen, I'm never leaving the factory again, man. I step outside one time. And that's what I get. We could reload maybe. Like I said, we'll never know how many days it was. It is actually impossible to tell. Because we are now at 0. We have to start a new save. This is hardcore mode. Man, I'm actually annoyed now. I wanted to set a high score. Now I gotta start all over again. I wasn't even thinking about that. If I had been thinking about, to be honest, thinking about not dying would have made me clutch up. I would have clutched up. Instead of getting wrecked. I'm surrounded. I also, there's, oh, a slug right there. That's why you're here. He's guarding my body. My high score is ruined. That's what you get. Am I missing anything? All right, big guy. Listen here. Now it's personal. Okay. Done. Now give me my slug. These guys are tough. Should have done that the first time. Okay, hold up. Here, I'll go look so we know what the new high score is for my save. And strive to beat it. Is there a better autosave location than this? Let's see what it was. 102 days. 102 days. I got triple digits. It's gonna take a while for that one to get beat. Just idle overnight easy. It's gonna take at least 103 days to beat that. Yeah. It's gonna be a while. Okay, while we're out here. Not really that interested in gathering slugs right now. I'm trying to go this way. Oh my god. Oh my god! What is this hell? I think I remember walking through here. Oh, I just ran over the bird, but they actually went perfectly between the wheels. Let's just drive out of here. Luckily, I am in a vehicle going through this. This place sucks. I'm going the wrong way. My desire to play this game ended with the spiders. Well, you'll be happy to know that not only can you set all wildlife to passive if you don't want to fight them. There's our concrete over there. But you can also turn on arachnophobia mode, which replaces all the spiders with giant cat JPEGs. So you've got options. Have we? Yeah, we looted this. Oops, watch, don't text and drive, dude. Then you just develop a fear of cats. I'm sure there's stuff all over here. What are you hiding with all the poison up there, dude? It's been a while since we went this way. Coal over here if you want it. I feel like, did we not loot over here? Why did I mark it and then not fix the mark? Oh, okay. Chill, big guy. Look, you're just in the damn way. Oh. Oh my god! Dude, Shadow Rebar is garbage, man. My truck! Why are you hiding? He's still alive? Jesus. This area sucks. But yeah, Shattered Rebar is the worst. We're never gonna make that again. Buff Shattered Rebar. Delicious coffee. After a hard day's work. Okay. Let's see if we can get up here. This makes me want to play No Man's Sky. If only No Man's Sky had as much replayability as Satisfactory, then I would feel the same. It feels very samey after a bit. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. Like, it's fun. But, I think, it's hard to describe. Like, without saying the same thing I feel like I say every single time. I hate the planet dungeons, still better than Starfield though. Yeah, the problem I think with No Man's Sky after the first 100 to 200 hours, which is a great amount of time to play and enjoy a game and makes it highly worth it, especially because it's always on sale for like 20-30 bucks. And it's a very fun experience. But the problem I think is that the core gameplay loop, like the core, comparing Satisfactory to No Man's Sky, even though they're completely different games, but the core gameplay loop of Satisfactory is logistics and figuring out how to design your factories, right? Like that is the core of Satisfactory. All the other stuff that there is to do is in service of that core of the game. Whereas the core of No Man's Sky, upon which everything else is built around in order to support, is kind of boring, lackluster combat and lackluster mining. But everything else that's there is kind of like fun and interesting in a like the novelty of all the other things in No Man's Sky. Once they wear off, you're kind of just left with the basic gathering and grind, the basic gather grind of No Man's Sky. The streamer can't stop building factories. What's up, The Dark? I totally agree. No Man's Sky, while great, lacks depth. I like going back and doing the expeditions as they come out, but I don't feel like playing much more after I finish them. Have you ever played Space Engineers? Why are two separate first-time chatters talking about Space Engineers in the chat? Propaganda mouthpieces for Space Engineers. Yeah, I played it a long time ago. Probably before you did. I played it on first alpha release. It was neat. You can do a lot of stuff in that game. All right, what do we got around here? Silica, rubber, not that good. Quick wire, not very good. Rubber again, not very good. Crystal oscillators, we can craft those now, so not very good. But, you know, might save me a little bit of handcrafting, I suppose. I think that's... Oh, here we go. Computers, actually useful. 17 computers, nice. And nothing required to open the door. Even better. I'll take that. And change that to complete. Power slug, I see it. No Mercer, and there's a summer sloop. Okay, how do I get out? Oh, there's another slug. And like a secret path back there. Okay, let's just build a ladder then. This is why a lot of people get ladder from the Awesome Shop real early in the game. But I don't have any iron rods. Well, guess what? I brought my vehicle. And with it, I can craft my own ingots. Which I didn't bring either. And then with my own ingots, I can make my own iron rods. Are we exploring again? A little bit. Not like a massive amount. I just wanted to... We had marked this a while ago and maybe didn't have the means to go get it. So I wanted to go grab the one that we already knew about. While it's here, I may as well get some of the other things too. Anybody remember Empyrean? I didn't really play Empyrean. So no. I think I played it once for as a joke. Not because it's a joke of a game, but never mind. Too hard to explain. So Summer Sloop probably up there. But may as well grab the blue slug while I see it. How far can you eat these? Pretty far, it turns out. Hello? What are we doing down here? Okay. This is a scary dude. Because he can mess you up in these tight corners down here, that's for sure. Like, he can knock you off the edge. There's not really that much to dodge. What? I don't know why this area is being blocked off. This secret paradise. Oh, there's more of you than I thought. Okay. Oop. Drop that one. Try another. What is going on over here? Something fishy. Something fishy. Where the heck am I? I'm behind the oil. Oh, I know where I am. Oh dear. Something down there too, huh? No. I don't think so. How's the draw distance? It's really good, but it's better with DirectX 12. Why would you ask me that right now? With DirectX 12, you don't get giant texture pyramids all over the map. Otherwise, the draw distance is very good, but it's better with DirectX 12. Why would you remind me? I try to forget every stream. Look what you caused me so much pain. Uh-oh. Alien triangles. I will destroy all of these strange poison proximity flowers.
Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body?
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are curves, shallows where there are depths, consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
What's that, Winserin? Have I missed anything? We're doing some exploring. Doing some exploring. Did the update the other day do anything? No, it's for a different crash. It was for like a crash related to the conveyor belts. What do you need for DirectX 12 to work with this game? To be part of like the 95+% part of the population. Born lucky, I guess. Don't know. Nobody knows what's causing it. I don't think it's 99.9% Megasiv because anecdotally, I know of the streamers that I personally know who are playing Satisfactory, which is, you know, for reference, maybe like 6 streamers. Half of them have the same problem as me. So, that could just be bad luck. And they all have different hardware. Do I even want to be on this side? No, I don't want to ping. Too bad. Did I take this? The thing didn't break. Huh. The structure didn't break. But it's not there. Interesting. Stop pressing that button. My bad. Secret quartz, which I don't need, but okay. Why did I go back here? I'm going the other way. I don't want to explore up here yet. We are surfing now, boys. Little Counter-Strike surf action going on here. Were conveyor belts causing crashes too? Yeah, that was what the last hotfix was for. It was for like a crash that was happening while people were playing for certain configurations that there was no workaround for. So that was what the hotfix was for. So if I want to climb higher to try to get the summer sloop, I need to refund my ladder. Because I didn't bring more resources. And then maybe we get over there. Okay. And then up. It's one way to do it. Who goes there? Burb? You're innocent. Don't do anything sudden. Or you might get boomed. Kind of missed that one, but they gave it to me anyway. I like all the sound effects. Okay. That's good. Trying to see if there's anything over there. There's two big... I keep pressing V instead of this. So there's a power slug over there. There's another summer sloop in range, but there's literally no... I don't really want to go over there. What I would like to do is take a look from above and see if there's any more wreckage pieces that we might be able to go get that are visible. But I don't see any. There's a bunch of stuff to explore over there. But I'm more interested in wreck sites. All right, let's just go back. I got one hard drive. Nothing else obvious over here. I'm gonna go back, then I'll grab the slug on the way. 1, 2, 3. There he is. I'll borrow this. Don't mind me. This looks a little sketchy. There's a lot of dudes there. You better run. I don't know if this is even really doing damage. Got one. Oh. Do it. You ran into the wall, dumbass. Where's my... I gotta get my car. Dude, where's my tractor? And one more. Why not collect all the hog remains? Why shouldn't I? Why are there so many hogs over here, dude? I don't know, but there's pure coal over here. Interesting. And I have built a ladder here previously, which is kind of funny that this is just like here. You can see evidence. But why did I not get this slug? If I was here. Yeah, I don't want to know anything that you've got to say about that, Michael. I'm just exploring, dude. You can't explore if you have foreknowledge. Then it ceases to be exploring. But thank you for reading the no backseating tags underneath the stream. There's a Mercer Sphere that I can't get right now. Pink slug. Pink slug. But yeah, chat, if I want to know where things are, I got the wiki. I don't need you. We already climbed up this. Tractor's back this way, so let's go get that. Is that radiation? Yeah, those blocks are radioactive. It's like uranium. We're worthless! No, you guys are worth me going, hey, does this look cool? And then you go yes or no. Or teaching me new aesthetic building techniques. That looks like something, dude. I'm gonna end up driving off the damn cliff. It's a whole school. Oh no! Easy. I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry. I can't control where this is going right now. Ow. Come on! Send it! Ow. All right, let's go scope it out. I'm gonna stay topped off. Why make all these medicinal inhalers if you don't even use them? Mostly just like, I see a slug. I'm hoping that there's Mo for us to get here. Green stink gas all over the place. Wait, I forgot that I have the toxic one. Weird champ chat is online. Who's killing me? Where these first-time chatters come out of the woodwork, dude. Did I just blow up the thing that this was sitting on? Oh man, I wish you would break these open one time and like the dam would break. Oh, detonated that way too soon. I wish there would just be like water pouring out. That's what it looks like. I think I hear something too. I'm allergic to hearing things while I'm exploring for wreck sites. I only got 14 more of these. Who's that? That bird was so loud. Oh, why did I detonate it? As a misclick. I'm lucky to be alive after that one. Misclick. That's not the reload button. We just made a ton of these, too. We haven't tried this out yet. Oh, wait, are they stuck down there? Chemical warfare! I'll do whatever needs to be done to win! How long do these things last for? I feel like they have to be standing. I still hear them making noises. Ow. Chat, who let me go explore? I need to be back in the factory. That's one of the largest DirectX 11 triangles I've seen. Are they dead? Oh, they are. Okay, I guess it works eventually. Got another pure coal node. Okay, we got power slugs. We got summer sloops. No Mercer. I didn't really set out looking for all this stuff, but if we're here, then we're here. Sulfur deposits. Sure, I guess I'll bulk up my slug collection. For when I inevitably need to overclock everything. Okay. Hold R, not throw. Then toss, left click, then right click. Good job not blowing yourself up this time. I like how I like how these are designed as like jumping puzzles, basically. Lots of care and attention to detail. How did that miss? You have to aim like to the left of where the targeting reticle is. Okay, I got 3 nobelisks left, so it's time to go home whether I want to or not. Give me the cool S.
You no longer perform in your Maker Temple?
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do. Consume.
Interesting.
Consume. Ooh, there's wreckage down there. Bro, that's so far away. And up there. Okay, that one might be doable. Map is big. That's the Dune Desert over there, where we normally build. Up this way. That's where I used to start. Sure, Ital collects slugs and it's innovative. I collect slugs and it's a weird hobby, quote unquote. These double standards. Getting over to that is going to be a pain. Because I don't have enough iron rods. I guess I could just build with concrete and get up there. But I also want to see this. I only have 1 left. Well. We're dead. Wait, no, I have 1 more. There's a purple power slug under there. I'm gonna fall. Is this cheating? It's not cheating if you don't get caught. I will simply reach through the rock in order to obtain the power slug. Consume. There's so many slugs. All right, let's go check this one out. This map is so big, man. The verticality is crazy. Oh God. Hey guys. I don't want any trouble. I don't know how to handle this. Ow. Okay. Luckily, they're just the tiny ones. My character isn't healing. I just have terrible asthma. So when I exert myself after battle, I have to take a puff. It helps me breathe. Okay, we're not going down there because I am like running out of ammo. I don't really hear this song very often. It's like a nice ambient track. Does anybody else stop at most of these temporary nodes? Not because you need the ore, but because you feel like you need to cleanse it from the map. Like I feel like it's like a blight that needs to be purged. These like temporary nodes. And it's up to me to like mine them to get rid of them. Nope. Yep. Yeah, because they used to not be there. Does this just go straight up into the wall? I don't have enough materials for this anyway. Let's do this a little differently then. And we can recycle. Yeah, I can like build and then recycle. No. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. It's busy up here, man. Hold on. We're gonna reevaluate. We're just gonna take a quick second to think. One, thinking about that. Two, thinking about that. Three, thinking about this. Bro, he pushed. I thought my parachute was deployed, but he shot the parachute off me. Oh yeah? Watch this. Wait, did they fly off? Ow. Did the other guys like fly off the edge? All right. Eat this. I should have brought a gas mask. I hear him. He's dead. We got him. Okay, but now I have to wait. So that was, you know what? I did that thinking I was gonna get 3 of them, but then 2 of them flew off the edge, and then I had overcommitted. I could have probably just 1v1 the last guy, but I had already thrown them, so I needed to, I needed to make sure. What are you doing down here? Okay. Okay. Are you guys done? Can I loot up here now? All-clad aluminum sheets. Packaged liquid biofuel. 28 motors. 35 computers. That's a lot of computers. 23 heavy modular frames. Did I just hear another one? Thought I heard another little dude. And a hard drive. Okay, cool. All right, I think we're done. Let's go back to the tractor and bring her home. But there's something over there. No, I don't have... Listen, I'm just gonna mark that one. And we can come back. And then this one's been claimed. Done. Tractor. Where are you? All the way over here, I think. Taco Tyler with 40-month sub says eat. Hello, Taco Tyler. Thank you for the 40-monther. Much appreciated, dude. Welcome back, Dick Duggley. Also, hello, yo, with the tier 3 sub. Yo, what's up, Dick Duggley? Thanks so much for subscribing with the 5 subs in 1. And big support for the stream. Much appreciated. Helps a lot, dude. Thanks for sharing. Sorry I missed it earlier. But I see it now. You still there, Dick Duggley? Giant spider in the dark. Just keep driving. Just drive. Don't worry about him. Okay. Now. How do we get back to base? Yes, sir. What's up, dude? Thanks for 33 months also on top of the tier 3 sub. That is a very long time. Approaching 3 years. Okay, we're home. Now I can't procrastinate anymore. In getting this set up. It's time to get it set up. I can procrastinate a little bit. Just a little bit. But we gotta make a steel factory. Which, knowing me, is gonna take the rest of the day. I think I know where it's gonna go, though, so that helps. And we need to make a baby steel. We have big iron, not baby steel. We have a big iron, we need baby iron. So, both of those would be good. Okay, Stinger remains. What's up, tractor? We're gonna set up a road through here eventually. Which I've got an idea for, but not for today. Starting with you. Let's scan us a hard drive. And then stack any Mercer slugs and sloops. Summer sloops that we found. Okay, Slightly cleaner inventory, but we need to get rid of all the... We got stacks of alien remains. The 35 computers is actually helpful right now, too. Not for this. I'm not... Let's not talk... Don't... Not that. Let's not go down that road. What did I need computers for? I needed a hard drive for... both of these. I'm not going to do turbo fuel anytime soon, though. Truthfully. 50 for radar. $50 for programmable splitter. I swear there was something that just needed like 10 computers. I don't know. I'm gonna keep them for now. So let's chuck you. You. Putting some things in there. There we go. Clear some inventory, and then I might go top off the biofuel. Friendly reminder that biofuel is worth keeping even after you're done with it because it's a good emergency fuel power source. So like, biofuel only works if it needs to, and it doesn't work when it doesn't. We didn't get any mycelium. So what that means for biofuel is if you have enough coal, if you have power spikes above your current coal capacity, then and only then will the biofuel burn. So it won't burn unless it's actually being used and needed. It's over-prioritized by the other power sources. You will need computers for train signals, so I hoard them. Hey, thanks for telling me to take all of this and throw it in the ticket cruncher. You make a great point. Why save resources for things that chat can tell me about ahead of time when I could just get tickets right now, man? Motors, modular frames, let's go. 35 computers is gonna be crazy tickets. And I think that's it for now. Do we have 5 yet? Oh yeah. We're about to get 6. Look at those points churn. Please use this sub for the ticket machine. Will do. We need to make some DNA as well, but not right now. My tickets. All right, I want to spend 5 on big signs. Big signs.
Fix-It never recalls a product. Every awesome item is guaranteed to work for its entire lifetime. Enjoy your purchase.
For its in Did it say it's guaranteed to work for its entire lifetime? Not your entire lifetime? How much do you get for a ticket in the ticket machine? 1 Achivo, I believe. 1 Chivo. It's a good return on investment. Okay. I know what needs to be done, but I know not if I have the strength to do it. Actually, let's do this first. Let's take some of the resources out of Big Iron, because it's probably full or getting full. I don't have a way to automatically put this stuff in the awesome shop, though I could do that right now. Maybe I will do it right now. And it's gonna be kind of sloppy, but it'll work. We have smart splitters now. And of course I need AI limiters for that. Oh yeah, this is full. I gotta go get the AI limiters. How much does it cost to make an awesome sink? Okay, we have the resources for that. There you are. Bonk. Chat. It's day 11 of Satisfactory today. 11 days in a row. And I have had to bonk more chatters today for spoilers and backseating than any other day. Because I know why. All your streamers are at TwitchCon. That's why. And you're stuck with me because the person you normally watch is gone. The engineers are getting restless, my lord. Okay, we're gonna do this. They are getting restless. This used to be a road building stream. Thanks for 11 days of Satisfactory. I've been loving this playthrough. I am glad to hear it. Surface is too uneven. We really don't have a lot of space here. I'm doing this as a temporary measure, as with most things. Okay. I haven't really thought this through. If you make a smart splitter, chat, this is where I need your help. When it says smart splitter overflow, what does that mean? What's on the approximate progression agenda today? Make a steel plant. If the line backs up, it'll send extras. But isn't that how a default splitter already works? So, isn't that how a dumb splitter works? No, default just splits. Okay, I get it. So if it, but if the line is full on a default splitter, then the overflow will go. This one will only let it go when it is full. Okay, so I want overflow split from this and this. Basically. So if how many of these can I make? Enough. There's gonna be... They're almost all full right now, to be honest with you. So if we just go, for the time being, go bop this way. Oops. Hold on, hold on. I didn't check the directions. Wait, shit. There's not a merger and a splitter, you dingus. I have to merge them up here. I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. And then output to the right. Chaos. Okay, well, we got a secondary problem, which how do I get them there in the first? Well, here's the thing. I can, first is still wrong. That's what, first of all, there's modular frames here and then there, so it's clearly getting out. It's just not fast enough. I didn't set this up correctly because I need enough space for the things, but since I'm not using the materials anyways, I'm just gonna do it manually, and I just needed to feed them in there. So all I gotta do is program this one to go center overflow only, and then go because the center one's the only one that's not already full. Dude, oh, listen, I'm lazy. All right, these are the dumbest smart splitters. I just want this stuff to start getting ground up. I'll fix it later. I don't feel like messing with everything right now because I'm gonna have to move these whole boxes. Yes, yes, this is more like I play Satisfactory because these are already full. Okay, that one's not full. It's full enough. Wait, why aren't we making reinforced? We're not making reinforced because we're not making iron plates. Or are we just making iron plates very slowly? Our inputs are not optimized yet because we have Mark 1 belts, but we should still be making them. Like, this is the manifold. This one's got 200. It's being made, it's just being made slow, but it should be like... Oh yeah, they're there. Okay, no, they're on there. Okay, I know it's slow, that's okay. It's ticket time! So I'm just gonna let those ride. Like this is more like how I play Satisfactory. Since all this is temporary anyways, then just let it go. Wait, this is all going out. I need to do this. There we go. Okay. I've already got more than a full box of reinforced, so once I get below that, then I'll just delete all this. But I figure some tickets are better than none right now. Just let them passively accumulate. Yeah, that's real proper spaghetti. Authentic, for sure. I'm almost to this spot in my run right now. Yeah, steel's a big turning point, for sure. I just wanted to make sure that the factory was actually able to keep manufacturing things. We're gonna make our steel down here. Past coal. Inside of this rectangle, I think. I'm tempted to even delete the giant mushroom. I think this is a good spot for it. May not have to delete the giant mushroom. And that's what, like 10 blocks wide? Not the mushroom. Yeah, it kind of might. This place needs to be industrialized, dude. This is gonna be a paradise. An industrial paradise, not a floating mess, which it is now. You can't? You can. What you can't delete is strawberries. Upside down strawberries. Those are undeletable. But that's one boom boom away from getting removed from my game. Okay. One quick bathroom break, and then I gotta buckle down and make the factory. But wait! No. But wait, we can check the hard drive. That's true, we can check the hard drive. I don't have any wire. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. Fast BRB. I'm gonna turn the air down too, because it's toasty. Just a minute. Yo. Okay. Shut the windows. Change the lights. Get ready to build. Do some math. The usual. So if I was gonna make a tiny baby iron factory, it'd probably be over here, because I think it would not take up as much room as the steel will. So somewhere up here, probably. Or even like destroy those if I can, and then make it like next to the actual node itself. Come back. You're not Midas 2. You are a different lizard dog. Look. Look. Look at this. Don't turn around. Chill, man. Come over here. Come on, dude. So picky. All right, don't eat then. I'm doing other stuff anyways. The berry's gonna sit there whether you eat it or not. There we go. Finally, the app is working. There we go. All right. Change the lights. Hello. Hello. There. Eat it. Give me that berry back! Okay. I'd probably build my iron over here. Away from the pipes. Or I'd like thread the pipes through them. Could clear this area out. Could clear this area out. We're gonna take one of the two normal nodes. We got two normal nodes and a pure node. So I think we're gonna reserve one normal for just regular iron, small iron stuff. I love give me that berry back. What a good lizard doggy. Playing basketball with his head. Just doing some dribbling exercises. This is gonna be steel. We're gonna have to deal with the glitched stink clouds. It's gonna be a stinky steel facility. After 10 days, you finally convinced me to get Satisfactory. Let the spaghetti commence. Let the spaghetti commence. You're gonna have fun. Is it still on sale for like $4 off or however much? I'm building all this road infrastructure for the future under the assumption that we're going to be using tractors. But eventually I'm going to need, obviously, room for trains, and I am going to like trucks also, which are large. So maybe I should be building this with trucks in mind instead of tractors. Because this seems like it's going to be potentially a main thoroughfare. How you enjoying it so far? Well, it's probably game of the year. No, I mean, it's not probably, it is game of the year. However, I've been playing it since 2019 when it came out in alpha. I think I've got like around 400 hours in so far, something like that. Been a fun game to play over the years and watch it develop and grow. I think I just have an inherent problem making 3-lane roads. I think 3-lane is the best because that's enough room for 2 trucks. Is it game of the year now or was it game of the year 2019? I don't know. Was Hades game of the year when it entered early access or after it released? When it was done. What about a game that has a public beta and then comes out the next year? Did it get game of the year it was out in demo form? No, it's not a little of both, chat. It's qualified when it is out. You cannot be game of the year as an early access game. The end. That's pretty much it. Game of the year is a prestige. Your favorite game of the year is different. Game of the eventually. Hence why Project Zomboid hasn't won it yet. Project Zomboid's a cool game. Game of the years it was in early access for. Okay, so the thing I have to remember about building the coal plant is where we're feeding the coal in right now is not necessarily where we're always going to be feeding the coal in, right? You know? Why is there so much space here? And, oh, okay, yeah, no, this makes kind of sense. How do you refill the trucks? With coal. On the side of the truck station, there's a slot that you can split into and fill with coal, and it'll automatically refuel the trucks when they drive under the transport. Are you going to check out Frostpunk 2? Maybe eventually, but not in the immediate future. I played the first one, but I would say I'm mildly interested. Okay, sorry chat, doing some brain processing. I think I might ultimately want the coal plant to extend further than that block so we can actually walk around it, but I'm deciding whether I want a full or a half. And then back here is kind of like nothing. This is, I think, just a road. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be anything. There's going to be a funky building. How big are... That's a good question, actually. How big is power storage? Oh, it could fit down there, huh? We could have power stored locally inside the facility. Or just around it. Does it clip through the ceiling? Don't think so. Could be cool to have like a battery bank back here. I'm starting to get some ideas. But yeah, how about you, Mikri? Have you played Frostpunk 2? You've been Frostpunking? Let's just make it a whole block. Let's go dish. Go dish. This will just help me delineate where everything goes. Okay, and then that means do I want like an entrance that's not just a rectangle? The entrance could honestly be on the back side or the front side, but it almost feels like this is where the entrance should go. I guess there could be doors on either side, right? But it might be cool to have like well, if I do that, then I have to move where this road starts and where it goes. I don't have to do it now, but I will have to do it. Because it could be nice to have like a entrance that looks a little bit more grand, because it's going to be pretty grand when you go in. And then we could actually have the truck stop on the back, potentially like on this side or even on the opposite, but this one I think would make sense. Pump it in underneath into a logistics floor. Back there. Yeah, I think that there's some potential here. Sorry, Jack. Okay, just thinking out loud. I want a little bit more space for a walkway on the outside that's gonna be like a half block. So if we imagine that this is the wall, let's maybe add some visual aid. Imagine this is a wall. Then I would want a space around it that was like, let's say half foundations. Like that. So there would be like a potentially a wall and then like a pedestrian walkway where there is like a rail, right? On this, I need to go get some more iron rods. And there's like a pedestrian walkway around and then the road, right? So I'm trying to think about that in mind. And imagine where the other factory would need to start. So then I want... like a full block here. Okay. Then, well, it need to be more than a full block. Because it'd be a half block. So everything would be shifted to the side. Which is not confusing at all. Because I got a tractor that's using this road at this exact moment. Which makes this even more difficult to think about. Okay, go on through. So let's just pretend this foundation accounts for the pedestrian sidewalk, the first half. Okay, pedestrian sidewalk on either side is here. So while the road is going to move over, where I need to start the other factory does not. Hold on one sec. Okay, so It'd be like half block, full block, road. Or do I want more space out front than that between the road? I feel like I need to look at some creations that other people have made for inspiration, but I don't want to because then I'm gonna start like feeling inadequate. That's the fastest way to feel like I could never do that, because I know people are insanely talented at this game and I don't want to compare myself or like try and change the way that I'm already thinking. What are you building? Stuff. I'm building stuff. Stuff and things, in the famous words of Rick. I just downloaded a road BP. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. The problem is once I start building the factory, I can't give myself any more room. I think that's the issue. So let's just go safe and say there's going to be room for a half block and a full block. Okay. A half block starts here, then a full block, and then the half block on the other side of the road. Then 3 asphalt spaces. 1, 2, 3. For like a proper big road that goes between the 2 major factories. And then another full block. And we've already accounted for the other half block that's on the other side. So I could start building the factory from here, basically. Like this could be the factory floor. If I wanted it to be at the same level. Unless I want it to be like down here. Which I don't hate. The stink clouds are going to be obnoxious, but it is what it is. I think that's a bug they'll fix in time. Don't browse the subreddit. No, it's not that I don't like seeing what other people have made, but it's one thing to be like, whoa, that's really cool, versus how can I look at this and emulate it, right? Like that's 2 different vibes. That is 2 different issues. I'm starting to get some ideas that I don't like. This is very recessed. See how this hill slopes down? Into almost a basin here. Maybe we should build a split level factory. I feel like we're gonna need the room. Vertical again? Why not, right? So the road is here for now. What I'll tell you what I need is more iron rods. So what I'm gonna do, because it's annoying me, is actually do the most basic ass setup I can so that I can be working while I'm doing this, because I know I'm gonna need some. So here's your default miner mark 1. With your, I don't even have enough iron rods for that power. That's so funny. So I wonder if it'll reach. There it is. Into missing materials for a smelter. Oh my god. I need some basics. I can't even make the crafting bench. We're desperate. We're desperate. We don't physically make rods. bad out there. Guy wants to build a whole factory and doesn't even have iron rods, man. I feel like watching other people's builds sometimes ruins my own creativity. See, for me, it's definitely inspirational. It's just I'm split in too many different directions at once to really be able to sit down and buckle in and work on just one little thing. So I end up with just mess everywhere. And scatterbrained ADHD patching of the holes, which is what we're seeing now, but it's not really my fault. I have to go make stuff. But to make stuff, I have to have stuff. Use tickets. Shut your mouth. For a wire? And iron rods? If you're using tickets for iron rods, you've got a severe problem. You got a fundamental issue with the game. For sure. Like an incompatibility. My problem is I got too many tickets. If you've got too many tickets, the number of tickets you have that you haven't used is inversely proportional to how pretty your base is. I just fell off the plateau that my whole setup is at. I don't know how to get back. Time to build up, bro. Anyway, I'll take some of those tickets. If you have too many tickets, show us the golden nut. Where's the golden nut? Ting, 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 ting. All right, we're breaking ground. Manual crafting? Somehow I'm still manual crafting. I could probably just go in the factory and there's extra rods in there. I could just grab them from the machines. But it'd probably take as long as this. Sup, Chatty Tal? Just got back from seeing Transformers 1. There's a new Transformers movie? Why did I not know this? Oof, big drop. Animated Transformers backstory. The animated one? Is it an anime or is it 3D? Or is it a 3D anime? Trailers look meh. I didn't see it. It's 3D if I recall. It's kind of like a 3D anime. Optimus as a teenager. Wait, does he get to go to school and get bullied by the Decepticons who are too cliquish? And won't let him sit at the lunch table with him? It goes to prom? Slice of life Transformers. Let's go. Why is that a highlighted line all the way over there? Oh wait, I was doing stuff over there. That bug was there to remind me of what I was doing. Thanks for reminding me, bug. Look, I don't need much. I just need you to make iron rods. That's it. Okay? That's it. I don't care about efficiency. You just make iron rods. I know we're only using a quarter of the node. It'll be plenty. The Decepticon guy used to be best friends with Optimus. That's the story. I haven't seen... Who are you? Oh, it's Gimme Dat Berryback, who has 8 heat sinks for me. How much? I've never even seen a heat sink in the whole game. So, there you go. That's my first one. Thanks, Berry Thief. Where did it get those? I just found them on the ground. Just laying around. After 40 hours, I just discovered you can put splitters mergers on the ends of conveyor lifts. Just wait, Mania. Your list of discoveries will grow and grow and grow over time. So what you're saying is, chat, imagine that this is a 3-lane highway that actually starts from that mushroom that we're definitely gonna destroy. Okay. And then imagine that there is like a half-block walkway on the side, and that is how far your base is allowed to go. That is the distance. I could leave a full block also, but it might look good if it goes all the way up toward the road. Which kind of leans over. Okay, sure. We'll do a half block down here then. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then if we wanted to go back this way, this is gonna be a steel plant. Probably don't want to go further than this, because that's just gonna be like awkward. Are you chilling with me? Okay, he's chilling with us. Hi. You're such a good dog. Yep, such a good dog. So good. This thing is kind of a pain, huh? Do you think we have enough space? This seems pretty big. I don't know if we need this much space, to be honest. Bro, I don't have any more food. Actually, that's not true. I do have food. Okay, you don't have to like follow you. You're actually like Midas, just like following me everywhere I go and just staring at me until I give you something. I need to stop building with this. I've been converted. I used to build everything with that. Now I just build everything with concrete instead. unless it's expressly for a different thing. So let's do a little test. If I wanted to make a logistics floor, is that what I'm doing now? Am I just a logistics floor guy? Then we need at least, if that's a 2-meter high foundation, then we need what, 2 meters down? And this would be like, we have a decent amount of space down here. I kind of want to use it. So we can actually go down pretty far if this is the depth of our, like how far back our factory reaches. You're distracting me. Just like real life. I can't think, dude. If I know Midas is just staring daggers in the back of my head, it's like he's communicating telepathically with me and I can't focus. And this is the same experience. Okay. Yeah, like... that's not a bad level to build the actual floor at. And I can modify it as needed. Also, it's above the spikes, so that's nice. We don't have to clip. Anyone know how close to an angled wall corner on the ceiling side? What? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay, concrete's up here. We need more. Classic. The 45-degree walls have a corner piece that works on the bottom, but there is no way to close the ceiling. The 45-degree walls. Can you use the triangle wall pieces? Have you tried ramp walls, inverted walls, tilted and tilted concave walls? I'm having trouble conceptualizing if we're talking about the same things. But yeah, sometimes the shapes can be a little finicky, especially if you're trying to build weird ones, you know? Sometimes it can get a little funky. You gotta just keep experimenting with different ones. We could actually have like a few different levels here. Hold on. Really, the only potential problem is like this little bit of clipping, which is not that big of a deal. Especially if we just close the corners with foundations anyways. Cause like, what if we went even lower to start this off and just did like a split level steel factory? Like if this was the logistics floor, the only things that clip are like this. Damn, just it's gonna bother me a little bit. Okay, what if we just brought? Could bring a 2 meter on top of that. Would a 1 meter cover it up? 1 meter is kind of a weird one though. I like going in 2s or 4s. 1 meter would cover it up. What's up, Lang? Hope you had a nice stream. Thanks for raiding. Welcome. Hey, Town Chat, what are we building for 10 hours today? I'm working on steel right now. I'm trying to get the foundation down for a steel factory. And you know, getting like, I'm kind of making a space and then deciding how much more or less space we're gonna need afterward, you know? Maybe I bring this one out one more. So we go 3 forward, and then what happens if you go like 1, 2, 3 forward this way? Then there's spots for 5 over here. Huh. This is gonna be funky. But when is it not? But when is it not, right? We could go out 4 here. Let's see how much space we need first. We also have all this room over to the side. Wow, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of space. Probably too much space. But yeah, we can like shrink back the feature creep here. Okay, did we... Yeah, kind of left some of this open on accident. Now I live here. Well, that's a crawl space to make you claustrophobic. I can't seem to get it to like... Oh. Well, I guess I'll take that. Gotta find the magic pixel. both ends here. Okay. Trying to close it in before I forget about it. Jeez, this guy's building? Man, I can't believe this guy's building in the building factory game. That's crazy, man. Lang says, it was great. Got my coal power up finally. Steel next. How's Snake Road? All done? Yeah, Snake Way's all done. Well, okay, it's not all done. Snake Way is functional. And we built some more roads besides. But getting coal power up is a big one, dude. Congrats. It feels good when everything is like self-sustaining, you know, to some extent. When you actually have everything stable, you're like, I don't have to go get any more biofuel. It all turns on its own. It's pretty great. Do the nodes don't? Yeah, the nodes don't ever run out. They don't ever run out. Which, if you think about it, it's pretty realistic. You know what I mean? We're never, ever going to run out of fossil fuels. No, but seriously, think about how long it... I feel like video games make that so fast where it's like, you got a node. It's going to last for 5 hours. Okay. I think that that's a little short. Taking it slow 5 days in, just building what feels right. Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. That is the way to do it. We're gonna try solid steel ingot recipe. And crank out some ingots. So right now, there's gonna be more things that we can make with steel, but for now, the things that we can make with steel include 2 potential recipes for steel beams. And I like this one a lot, this molded beam, because we actually have concrete right next to this. And we can just move that concrete, feed it in, and get a bunch of steel beams. I think that's gonna be pretty great. Because, look at this speed difference, right? 60 ingots with the default recipe becomes 15 steel beams. So it's a 4-to-1 ratio. 4-to-1. 4 ingots for every 1 beam. But if you can thread some concrete in there, which I can, then the steel is 24-to-9. So 120 to 45. So it's like less than 3-to-1. 2 point something to 1. .375. So yeah, not quite a third, but pretty close. So that's like using our steel more efficiently, basically. And then we can also use the steel to make iron rods if we want to. Though what I want to use them for is unknown at this point. Because I'm not using them to make screws right now. Or rotors, actually. I'm only using them to make modular frames at this moment. So while I could maybe divert 1 line of ingots to make some iron rods just to have them, which isn't the worst idea, I don't need a ton of them right now. What I am going to need a ton of is steel beams and steel pipes, right? but a lot of beams. Because we need versatile framework to progress. So that's going to be the top priority for us, is just getting the versatile framework cranked out. And then we're going to have a bunch more things that we have yet to unlock that are going to be required from each of these. So, the trick with that is sort of... It would be easier if I could just get some of that progression in now. That way we can unlock the knowledge of those items and kind of plan our space accordingly, because I can't really plan the space for recipes I don't have. Why don't I just drive the truck? It's faster. What are you guys talking about? I have issues setting up the water to my coal gen sometimes. It drains the water from the pipes too quick when I turn things on. Here's Johnny. The reason why that's when you first turn it on, the pipes have to fill. So the water starts all the way back at where it's getting pumped out and has to travel down the pipes. So your coal gen's storage of water doesn't quite have enough to last until that fresh water gets there. And so one of the things that you can do is either, if you for sure have enough throughput of water to keep them on and they're just not turning on, then you can either keep turning it on until the water eventually makes its way down the pipe and just keep pulling the fuse, or you can kickstart the water pumps and put them on their own separate grid, either with a battery or with biofuel, and then have the pumps just fill the pipes. And then that should help, if I'm understanding what your problem is. A hard drive scan. It's too late for bolted frames. Yo, it's too late for bolted frames. I think I'm good with the way that we're doing it anyways. I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Start scanning the other one. I'm already making frames. Yeah, I feel like I need to go ahead and unlock advanced steel production so that I can unlock encased industrial stators, motors, and automated wiring, which we need for progression anyways. We need the Miner Mark IIs. We're going to need to prepare for these things. So I'm going to go ahead and select that milestone and start filling some stuff in. The only problem being I don't have a hundo steel pipes. I do have modular frames and I have plenty of rotors. Just have to go get them. Got a whole bunch of just random stuff in here. Okay. Would that frame alt rid your need for rods completely? Right now it would, yeah. But I've already got the factory set up and it's it's too late, like I said. I prefer it this way anyways, because it takes up the space that we have. Which is what I want. Time to redo the frame factory. This thing's been going ham. We got a lot of frames. We got a lot of reinforced. We got a lot of rotors. Quite a lot of each. Don't look at my spaghetti up here, okay? Don't look at it. This is nonsense. This part right here. That part is definitely nonsense. God, that feels good. All right, you take this, another 100 rotors, 100 frames, and then I need steel freaking ingots. Which I'll have to make myself. Wait, are you guys actually using all the iron? Oh, man. This one's not. Don't make me gather it manually. That's embarrassing. If you haven't done this in Satisfactory, rating your own belts, you've never played Satisfactory. Gotta do what you gotta do. And if you've never handcrafted steel 120 hours into your campaign, you never played Satisfactory. I thought you were playing a different game until just then. It's just tasting the sauce on the spaghetti. True. All right, how many do I need? I need 100 pipes. All right, we might be here for a minute, chat. But it's worth it because it'll help us plan the steel factory out. So basically, I need to unlock the rest of the steel production to know what all needs to go in the steel factory and how to divvy it up. I'm gonna kind of guess on how many of each resource I want or need and just kind of keep it somewhat even. I know some of the steel resources are more needed than others. For me, steel beams are the most needed in terms of like aesthetics and decoration. I know encased industrial is going to be a thing for a while. But thanks again to War of the Worlds for getting a sub earlier. Tentacular Time Lord also here's for 47 months. And Excessively Salty is stuck with us. Happy 4 years, Excessively Salty. And thanks again, Mizra High, and Taco Tyler, and Tentacular, who's here for almost 4 years also. Much appreciated. We're gonna need a butt ton of steel beams, so that's gonna be the most one. Steel pipe is higher than I thought initially. Yep, I remember that. You do need quite a lot of steel for quite a lot of things. Oops, just finished the last 3. You embarrass me otherwise. Ting, 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 ting. Belt rating is like stealing a little bit before dinner. Yeah, pretty much. Can confirm, I have never rated my own belts or played Satisfactory. So that adds up. But yeah, I've been putting off the steel factory for a long time because I really wanted to get big iron up and running, at least in some capacity. And then once we have steel proper, we can go start upgrading it and building the buildings, because that's going to be how we make the Mark III belts. That's going to be how we make glass windows, because like all the frames need steel beams. I like using steel as a embellishment on buildings also. Advanced steel. Send it.
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure.
Nice tutorial.
Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
I'm not stalling. I think that one was written for me, dude. That's probably the longest anyone's ever taken to get that milestone, but I'm not stalling, man. So, stators, motors, automated wiring, and encased industrial. And then, of course, most of our builds are based on having minor Mark IIs instead of Mark I. So basically, it just extracts twice as fast on any node that you put it on. So if you have a pure node, it'll go from 120 to 240. I haven't touched this game in about a year. Phenomenal job with 1.0. Oh, yeah. They did a great job. If the fresh coat of paint is more than the sum of its parts, I think. So there's the encased industrial, which is also going to need concrete and steel beams. And then we've got the all-important stators, which are going to need steel pipes. And then we got motors, which is going to need omega rotors and stators. So motor production is a big one. That's like, I would say, once you've solved coal early game, which takes, you know, the first time you're really combining like liquid is a bit of a learning curve, I think, in pipes and, you know, pumps and all that. You had to make copper sheets, feed it into the coal. Okay, good job. You solved that. I think motors are really the next sort of challenge that a new player to Satisfactory faces, because it gives you, it layers in multiple new techniques that you have to use. Because you've figured out how to make rotors pretty easy. That's an all iron build if you want it to be, right? But now you have to cycle in a new resource, stators, and you're combining wire and steel. So you have to have made a steel factory, and you got to be having some wire, combine those. And then you got to make sure you make enough of these to make the ultimate combo motor, which combines stator and rotor. So it's the first like actual pyramid build that combines all the things that you've sort of been making up to this point. And it requires a little bit more advanced calculations if you want to, you know, maximize. And we're also going to need rotors for smart plating, in addition to many other things later. So we don't want to consume all of our rotors to make motors, but we do want to make a bunch of motors. A hard drive scan has been completed. Wet concrete and Caterium. I like wet concrete. It's just kind of a pain when I literally don't even have the building that it's produced in yet. So I'm thinking neither. Actually, I don't hate Caterium wire, but like, I don't hate Caterium wire because I do have more Caterium than I have copper at this point. Proctoron, I think you missed the part where I said I was talking toward the new player experience coming into the game. Bro's like, listen here, okay? Let me tell you, motors aren't that hard. All you need is this alt recipe and this alt recipe, and when you combine it with this, it's easy. I don't even know why you're... Bam, done, easy, man. Game's easy. I'm already making 10,000 turbo fuel per minute. I don't see what the big deal is, man. Do this, do that, easy. When I've already done all the exact preparation that needs to be done to make this one specific entity, it's easy. But yeah, I'm talking about, I think you missed the whole part where I'm talking about a new player coming into the game. Never mind. Let's just move on. Hard drives. Where was I? I think I'm gonna rescan. I want to see what else comes up. I'm not interested in hoarding 15 recipes. I do like Caterium wire, but hit me. That's what I wanted to see, is what else might come up with steel. 1 iron, 1 steel equals 3 iron plates. It's too much work, man. That's too much work. There, steel rotor! Bro, I'm already making rotors. I'm making copper rotors. We went down different roads. I'm not taking steel rotor. I've already got my rotor production set up. And it is very nice. Very nice. But that's cool that you picked a different old recipe, you know? Unfortunately, I don't want either of these. So I guess I am going to leave this one here. And I'm not taking frames or fused quartz. So fine concrete. 50 per minute. Instead of 3 parts concrete, 3 parts limestone, 1 part concrete, it's 12 parts limestone. I actually don't hate fine concrete because we have silica just sitting there doing nothing. And then we're about to be using a mass amount of concrete to make steel if I want to do molded beams. So I think this is actually a decent pick. Because I think we're going to need it for both encased and for steel beams. So making more concrete seems like just a good idea. And I got silica just sitting around. $50 per minute is pretty legit instead of 15 per minute. So it's faster per constructors or assembler as well. 15, 30, 45, 60. It's almost 4 times faster. Or you'd need almost 4 constructors to equal 1 assembler. Cool. My silica is just rotting currently. All right, now that we have some recipes, here's the thing. There's one alt recipe for encased. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have iron pipe already. Chat, I don't want to work this math backwards. I need to write this down on a notepad. Okay, so under 1, we have 100 iron ingots equals 25 steel pipe per minute. Okay. On the other, we have 30 steel ingot equals 20 pipe per minute. Okay. Freighter's back. Now, to make steel, we were gonna do solid steel ingots, right? Which is confusingly 40 iron ingots plus 40 coal ingots equals 60 steel ingots per minute. So what I'm trying to deduce is, if like 100 iron ingots is pretty much just like you're overpaying on iron by a lot to skip the steel step to make pipe. Right? Because you're paying 4 iron to 1 steel pipe in the first recipe. Whereas in the second recipe, 30 steel ingots, you're only paying 20 iron ingots instead of 100. Okay. That's crazy. It's 1/5 the value, but you have to add coal to get that. So it's 20. It would be 20 iron and 20 coal to equal what you get out of 100 iron ingots. So I think I'm just gonna ignore that one. I'm gonna ignore iron pipe. I thought it sounded cool, and it probably is cool, but I'm gonna be making the steel anyways, so we may as well just use the steel with the default that we have. Okay, I'm just trying to check this out. Now, molded beam, we're definitely doing that. So we're gonna need steel ingots, 120 per minute to get 45, and then 80 for concrete. So we need to figure out how much steel we can make and just say yes in this area. The trick is gonna be getting enough coal, because we already have most of our coal spoken for, so I might have to drive some in from elsewhere, and that's okay. And then encased is beams. We want to make a ton of beams already. And then where's stators? Stators is pipe. Okay, so in short, I'm not going to be using any crazy alt recipes for this stuff yet, because I don't really feel like grinding out these. I'd rather just start building, to be honest. I'm not going to be making stators yet. I would rather just start building with the recipes that we already have. Because I like the one that we just picked up for concrete. Okay. Let's pick up some rods from this guy. Got stuck under there real quick. Adventure time. Maybe I should. Chat, what do you think? Do you think I should go on Adventure Time and look for a couple more drives, or just go? Build a road? Hell yeah. If I wanted to go look for drives, you'd probably just go over here, because I haven't looked over here at all. Adventure is one of my favorite things in the game. Well, it's already been 5 hours, and I said I was building steel today, and I'm worried that we're not going to be building steel today. That's my fear. And also, I'm kind of low on ammo for stuff. There's always tomorrow. Remember what I said about the forbidden knowledge? Never mind. What's up, chat? Just got home from watching Transformers. Who are all these Transformers guerrilla marketers in my chat right now? It's the second time within the last, like, hour. Fine, we can work on steel instead. Nah, adventure's cool too. I just need to put some storage stuff in storage. That's what the tractor's for. Got a whole bunch of junk in there. Whole bunch of junk. All right, well, if we're gonna go out, I need to make some stun rebar. Hey, what's up, chat? First time viewer here. Just watched Transformers. Now I'm playing some Space Engineers. The new animated one, it was honestly pretty good. That's what Where the World said. Just got back from a filming of the next Transformers movie. You guys are gonna love it. Can we say we're scouting for a good location for steel? I mean, I'm sure there's some resources over there. I'm gonna need some more coal sooner or later. Yo, chat, just watch Transformers, in case anybody was wondering. Oh yeah, we need Nobelisks. We can't go out without Nobelisks. Hang on, I have some in storage, I think. This is gonna be one of those times where we hoarded good. Got 50 just sitting there. Cool, cool. All right, I don't know if that's enough storage space for going out, but let's go. I don't need an excuse to go on an adventure and not feel productive. No, it's productive. Like getting hard drives is productive. And the resources that are with them. Plus the factory's operating now, so like, you know what I mean? Now, while we're gone, we're still making rotors since last night and reinforced iron plates and also modular frames in decent amounts. So if nothing else, it'll get us tickets. Dude, why do I always go this way? This is not the way I want to go. Or is it? Okay, fine, let's go that way then. We've gone up here. We've gone decently far up there. Because we've been in the pink bamboo, which doesn't have really good vantage points. Who did this? Chat freaking loves Transformers tonight. What's up, my Autobots? Ready to roll out and watch the sick new Transformers movie? All right, now you guys are just chat GPT. Guess who forgot coal for their tractor? Remember the recipe for turning biomass into coal? Whoops. Maybe it's more useful than I thought. Okay, those are pretty far away, dude. The worst part is I can't even destroy it because it's got stuff in it. So I'm just gonna go on. Well, I don't want. The coal stuff. It's all the way back here. Hello, dissenters. Guess who just watched the super. All right, Feeling Haggard, you gotta try harder, bro. Proofread, man. Like and subscribe. Now. If I were just a stack of coal. Cheers. Don't make me do it. You gonna maybe go all the way down here? I miss Tuber Etal. I can bring him back. He's still alive. Kind of forgot about him. He still exists. Let's see if he's alive. Oh dear.
Hitaisi? Hello, Dissenter. Funny you mention that. Modern YouTube is a wasteland. I can't thrive in this environment. Remember the good old days when I was a star? Share my content with your friends. Cheers. Like and subscribe. Now.
You woke him from his slumber. Going hard out of the gate. By the way, if you don't know what this is, chat, and you missed out on this, this is me.
Hello, Dissenter. Satisfactory. Induce. Meh. It doesn't satisfy me like the glory days of YouTube. Maybe I'll make a diss track about it next. Collab with me on that one. Like and subscribe. Now.
Making a diss track? All right, one more, and then I'm putting him back in his hole.
Hello, Dissenter Twitch chat. A chaotic mess. No intellectual discourse there. My content deserves better. But hey, maybe I'll switch to Twitch. Collab with me on the diss track, like and subscribe now.
Okay, I'm disconnecting him. He's disconnected. He's obsessed with the diss track. Yo, 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 what we got over here? Super Geyser. Super Spitter also. Tough cookie. Throw a bomb at it and see what happens. Maybe we can create our own Yellowstone. There's like a whole bunch of places over here, huh? 1, 2, 3. Nitrogen gas. Oh, interesting. Oh, he's got the radiations. Oh my God, I pissed them all off. Get back in the truck. Get back in the... Jesus! 1, 2, 3... There's a giant nuclear hog over here, too. I'm not here to collect DNA, bros. Okay? I was just looking around. I was just admiring the Christmas lights. When do you think you'll want to finish phase 2? I mean, I want to finish phase 2 when I can finish phase 2. I gotta build the buildings first. There's even more over here? This area is kind of nuts for this. Geysers aplenty. Okay. Geysers of all different kinds. Mini geyser. Okay, we haven't really been up here. So maybe we'll find some cool stuff. Like, I mean, that was good to just mark down. Maybe we'll find some more of these radioactive demons. Oh my god, there's actually like a bunch of the radioactive ones. This area is very sketchy, but it is like the middle of the map. But yeah, we'll finish phase 2 once I get these. I gotta have Steel Factory up first. And then phase 2, because I want to finish the rest of the milestones. I feel kind of bad walking past these dudes, but I'm not here for them right now. I need to get to high ground. I'm like way too far down here, to be honest. They know to leave the truck alone. I kind of feel like monsters should aggro your vehicle and just knock it around. Well, there's a Mercer. Chad, it ain't easy being cheesy, dude. It ain't easy being cheesy. Do 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 do. Excuse me, excuse me. Ow. Let's not bother each other here. Where the hell am I? We're heading back to where we just were. I need to go up. Because what we want is up. Is it pronounced geysers or geysers? You just said the same word twice. That's crazy. Davamish, thanks for the Prime sub, by the way. Appreciate that 13th month. Thanks for the Lucky Baker's Dozen there. Oop. Cool cave. Oh man, that's pretty tall. We're way the heck down here. Never been over here before. A cave with a little slug. And probably some creepy spiders. Are they on the ceiling? Who goes there? Chad, who told me to go explore? You know how long we're gonna be out here. Whose suggestion was this? Anything you have a wish list for DLC? Right now, like, I'm not the person most players would want in charge of the future DLC. I want all the cosmetic stuff. I want more decorative blocks. I want more diagonal build pieces. Well, well, well. Look at who's here. Yeah. Yeah. Spiders. Skittering around in the dark. Just creeping around. I have never been in this cave before, so this is kind of cool. But I would want like even where did there was another one. I would want more cosmetic blocks and like diagonal rail options and stuff that most players would not care about. We're talking about DLC cascading simulations. I don't think bug fixes go in DLCs usually. This goes pretty deep down here. Dynamic weather would be nice. I feel like dynamic weather sounds like a free update kind of thing. If that ever be. I don't think it's gonna. But it could be. Wait. That rock kind of looked explodable. Is there a slug on the roof? Never leave home without your stun. There is a slug on the roof. I knew it. That one's really easy to miss. What's up, Teague? Hello, shake your booty. Hello. I wouldn't mind more aesthetic choices. I feel like aesthetics are a good fit for DLC anyways, because then the players who want it, it's kind of like Rust, where when you have aesthetic DLC, players don't feel like they're missing out by not getting it if they don't want that kind of stuff. Like adding a bunch of tiers and stuff via DLC makes it mandatory, I guess. So cosmetics stuff, it seems like the easiest, and also, you know, the least amount of potential programming compared to like full new I would like some new content cycles too, but it would have to be stuff that doesn't just go at the end of the game. Whoa, this place is crazy, dude. This place is pretty crazy. Lots of spooters. Okay, let's not get stuck. Too late. Too late. Nope. We're good. We're good. I'm good. Mega Factory Cave Base. Let's go. I didn't even know this was here, dude. And we got uranium, which I am apparently immune to in the vehicle. It's normal. I was curious. Now there are slugs in here. But I'm just too lazy to get them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. They're all the way up there, man. All right, let me get the pink one. Oh, shit! Oh, it's a big guy! Ah! Ah! Get me back in the car! He's blocking me in! There's a blockade! All right, look. Big guy first. Ignore the little one. Okay, now you can focus on the... Ah! Ah! Oh, there's more! Okay. We good? I hate this area. There's another one. Too lazy equals I don't want to deal with the spiders. Basically that, yeah. It's accurate. Okay, pink slug, I'm coming for you. Here we go. I'll get you out of there. A little further back. I like how I got my inhaler in one hand and climbing the ladder with the other. Probably didn't need the ladder. I think you can go up around the edge. Whoops. Okay, there ain't nothing else in here. Except the uranium, which is like the third uranium we found. Okay. I'm gonna go see where this goes. There could be something up there, but I don't think there is. This is still going deeper. And there's like a cool body of water next to us that's like flowing down along with us. That's cool. Would be another thing that'd be nice would be more equipment items for a slot other than hand. Hand has a lot of options, rest not so much. True. Yeah, that'd be cool. Back in the day, though, you used to have to decide whether you wanted to use the exoskeleton Blade Runners or if you wanted to use a jetpack, and people complained, so now you can just use both. So, yeah, I don't. People don't like having to choose. I thought I saw a purple over there, but I did not. We're finally going out the mouth of the cave. Oh, that looks cool. Where am I? Oh, we're by the pit. Okay. Cool. I know how to get back here. The problem with the pit is I've kind of already gotten the easy accessible hard drive spots over here. I haven't gone down there though. I don't think I want to. Not until later. Slug. Sorry, big guy. Okay, I see a yellow slug over there, but it's gonna have to stay there. Running low on fuel, but I brought some extra. All the cool stuff's probably up there. It's easier if you go up. We've just been in the valley the whole time. Chad, who told me to go explore, man? I was about to build steel. Like 3 people told me to go do this. Let's just go somewhere we've never even been before, like the starter area over here. We've never even been here. I don't think I've even spawned in here. Helicopter. I've seen a number of people suggest like a flying mount, and I just think that's something that's not a jetpack. It's probably a bad idea, because anytime that you can like really fly, like not a jetpack, but which is, you know, can fly some, then it sort of just ruins the rest of the game. World of Warcraft had to make an entire expansion just to justify the flight model after years. Yeah, it does shrink the world. I agree. Wait, I remember this area. I remember, maybe this was the first time I played Satisfactory. I played here, because I remember the arches back in the, way back in the day. It looks a lot different. They've updated it a ton. Nice slopes, a lot of flat area, lots of biofuel potential. You can see all the POIs, like slugs and whatnot, you might want to go get and collect. Resources in some nifty spots. Yeah, it's kind of coming back to me a little bit. I haven't seen... Oh, there's the flying manta! I remember that guy. Yeah, that was way back in the day. We're way over here, bro. Ugh. If I were a hard drive, I'd be up on that cliffy thing right there. Straight ahead. Oh wait, that's off the map. But is it? It's not really off the map. It's just very far away from where I am. I see the damn Mercer. Is it bad that I just don't care right now? I just don't care. When I want to go look for Mercers, I'll go look for Mercers. How about rollerblades? You can launch off ramps. Sure, bring the like hoverboard would be a natural one. So I'd say hoverboard over skates. But yeah, same principle. Oh dear. Should I feel guilty? Skate on pipelines. Pink slug over there. The Jaggies kind of ruined the cool waterfall view, but it's okay. I'm sure there's at least one waterfall in the game that has treasure behind it. Wow, we are doing a terrible job of finding, like, wreck sites, though, aren't... Oh, there's one. Finally. In a cave right there. The problem is we're looking from below instead of above. Is that just a yellow slug in the middle of the road? This is what I've been looking for. Okay. We got some wire, rotors, basic, steel pipe, pretty basic. Concrete, super basic. Iron plate, also basic now. I think that's it. Okay. Drop pod needs a single rotor. How cute. And my inventory is full.
Surface genetic sampling indicates this freighter may have come from a planet run by apes.
We got the Earth transport. The Earth transport. Or maybe it's Planet of the Apes. Totally different. That's wreckage. A bulldozer would be fun that plows animals and auto collects them. All right, I found the Minecrafter who's got the spawn farm. Okay, so we know there's something up there, but it might just be like a Mercer or a summer sloop that seems rather close to where we are. I should just go for the one that I actually see, which is west. May as well grab the yellow sluggy on the way. Oh god. Wait, there's two? Wait. I swear I saw one right there, but I guess not. It... Chat, am I losing my damn mind? That looks like a slug, but it's actually just a leaf. It's just a glow. Why is the leaf glowing? Okay, now it's gone. Now that... Now that's a yellow slug. Don't tell Fix-It about my roadkill tendencies. Stupid bioluminescence. Can you run over these? New meta. Yeah, this area is really cool. I never get to play over here. Oh, never mind. It has spiders. I take it back. Gonna need a big truck. Gonna need a much larger truck than this one, that's for sure.
This bleeding temple hums a resonance song. Play for us.
What would you like to hear? Did you guys see the glow? There's all sorts of stuff up there. There's blue energy going from the sky, and there's I guess that's a glow from the sun. Yeah, I thought I was seeing something like lava or something. Okay, I have really driven myself into a dead end over here, haven't I? The lighting is making it really hard to see what I'm looking for anyway, but I have one that I'm going for in particular over here. Maybe I should be getting up on this rock instead. Okay, we gotta go out there. And let the parachute carry me as far as it can toward the waterfall. Actually, we're gonna clear the entire water. That's awesome. I love the parachute. Oh, dude, you can still see the space elevator from here. That's sick. Crouch, crouch. What do you got? Some concrete, some screws, some rotors, just like the last one. Cable. I don't even have space for that trash. It's gotta be something else. Iron plates? Not gonna lie, I took the parachute over the jetpack. Parachute's pretty sick. But I agree with Chad, it would be nice to have maybe some other options. We need one modular frame? Well, you're in luck. Oh, dude, I forgot to mark the last places that I went. I forgot to mark the other one that was over here. Was it like here? Oops. Oh, God. That's crazy that that's like somewhere you can go. The infinite, oh man, the infinite waterfall. Look at this. Oh, damn. And they give you these like, so you can get some resources over there and like get it back over using the platforms. That's super cool. Seems like a fun challenge. Okay, we only got 2, but maybe we should head back. Yeah, that would be a sweet location to build across the waterfall. We can head back, but like take a different route. Yeah, it seems like it'd be a sweet location to build. Lots of, you can build over the water, have tons of flat space. Got some interesting geographical features. All right, I'm just gonna take like, hold on. Okay. I'm just tired of looking at this. So I just wrote down the relevant notes. I want to purge the screen of the text. Is there hydropower in the game? Yeah, but it's kind of tricky. It is a bit tricky. Thought he was talking about a chatter. I can make that a reality if you want. Wasn't looking for this, but oh, nope. But since I'm here, come on. Got this. Yeah, I know you're pissed. And the little guy should be too. Never stood a chance. A summer sloop? For me? Okay. Well, we only got 2 hard drives, but we're all right. A lot of them are just at the top of things. Best way to find hard drives without being able to scan them is just to go to the highest point you can see, get up there and look around, and then just mark it on the map. I haven't really been up here. Dog? Hello, dog. The map is just huge also. So they could be around you and you don't even know, because there's a lot of verticality. Usually they're not just in the middle of nowhere though. Like usually they're at some kind of POI. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Like even here, right? It's not really middle of nowhere because it's surrounded by some kind of obstacle. Good find. Glad we came this way. Though I assume this is just the kind of visual treat that says, hey, you should go look up here and see what you find. Like a breadcrumb trail. It is still satisfying doing all the nobelisks after all this time, I gotta say. Okay, so here's another piece. So is it left or right? I'm gonna guess it was up. On that little, like, ledge up here. Okay, well. Not sure if there's a cleaner way to go, but I'll get up there myself. There you are. That's who we're looking for. All right, don't care about reinforced. I don't have enough space for all this junk. Why did I take that? Cable. Rotors. I have plenty of those. Solid biofuel, okay. Am I missing anything? This takes 5 modular frames. Good thing we have some. I guess, steel beams. Okay, we got way luckier at all the other sites that we've been to except for this one. To be honest, I should mark this on the map as having been found. I forgot to mark the other one. We've actually been there and found the pure sand. We just came around there from a completely different way. All right, I think that's plenty. Let's go home. I feel better after finding that one. Feels more productive. What up? Early mid-game addiction was ziplining, up with power lines, scouting with photo mode, and Alt plus right-click to add a stamp. Yeah, stamps are cool. Man, the photo mode's good. I spent the last hour of my game today trying to find a cave entrance for resources I could scan, but we're underground. Tractor doesn't even have a chair. Yeah, you stand up. What's up, Roggleboggle? Thanks for the 67 months. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's just day 11 of Satisfactory somehow. We've done a decent amount of exploring today. I think we found like 5 hard drives. Maybe 6. We're going home to actually build, because we really haven't built anything today. Yet. The night is still young. There could be stuff up there. Let's just go for now. I'm making the jump. You can't stop me. Oh, okay. You can stop me. I'll go around. I think that was an act of God. I think it was trying to tell me no. There's some more geysers. What are you guys guarding? Can you take damage while driving through poison? If not, that's OP. Okay, so this is just OP. What are you guys guarding? Like a slug? Is all this defense for a slug? Or is there like a wreck site in plain sight here? One way to find out, huh? Nope, it's not actually going in there and doing it myself. It is a slug. Damn, fancy slug. All right, how do I get home? Luckily, I brought enough coal. But yeah, the tractor standing up in the back with no seat, you know what it reminds me of? Knights of the Old Republic, or SWTOR more specifically. Anybody who played Star Wars The Old Republic on launch, remember the original mounts? They were all like you standing up on a speeder, basically. And they defy the laws of physics in every possible way, where you were literally like hanging on for dear life. Oh, there's more geysers over here. So we found like 4 separate geyser sites here. Possible cave back there. Poison zone here. So we still clearly have a lot of stuff around. This area to uncork. But yeah, the early Star Wars The Old Republic mounts in the MMO were just some of the ugliest mounts anyone's ever made for an MMO. I got the Mega High Rank PvP one on launch, was the only cool mount in vanilla. And then they released like 500 mounts in the cash shop. And that was that. Okay. We're back. Chat, we have to make at least, if not the whole steel factory, we have to make the steel factory. Do you understand? Like, we can't just go, anytime it's time to make the steel factory, we can't just go explore for more hard drives, okay? Because this time, it's gonna be the real, we're really gonna do it this time. No, we just need a few more hard drives to make sure there aren't any recipes that we might want to use. This one's the real one. All right, start scanning. I have so much junk back here. I don't even know what to do with it all. All right, then the rest of you. Just a bunch of crap. Good enough. What if instead of making the steel factory, we just think about all the things that we can fix in the previous factory? Oh yeah, what about that? It was nice to stretch our legs. Yeah, we got to stretch our legs a bunch today. We do need to, grab our coupon. Grab the coupon. I'm gonna do it soon. I'm gonna do it soon. Not yet, though. Not yet. We need to go on another exploration right now? Oh. I didn't think about that. When you put it like that, totally different. Right now? He's gonna do it soon, chat. He's never gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, okay? I'm working on the factory right now. I'm going. Steel's gonna be the game changer. That's where everything takes a turn, progression-wise. We're working on it over here. You can start to see how this area is gonna fill in. Bunch of concrete, though. Bunch of concrete, and we're trying to figure out how to make use of it. Okay, if I did 2-meter blocks, is that enough to cover the spikes? It is. Okay. Can't cover the stink. But you can cover this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10. So we do 5 blocks this way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do half and half. I just wrapped up my Mark II Steel Factory. Feels good. Nice. This is going to be our Steel Factory area. I don't like that it's just one big box, so I'm trying to figure out how to make it not just a rectangle. That's the part that kind of bothers me the most. And it doesn't need to be exactly these dimensions. We haven't really calculated, per se, how, like, much space we're going to need for each factor. Wait, there's 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not 5 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 5 up, 6 down. Upside down pyramid. The go-to chat suggestion. The go-to. Let me get a MAM here so we can check on hard drives. Not doing either of these. Remember, signs on everything. We'll see. I actually have new signs. Square 1 meter, square 2 meter, display, and portrait. Which you can hang from the ceilings. And put on the wall and spin. Wow, look at that. That's cool. So they can be like diagonal, hanging from above, widescreen TV, portrait. All right, lots of cool choices. And they all take quartz. So we have a use for some quartz. All right, I need to open a new doc and do some math, do some numbers. So let's count what we have. We have enough iron over here if we have a pure node and a normal node with a Mark II miner on it. That's going to be a total of 240 iron ore from the pure plus 120 iron ore from the normal without overclocking on a Mark II miner. Okay, so let's just kind of plan for that. Equals 360 iron ore, right? With 360 iron ore, if you had enough coal, you could do 360 divided by 40, which is 9. So we could actually do 9 times the recipe for the solid steel ingot if we could bring enough coal in. Now, the obvious problem is we only are going to have Mark III belts, right? That's a lot of resources. But we could just create 2 load balancers at the beginning. But yeah, it's going to take 360 iron and 360 coal. That's a lot of coal. If we want all of that to be steel. I don't know if we want all of that to be steel, but maybe. So of the coal that we have, we did do the numbers earlier. And we have like 120 extra coal that we can siphon from that coal plant. So that counts for 120. Then if we could come up with a pure node that wasn't using everything. We also could overclock the existing coal, right? Because it's 4 nodes. That's a temp purity. I need to get rid of that. That's pure over here, where we just were not too long ago. Huh. Well, that's kind of tempting, but it's a big route. Yeah, that's where we just were. It's like up the hill from this area. Road time? It's road time. Nah, you'd probably have to drive here and just go all the way. Maybe you could go down and through this. It'd be a long trip. It'd be a fairly long trip. All right, let's see what the mam's got for us. We got bio-coal or molded steel pipe. Well, there's a potential steel, huh? That's kind of what I was looking for, was like an alternative. So let's look at this one. And get the next one brewing while we look. So this is 5 parts steel ingot plus concrete. We're already going to be using a lot of concrete. But what about more? To make 50 steel pipes per minute. So it'd be like 50 ingots per minute to make 50 pipes per minute, where normally it's 30 steel ingots per minute to make 20 steel pipes per minute. So you basically save 33% on ingots. You save 33% on ingots, but you have to bring over you have to bring over 30 concrete per minute per thing. We do have a concrete set of drills already. And we're already manufacturing concrete, so it could just be a simple matter of transportation. We have 1 concrete over here that's not going to do very much, but we already have some set up. There's also a normal node right here that we're not even using right next to us, and then a normal that we are using right next to us, and then we've already got on tap at least 3. I think it's a pure, normal, and impure. So 3. What is that total? That's 60, 180, 310, which is more than 3 normal. That's a weird number. But yeah, we have a decent amount of limestone around us. Okay, I'm just gonna hold that recipe for a minute. We got 2 more hard drives that we can scan. Ow. And then run some more numbers. So I'm pretty set on solid steel ingots, so I know there's 2 other recipes that we're not gonna get. I don't want to worry about doing them all. We might even unlock one to look at. I don't want to look at the wiki, so until I will. I'll eventually look. By the way, Mad Dog Mac, thank you for gifting us up to Lang. Thanks for the gift sub, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing. And also, Roggleboggle getting the scare in chat for 67. I think I saw it, but thanks again. Okay, math. So, if we have 360 iron ore, we need 360 coal. That's a logistic challenge that we'll just have to rise to the occasion to meet. All right? We'll just have to figure it out. Let's just assume we'll have 360 coal. So, to get 300, if we have both of those, then we'll have 360 divided by 60, right? Or I guess it'd be 300, sorry, it'd be 360 divided by 40 is 9. So it'd be 9 times 60 is how much ingots we have. 9 times 60 is 540. So we'll end up, if we use everything, with 540 steel ingots. Chad, am I going a little too big? Are we going too big? You'll need them eventually. No such thing? Yeah, I mean, okay. We'll just go with this then. So 40 iron ore, so 60 steel ingots. We'll have 540 steel ingots. $360 iron ore plus 360 coal equals 540 steel ingots. That's how much we have to play with. So, with the ingots, what do we need to do? We need to make two things primarily, which is steel beams and steel pipes right now, right? Those are the two things we need to make. We can also optionally make iron rods if we want. That's a possibility. So let's go with beams first. We're gonna need a ton of beams, and I want to do molded because I think it is a fun logistics challenge and also stretches our steel further while tapping into concrete, which is currently not doing anything for us, though I know it's used in encased. So we do have to either set some aside for encased or find the alt recipe. Those are the two choices. Lots of recipes. Cool. Sounds like a fun logistics challenge. And also I like the ratio. Instead of 4 to 1, it's almost 3 it's like better than 3 to 1 steel to beams by mixing in the concrete. So let's say molded beams. And the other thing I like about this is I'm enjoying the foundries over constructors. I know it's like more expensive electricity wise, but the foundries have been cool. So our power demand is going to be up, which we're going to have to deal with in the coal plant. This factory might not even turn on. We'll see how it goes, because we're already like our max consumption's already above what we produce. But hypothetically, if we have 540 ingots, how much of that should I reserve for steel beams? I'm thinking at least half. I don't know if it's good to go half and half. What do you think the ratio of beams to pipes should be? Because I want it to like fit as neatly as possible too. Because 540 divided by 120, my calculator lagged, is 4.5. And then pipe, we are going to either do the base recipe, which is 30 to 20 per minute, or molded, which is 50 to 50 per minute. It takes a lot of concrete for this, and the 50 is kind of a difficult number to work with, but yeah, I usually think we want more beams than pipes. Is what I would say. Based on my memory of previous playthroughs. This just seems like a lot of concrete that you're dumping in to this recipe. Like, this is 30 per minute. That's a whole impure node. But it's making it 2.5 times faster. So you would need, to make as many steel pipes, you need 2.5 constructors, which would be 75 steel ingots. And instead of 75 steel ingots, you could just do 50 steel ingots and get concrete in there. Is it worth it when you don't need pipes? You'll need pipes. You'll definitely need pipes. We gotta do encased. However, we gotta do stators with pipes. So it's very important. The more pipes you have, the more stators you can make without an alt recipe, at least. Because it's going to be 15 per minute for 5 stators per minute. The rescan is once per hard drive, correct? Once per hard drive, and it's instant. But yeah, the benefit of molded steel pipes is if you don't have extra concrete, then not good. If you do have extra concrete, then I was gonna try making fine concrete also somewhere, but that's gonna be a logistic chain that gets crazy. Basically, we save 33% steel ingots on pipes with the concrete recipe. Motor recipe. First time we've seen a motor recipe because we just unlocked motors. Look at that. You have to add crystal oscillator supply chain. That's interesting. So instead of two rotors, 2 stators equals 1 motor, it's 3.75 rotors, 3.75 stators, and 1.25 crystal oscillators equals 7.5 motors. Which is a confusing... The crystal oscillator basically takes you from having to spend 2 of each resource for 1 to only having to spend 1 for each 2. But you add the crystal oscillator in, which is a whole supply chain. That's a whole supply chain. Damn, reinforced plus cable plus quartz. I don't think I'm mentally ready for oscillator input motors. Nor do I have a building that it can even be used in yet. Oscillator mega factory. I mean, it would be tough. I'm already making rotors. I'm just gonna leave this one here because I already rescanned it, so I just don't want either. I guess it's blocking them from coming up on any of the additional ones, if I don't want them anyway. Though it would be funny to just make my steel factory also into a default iron factory. Like I could do that. We have the power. I could just say screw making a separate basic iron factory to just make plates and rods and just make it all in steel with steel cast plates. The thing is, I don't think it really helps me that much because we're already doing this in the main factory. Okay, chat. I think I'm just gonna make a call and go molded steel pipes and try it out. And we're just gonna have a shortage of concrete that we have to work through. And then here, I'm thinking rescan, because just crystal oscillators, this might be a great recipe, but this is just beyond my desire to make this factory. Bringing in crystal from one place, cable from another, and reinforced from another right now is just too difficult for me, I think. So I am going to just do a rescan of this. Interesting. Fused quick wire and automated speed wiring. Anything past the constructor begins to be a bit of pain. It does. I'm okay with assemblers, though. I can handle assemblers right now. This one's real tough. This is going to be a leave it also, because... yeah, this is too far beyond. All right, we're going to leave those. Now, chat, the next one's in 7 minutes. So why don't we, let's just take a BRB. I think the dog needs to go out and get some water. And then I'm gonna continue just doing math for steel and just see if the recipe that comes up has any impact on the factory that we're about to build. So that's what I'm stalling for. But I also am just like genuinely picking, I'm gonna use that concrete steel pipe recipes. That's gonna change the entire layout of what this factory is gonna do and be. So because of that, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Sorry you don't have something cooler to look at. I think I have an idea, though. But the cars are not here. The cars aren't here, dude. Nobody's home. I want to give you like the scenic tour. But navigating out of this pit is difficult unless you parachute to victory. Look at this chaos road, bro. I got some cleanup to do. You're not supposed to be here. Which truck is this? Coal truck? I'll give you the other truck. Who is on his way now. I'm just getting into the manufacturer, not looking forward to building that factory. Yeah, I think that's where it gets hard. It used to be even harder because computers were tougher to make than they are now, so. All right, gamers, enjoy the scenic view. I'll be right back and listen to this. What did you do? Why are there just like clips being posted? What did you do? Why am I dead? I gotta reset the timer again. All right, whose clip is the best so I can see what happened? Which one of you has the best clip? Italics, guess how you died. Well, I mean, there's a guy around me, so I'm gonna assume it was this bastard right here. Chat did it. Sim's ratting you out. Multi-clip? Okay, what's the first one? Show me the first one as I choke. Show me the first one. Where's the link? 3? There's 3. Okay, so here's the first one. Why? No way, dude. No way. And then the car tries to run me over? Like... That was... okay, just wait. Where's the next one? It's okay. I clicked on Star Mages because you guys aren't linking anything else. I hear a spider. All right. And oh, it's so funny. Look how funny it is over here. And then there's a third one. Watch the whole clip. All right, I'm watching the whole clip. Chat, your chat is spoiling it on the right side. How come the chat is ahead of the clip on the right side? Twitch, please, can we sync this up correctly? We have one job. It's perfectly in the camera view. Oh, directly over the corpse. Okay, is that the whole story? Did we get it all? Well, it's now been 1 day since the last incident, apparently. We had 103 days, which is like 103 game hours. And that was not the death that reset it. We had died earlier today, but now I'm dead again. I drop all my stuff on death, even my equipment, which makes this harder. That's not the standard, but you can actually change the death settings to whatever you want. You got an achievement after you died. I have no idea what that could possibly be. I can't believe the big dog like bounced me off the truck. Okay. I am defenseless. What do I even want? I don't even know what's DirectX 11. What are you doing, dude? There was a line. There's just a line that goes to a point. I got sabotage. I was trying to give you guys like a cool cinematic BRB, and that's my punishment. Betrayed by the route manager, and then this bastard was so far away. How did he aggro? Pick a lane, dude. Oh, he's got the zoomies. He's got... He's got the zoomies. We're back. We're back. Thanks for waiting. There's an achievement for getting hit by a vehicle. I had already gotten hit by a vehicle. That wasn't the first time. Oh, did I not? I didn't equip, boop. Boop. There we go. I thought I was a little sluggish. But anyway, thanks for waiting. We're back. We gotta start building steel somewhere in this mess. Ow. Take my inhaler. Anyway, Sim, how you doing, dude? How's Satisfactory treating you? I'm glad you got to bear witness to that to inform me of chat's guilt in not defending me while I was gone. A hard drive has been scanned. Cheap silica or stitched iron. It's too late for iron. And I don't currently need silica. I'm sure that I will if I make fine concrete, but right now I have a ton of silica. So do I really care that much about making silica with limestone? Not really. I say scratch that and just, this is definitely a rescan to me. Well, okay, not doing bolted frames and fused quartz crystal. We have so much need for coal. I don't see that happening, but that'll just stay there, I guess. So these, and now I do have some recipes that are just gonna sit there. That's fine. We have all the info we need to start deciding on our steel allocation. We've already started doing some math to that end. Pretty good, E-Dog. Just waking up from a nap. We went out for sushi tonight. Ooh, sushi sounds good. Maybe I'm gonna have to get some sushi soon. I want some salmon belly. That's what I want. But yeah, that's not, you're making me hungry, dude. Sim, you're making me hungry. We did some exploring today in Satisfactory. We haven't really built anything yet, except for this like empty battle arena. We did some exploring, found some hard drives, found some of the other like collectibles and slugs and alien tech. Why is your arena farting? Because there's a bug where once you get rid of the things that spew poison, it continues making the decal of the poison even though it's not there. So I think it's one of the known bugs that they have, so it's going to be a little gassy over here around the steel until we can get that sorted. This steel factory stinks. Don't say that. Why would you say that? Okay, we've already got some of the numbers. We need to do more planning. This actually should be way easier than the iron factory. The only thing that's going to be hard is logistics, because we just need to bring 3 resources: iron, coal, and for our alternative recipes, concrete. So the real thing is just going to be bringing the resources in. So to that end, let's think about what's going to be happening locally. Iron is local, so that's just going to be pumped in via conveyor. Most likely, because it's literally right over there. What's not going to be pumped in locally is a lot of the coal, and also the concrete might be pumped in locally because we do have 2 limestone nodes right next to us. I'm here, and it's there and there, so it's real close. But it's just far enough away where like a single conveyor is gonna annoy me. You know what I mean? Like it's right over there. I could probably just route it under all this to get it where it needs to go. It's probably correct. And then the other one is 240 this way. Yeah, I think it's right there. Okay, I see it. It's right on that ledge. They're both close. Too far, need trains. Too far, need drones. Okay, so we have 2 normal nodes right next to us. That's gonna be at least 120. And if we mark to it, then it's 240, you know, so that's a lot of concrete. So we've already done the math. We're gonna be making, without overclocking, about 540 steel ingots. We can make more if we want. But I think I want to plan for baseline values. Unless I have a reason to go, I can go back and overclock later. So if we have about 540 ingots to play with, then let's take a look at this. We actually have all 3 of the steel pipe alt recipes now. I think I'm going to use molded, which is going to need 50 ingots and 30 concrete per minute. Now, we know we already have 2 normal concrete nodes. I just said that. So maybe we can allocate half of the concrete just to steel pipes and let that designate how many steel pipes we're going to make. Because if we have at most 240 concrete, then that would support 4 foundries, making 50 steel pipes per minute each. 4 foundries would be about 200 ingots, which is not, it's a little bit less than half. 270 is half, so we use 200, and then the rest in steel beams. I think that's a decent allocation. And then we have half the concrete left over. All right, let me start writing this down. So, 4 assemblers equals 50 times 4 steel pipes per minute at 200 steel ingots and 120 concrete. Okay, cool. So I'm just ballparking. I just picked a number and said, let's just start there and then see how it adds up over here. Now over here, it gets a little tricky because this is 80 concrete per minute. And 120 ingots per minute. So if our remainder is 340 ingots, then the numbers aren't going to match somewhere along the line, right? Because we only have 120 concrete remainder unless we overclock, which we could do. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not sure if 90 steel beams per minute is enough, though, chat. Is it? For now? We could do more. Let's see how much it takes to do more. So if I have 340 steel ingots left, to do 3 of these foundries, we would need 360, correct? So we could just overclock one of them. By 33%. I don't know what 33% of 80 concrete is, so that gets a little messy. But yes, it does have an in-game gamer deathbot message to tell you when you've been playing too freaking long. Go stretch your legs. Chad, do you think 200 steel pipes per minute is too many? I guess it depends on what you're using them for, huh? It's not enough. Definitely not. Yeah, you can overclock on this screen. And underclock. So, like, this is just a good tip for everybody. If you hit N, that's your quick search. You can also hit O and go to recipes and just use the search bar at the top if you want. And then you can hit enter or use the arrow keys. And then if you have a product that you want, you can right click and open in Codex to go to that page. And then you can click to expand this. And when you do, it'll show you more details and let you say, okay, if I want 360 ingots per minute, maybe I wanted to underclock one of them instead. So you can actually click there and be like, well, what would 75% look like? Okay, it would look like 90 ingots per minute and 60 concrete per minute. So you can actually like get a guess, or if you set a target rate, right? Like, oops. 100 per minute. Maybe I want 60 steel beams per minute. That would tell me how much I need to overclock and how many raw materials I would need, right? Don't forget, you're not getting 240 concrete. That's correct. I realize that, but I have distant concrete already set up. I have a pure node, normal, and an impure that's already getting tapped. On top of that, I have a new concrete recipe that I can use comboing silica. So I could actually take my 2 normal nodes and turn them into a massive amount of extra concrete, right? So instead of 45 limestone equals 15 concrete per minute, I can do 60 limestone equals 50 concrete per minute, but I have an added logistical issue of adding silica. So you end up stretching your limestone further, but you complicate your production chain and need more power, needs more energy and electricity as well. So I'm gonna be trying fine concrete, which is gonna chew through 60 limestone per minute, which is how much we're making. So we can actually just quadruple this. We're gonna have 200 concrete, and then I can overclock whatever I'm missing. Right? Or I can pull it from somewhere else. But I feel like this was not a difficult one to overclock. So I'm not super worried about the concrete pull. We'll figure that out later. I think figuring out how many beams we want first is a good idea. Okay, so with the remainder, again, we have 340 steel ingots. So let's say that we actually want 360, and then we'll do some overclocking. Either that, or we need to do some underclocking here. Maybe underclocking is smarter. So like 120 plus 120 is 240, plus 80 is 320. How do I wish you could set your target input. I want to set my target input per minute, not my target output per minute. I don't care how many steel beams come out. I think I'm trying to get it to, say, 100. So 75 is 90. 96. 98. 99.6. 100.8. All right, so it's like 83 point something. But that creates a strange amount of steel beams. Something I've discovered is that there's many ways to do something efficiently in this game. Yeah, it depends on how much you want to kind of kick the can down the road, right? In my case, for whatever reason, I can't really give you a logical reason, I always, in my mind, prioritize, if given the option, whatever lets the limited resources I have become more product. And that makes sense to me for some reason. So like if I can take iron, right? That's a really basic one. If I can take like iron ingots and instead of 1-to-1, make it 8 parts iron gets me 15 ingots, then I always do that one and just accept the complication of the logistics chain getting more difficult, right? Because now you have a 2-input chain to get to iron ingot, and you have more electricity drain potentially, and you have logistics problems. But I like the logistics problems. But yeah, you can kind of kick the can down the road. Like in this case, kicking the can down the road is, well, yes, I can use concrete to make more steel, but now I need more concrete. Okay, how do I get more concrete? Well, now I need silica. All right, well, how do I get silica? And so you're just pushing it down. And you can kind of choose whether you want to do that or just keep it with the basic one. And I think that it's fun that you can like do either, and either is fine depending on what you've planned for. Like, it doesn't feel like this is inherently better, but it might be, because for me, like, I have silica I'm not using, and I have concrete right next to me. So maybe I choose to use the concrete because it's a convenient location near the other resources that I'm using. So it gives you choices, and I think the decision making is the fun part. Like, because whatever decision you make is going to dictate how you build everything else out. Have a good one, Ockrane. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Okay, dialing it back, going back to the steel beams. What's the best way to use 340 steel ingots if I need 360? Because I can dial up and overclock, but then I need more concrete. So we have to, like I said, we have to dial everything up if we do that. And so it kind of pushes more problems than it might solve. But we're always going to need a ton of beams. So if we did 3 of these, we'd end up with 135 steel beams per minute, which is quite a few. I say let's make that the goal and then figure everything else out backwards. Okay, so then that would be 3 assemblers equals 45 times 3, 45 times 3 steel pipes per minute, which would necessitate 360 steel ingots and 240 concrete. So we're gonna need a ton of concrete. That's 360 concrete if I do this. And then 360 concrete is at least... That's a lot of concrete, chat. Seven. Let's see. 360 divided by 50, 7.2. So 7.2 times 64. That's 432 limestone. Just raw. That's a lot of limestone. I don't even know if I make that much in total right now. Let me think. Okay, so how much limestone do we even have right now? We have 2 normal nodes, which... I gotta bust out a different calculator for this, which is at Mark II, 240. And then, no, we definitely do. It's just a matter of getting it there. So what is 60 plus 120 is 180 plus 240. Okay, chat, good news. I have good news and bad news. The other limestone mine that we have on tap will be enough to cover this demand. However, it is not the nodes that are local on site. Okay, question. If you just had 2 normal nodes at 240 each, how much would you need to overclock to get to 360? You need to overclock both of them 50%. That's doable. Right? And then we could supply it with the ones on site. There's hella limestone and few uses besides concrete. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm tempted. What I want to look at is this limestone node that we already have up here. Yo, what's up, AirC Gaming? How's it going? We're doing some math. Doing some calc. Doing some configuring. Okay, so 150% is the first tier of overclocking. That's totally doable. All right, let's go for it. I think it's worth. We can do it. How's your day going? What's up? Add sphere. Pretty good. We did some exploring today. Got some hard drives, got some other little collectibles out and about, and we're about to make our first steel factory. And after that, we can start decorating the rest of our factories little by little. Okay, so let's finish the math then. So we're gonna need 4 assemblers for pipes, 3 assemblers for beams, and then how many foundries? Is that gonna necessitate? Let's see. I like doing the math myself. I don't use third-party apps. I might eventually. They're really cool. There are some cool planning tools out there, but I like doing the calculations and taking the notes. Feels good. This is going to be our recipe. We're going to try solid steel ingot because it seems cool. I've never done alternative recipes until this run, really. So I'm just going all in. All right, so if our total goal is 540 steel ingots, it's gonna be more than that, right? It's gonna be 560. 560 is the goal. So that is like 10, basically. 10 and 1 is underclocked. Because we need almost 600. Or 9 and 1 is overclocked. Those are you. I'd rather have 10 and 1's underclocked, personally. But then you have to figure out how to balance everything, and that's where it starts to get messy. But we have smart splitters now, so that could be good. What ratio of beams to pipes are you planning on? Kind of winging it, to be honest with you. And I decided to go with... We're going to be making basically 200 steel pipes per minute and about 135 steel beams per minute. But that's because pipes are easier to make. They take fewer resources. So we're using like a third of our resources to make pipes, and we're using 2/3 to make beams. You just make fewer beams than pipes. So I'm just trying to do things that fit in the amount of resources that I have as close as I can. Okay. So foundries, we're gonna need 10. To achieve 560 ingots instead of 600. And then we're gonna have to do the math backwards. Okay, cool. So I got an idea for how I want this to go. 10 foundries is a lot of foundries. It's a fair few. Before, I'm not actually gonna build them yet. I just wanna see how much space they take. Trying to get a guess as to how many we're going to be able to fit side by side. Also, since we're clearly going to need them, let's go ahead and check for some resources. We need rotors, lots of rotors, modular frames. So let's go grab some. Sounds like okay ratio. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good ratio. Seems good. I think this is going to be 10 times easier than our big factory that we did. Copium. This guy right here. Who's online but needs some tender love and care? in the form of upgraded belts. But we did get this turned on, and oops. It does work. This factory produces modular frames, reinforced iron plates, and also rotors. We just got rotors hooked up yesterday. It was painstaking because my logistics floors are tiny. So we ended up doing some belts and elevators up here. We got to come back in and actually like organize the aesthetics. And also, don't look at this. This is nonsense. I just wanted to make some tickets. The coupons take forever at this stage. I'll take my one coupon. We got plenty of modular, plenty of reinforced. And the rotors are full. Okay, full enough. We got resources up here for days. What's up, Bear? Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you sharing that one. What game it is? I'll answer a question with a question. What chat are you? Thanks for checking in. It's Satisfactory. It's like first-person Factorio meets No Man's Sky, which is not fair to either, but if you made me do a comparison, that's the comparison I make. How long did it take to make that one coupon? Quite a while. I could earn them faster. Hey, it's Alex. Just want to say I've been watching a few Satisfactory streamers. Oh! Let me take my inhaler. I'm good. You're the only streamer I've seen whose playstyle's the same as mine. What's up, dude? Thanks for subbing. I hope that's a good thing. Satisfactory is the name of the game? Yeah, that's why it's in the title and in the category under the stream. That nearly killed you. Yeah, I had 1 HP. Chat, you want to know a secret? You can't die from fall damage in Satisfactory. Crazy. That's a lie? Oh yeah? Jump off the highest point of your game right now. Prove it. Oh yeah? I don't believe any of you. Prove it right now. Go ahead. Jump off of your highest building. Okay. Make sure you're doing it on Iron Man mode. Chat coming online. Do you know the easiest? Oh, I would just like the record. I would just like the VOD to show. This is the easiest engagement of my life. Chat, don't give in to peer pressure. Do it. Chat, you do a little trolling from time to time. You do a little trolling. Get some new chatters in there as well. I love that people are like, I died 3 times like that today. Nuh-uh, like I suck at this game and I die all the time, so I can tell you definitively that's not true. I've never died from fall damage in any video game. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna save you guys the trouble. You can't die from jumping off anything. You if you have 100% health, you literally cannot die from fall damage. Fact. If you don't have full health, well, what are you doing? You dum-dum. Okay, I got the resources now. I got the resources. We're gonna make a logistics floor down here and route everything up and under. We need 10 foundries first. So because we need 10 foundries. And I like them to be a little bit spread out. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we can fit about 10 pretty easily on this little area right here. Because we only need 7 assemblers, which isn't that crazy. All right, let me make the logistics floor first. So usually what I'll do is just like, even with assemblers, I'll do like 3 meters. I wonder if I can come up with a decent way to route everything, but I'm gonna have to use the up and down with the assemblers, I guess. Well, we got first time chatters talking about the Elder Scrolls Oblivion fall damage. Can you jump off the highest point in the map to show us the not dying? I can't get to the highest point on the map. You just have to trust me. You just gotta believe. That's all. Why don't you believe? We just want train, haha. What does that mean? Chat, you guys are losing it tonight. It's Friday. You guys are getting wasted in real life, okay? I know what's going on. You guys are lit up like a Christmas tree right now. I've only had a little wine. I'm not getting wasted, I am wasted. Wasted on spaghetti. All right, we're gonna make a crawl space here. And then I want a ramp that goes across to another crawl space. Double crawl space. Is this 1 meter? No, that's 2. Okay, if this is 2 meter, I'd rather it be 4. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay, you can go too. It doesn't have to be Friday to be completely wasted. Could be Saturday, depending on where you are. Some of you are waking up right now and eating like pancakes with butter and syrup, getting wasted right now. Dude, I could go for some pancakes with butter and syrup. That just made me really hungry. We need what? How many assemblers? Like 7. Okay, so I'm not quite allocating the space. Appropriately. How many assemblers can I fit in here? Out of curiosity, not side by side. Quite a few, actually. Actually, can I just fit all 7 on a row? I can, but getting them centered is... No, that's 6. Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 6. Okay, so I don't think I could get 7, even if I put them all shoulder to shoulder. Unless I took up a little bit of the space up here, but maybe we just put 7 shoulder to shoulder. You inspired me to use concrete for my builds this go around. So clean. Yeah, it does look clean. And I don't even have to do anything to try. I do like that. Maybe we do fit 7 up here. This is gonna be like almost a subterranean, this is almost gonna be like a subterranean thing. Because if this is 4 meters, oh, this could be cool. Okay, that could be really good. I'm just messing with ideas. So I want a ramp that goes up. And then this is a tough one. This is going to be the logistics for the foundries. This is kind of like the perimeter. This is like the edge as far as I want to go over to the one side. It doesn't have to be that high up. Though it can be, but that's like level with the road as well. So I might need to bring it down. We're gonna have a lot of space above this. This building is gonna be kind of sunken in to past the street level. And I was even thinking about having like a underpass, like a road that goes below. Possibly, which could be cool in the future, because I think that how many blocks are there from 4 meters? It's like 3. It's about 12 meters, maybe 10 meters or 14 meters total. 12 to 14. That's definitely tall enough for like a light pole. Barely. Damn, light... Okay, yeah, light poles are tall. Street lights are crazy tall. I was thinking about having some, like, underground light poles. I guess you could clip the street light through the ground to make it shorter. That's not a bad idea. Subway for a train? I mean, that sounds cool, but it would just be a lot of work just to get a train to go through this little tunnel section. Sounds cool, though. Okay, let's start getting all of this set up. I need to make some space. Okay. The plan is foundry's over here. And then the assembler's over here. The problem I was having is I need a little bit more room. If I wanted to fit all 7 assemblers in a row, which I'm kind of tempted to do. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to figure out another space solution. Okay. So how I'm imagining this is logistics here just for the making the ingots. And since each assembler is going to have like 2 inputs, if we did a conveyor wall here and the assembler here, it would fit. Eat. But they don't fit side by side, so my plan is ruined. I wanted to have like a wall of conveyor walls here, but that's clearly not going to work. I would have to do 2 3-packs, which is a little odd, and then they wouldn't be straight. They'd be like 2 4 6 or something. Wait, no, that's not right. But you get what I'm saying. Heh. I don't have to use those little doors. I think I'm addicted to conveyor walls in this playthrough. Definitely some accent shapes that I want to do eventually too. Getting there. Okay, let's see if we can get the assemblers here in any capacity and then figure out how we're gonna feed them. Conveyor walls are known to be addictive. It's true. It is true. Okay, so we're actually gonna ditch this ramp. And then take out the block underneath. And how much space do we have? We have 4 meters. Oh yeah, we got a lot of space. Now, there's spikies down here. Oh no. Okay, that one's naked. So there's not that much room. What about here? There's room. Okay. I got an idea. What about double ramps? Instead of the single. So if there's just a couple like spikes clipping through here, then I don't really care about that. Then you can do 1 meter here. And then bam, you have a new logistics floor. Okay. Send that back. Send some foundation over just so I can kind of see what we actually have to work with. Okay, getting somewhere, getting somewhere. We need a conveyor lift floor hole, but for walls. Conveyor lift floor hole. Oh, yeah. No, that would be sick. For sure, I would love that. Where you can just put it wherever you want. Just make your own little spot to thread through conveyors. That would be cool. I think the one downside of the double ramp is it does have a different profile than just... Yeah, it has a worse profile. Looks a little more spoopy. Kind of looks like it's floating, but that's okay. All right, so if I am a group of assemblers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's technically 7 slots. What if I do 4 assemblers in the back? Okay, let's just try something out here with these conveyors. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, sorry, so sorry. Brain, you're doing great. Brain, you're doing great. Yeah, we need more space. Okay, not much room at all. That's through 4-meter floor. Now, if you stagger them, then it goes all the way to here, which I don't really want to go all the way to here. Because this is where the floor starts to get big. So I either need to push those back or use my space better. Remember when I said this wasn't going to be as difficult as the iron plant? No, I really won't. It'll be fine. Looks like one big flat surface from here. I love seeing my little tractors zip around in the back. Hopefully they're not being attacked by spiders like I was riding on top of it. You need to fit 7, yeah. I need to fit 7, and it's not difficult to fit, but it is difficult to fit 7 if you want them to have like straight lines. You know what might help? A little exploring. Absolutely not. I need to start getting this down now. You know what I think might help? Having more space. But I don't really have more space. I think you just need to get good. Yeah, it's not gonna work back to back with 7, just because they're a little wide. Like here's one square, right? And if you put an assembler down, they're a little bit wider than one square, even though it looks like, oh, it fits in on the right, it fits in on the left. But if you try and build another one next to it, it doesn't. Now it's crossing over, right? So you can't. They don't actually. They fill up more than a square, and that's what's making it awkward. Because I have enough space for them, in theory, but they're not quite that small. And I was trying to line them up with a chute, right? So it's like 1 assembler, 2 assembler, 3 assembler, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kind of like have a slot for them to receive their resources. I was gonna have like the inputs go here, where you catch a glimpse of them going under, behind like a rail, right? Like just to get a rail up. Imagine there's like a rail here, and then you peek over and there's the conveyors going in and they get belt fed up into the assemblers over there. Love this great game, but I'm so uncreative that I can't make them look good. You make them look good. Look, factories that are working at full efficiency look good no matter how you make them. So yeah, sorry I didn't explain what these weird triangles and this break was earlier. Stagger the assemblers in a sawtooth. Yeah, I need a little bit more space that way, and if I push the build any further this way, then we run out of logistics floor room, because this is going to be solid, basically. So like this is already solid almost. And we don't have to do logistics floor every time, like it's fine. I'm not like, I am a little obsessed and it's fun. I like elevators also. Logistics floor above. And just do it going down. It can't really be that small because like getting the assemblers, it can be small if I've already done the splitting here, which might be hard. How's 1.0? Really good. Really fun. It feels fresh. Feels like even if you've played a bunch before, it's like you can tell that it's 1.0 and not just kicked out the door. Lots of goodies. But I've been enjoying it quite a lot. Hold on. What if we made a small, mini, 2-level pyramid of assemblers? What am I gonna do with this space over here? Well, I can always pull the factory back. Doesn't have to go out that far. I just need enough space here for organization. You can actually do the holes here. I just don't like clipping, so pull them back. And then if we had an output over here, yeah, there's room. You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Also, these are all off because I'm stupid. You can hold the hologram in place by hitting H and then using the arrow keys. To move, you just tap H. That lets you see at a glance whether it's lined up where you want or not. What are we building? Steel. I'm making steel. With concrete. Steel with concrete. Using some alt recipes. Dude, this is hard actually. Cause like how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8. So like if you do this right, it should line up. 1 here. So 2. Another one here. One there, one here. Oh yeah, it's not going to be symmetrical. Wait, yes, it should be. Oh, they're going to be pushed right next to each other. Exact same problem. All right, just push it over. No one's going to know. If you push it over literally 1 block, but they'll know. I'll know. If I push it over here, then we don't have room for a walkway on the left. Do I need a walkway on the left? I feel like I always plan my factory like that for some reason. All right, just do it. Try it out. Okay, is that too far? Do we have any room for logistics here? Yes. What about here? Yes. Here? Kinda. Yes! Just don't show anyone and it'll be fine. As long as you keep it hidden. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Just don't tell anybody. Glass floors. Yes. Exactly. Finally, someone understands. Okay, so 4. There. We got a spot in the middle for whatever we want. Full block can walk through. And then the other 3. Will go on top somehow. Why does it make it so complicated? Why does it need to go on top? Does it really need to go on top somehow? Because you can. Yeah, I mean, because I can. We are kind of building recessed into the ground. That's the street level already. So, kinda already in the ground. A little bit. So if I was gonna build up, let's just start. Gotta start somewhere. We already got a temporary wall here. It's gonna need to be at least 3 high, right? Okay, that's not even, oops. That's not even high enough. So at least 4 high then. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Pyramids and the Italian mob and aliens? What are you guys talking about, dude? That seems really tall, doesn't it? Like, that seems like a little too tall. Maybe just like a half block, then? From this point? I only built 1. Great zoop. Good job. All right, let's give this a try. That looks better, right? Yeah, that looks a little closer. Assemblers are just weirdly tall. Like, they're too tall for 3 blocks, not tall enough for 4. There's a little light pole. That looks better. So if we go up here, I want to, like, how do I get up there? You build. Did someone say the Italian mob helped aliens build the pyramids? What are you guys talking about? Okay, this should be the middle. But I don't remember where... Actually, I think that is where the other ones are lined up. I want it to be lined up vertically, kind of, but in like an offset way. So lined up is not the right word, but you know what I'm trying to say. Because that's the 4, and it goes up, right? And then we need 3 up here. Okay, cool. Sick. Didn't mean to do that. I don't know if we'll want a level here or not, actually, so... I got some ideas about how this building is ultimately going to look that are starting to come to fruition, but effectively, yeah, it's going to be like that, where you have 4 on the bottom, 4 on the top. We're making the Luxor. Are we making the Luxor? Okay, so 7 assemblers done. Now what do we need? We need notes say 10 foundries with underclocking. Okay, 10 foundries. With enough space back here for logistics. And we have 10 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 across. How do I get 10 things in 8 blocks? And I probably need to leave this side open. So I don't have to leave this side open if we go over the top of it, though. Which is an interesting idea. It's gonna be a little smoggy. But anyways, what's up, Simulacra? How you guys doing? Late night Friday chat. We're making a steel factory here. We already did the math for what we need. The hard part is going to be the logistics, because we need 2 truck depots to feed this. You better believe we're going to get 2 tractor depots to feed this from the highway and continue to improve the highway. Again, I have approximate progression of many things. This is one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4, 5. Okay, so right here is like the middle. The exact middle. And this thing is about a block long. So you could take it out to here. Kind of thick. It's kind of thick. Could also do 4 on one side, 4 on the other, and then come up with a like a different elongated place for the other two, but I don't think we have that luxury. This is going to end up being a rectangular building that shaping is going to have to come via the walls and the roof. And maybe some cool pillars. All right, let's just try this out first and see what happens. So we get 1. And if I say I can go all the way to there. Maybe you go 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, you still end up with space. How about 3, 4? Let's try this. All right, there's 5. And then we need some space to thread the spaghetti here is the problem. I feel like I need to push these back. Okay. That's a valid and fair point. Okay, how about we push them back? I don't know if that's enough room to organize the spaghetti, dude. The spaghetti. We need space for the spaghetti. It's gonna... We're gonna have the same problem down here that we did everywhere else. Like back at the other iron plant, but it's gonna be limited to 1 logistics floor, so we have that at least. I also just came up with an idea for this underpass. That can be where the truck depots go. It's like down here. Boom, boom. Or one of them could be up, but I think down here is gonna be cool. Yeah, I like that. And then I want to reserve this whole block to organize the spaghetti that's coming out here. But I don't know if a thing here and thing here is enough room. Should they be like back to back, like ass to ass? Or mouth to mouth? You know what I'm saying? That's an important question. That's a relevant question. It's a relevant question. Excuse me? Excuse you. Like, is this going to be easier to thread on the logistics layer? This way, or where everything is facing forward? Is this going to be a manifold? I guess it might be because we're using a weird... Actually... Hmm. Hmm. I'm thinking. Okay, so one. Let's see. We get three. We're dividing this into. We could divide this into 10. That's going to be kind of tough. We're basically dividing 360 of each resource into 10. So I don't think that's going to do anything. 10 is the worst. Yeah, 10's the worst. Nine plus overclocked. Well, if I do overclocked, then we have to have one. Make it 12. I don't have space for 12. No way. We don't have that much room. And all the extra resources. Underclocking is a valid strat, though, if you have space. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit 12 here. Hold on. Because if you do 12, and you want to get 12 splits, and you have 360, so one split is 180, then the next split is 90, then the next one's 45. Or you could do 30, 30, 30, which you could do 10, 10, 10, right? Hold on, you can get 10. Okay, let me think. We need more paint? True, we need more paint. That's a good point. Okay, so if you have... Actually, no, we need 5. Actually, this is tougher. Hold on, hold on. This is more complicated. Because I actually need 360 ingots. I need 360, not... No, I need 560 ingots, not divisible by 40. So we were gonna underclock. We do need Excel. Chat, teach me how to use Excel in 30 seconds. Go. You got this. Guess what? They didn't have Excel classes when I was in school, and I never worked a desk job, so I don't know how to use Excel. Paint's the best I got. Okay, so 560 divided by 40. Wait, it's actually 14. So am I stupid, or do we need 14? Have I just been assuming we need 10, but we actually need 14? How many ingots? No. It's not divided by 40. It's divided by 60. Sorry, chat. Dude, it's been 8 hours. Give my brain a minute to catch up and also re-chat. We need 560 divided by 60, which is 9.33 repeating. Okay. But to get that, we need 40 of each resource. It's not a 1-to-1. So we're getting 60 ingots. But what we need to get 560 ingots, we divide by 40 of each resource per minute, right? So shouldn't it be 560? If 560 is my desired total, then we divide by 40 to wait, no. No, we divide by 60, then multiply by 40. So we divide by 60, then multiply that by 40 to get how many of each resource we need, which is 373 of each resource. Okay, so we can take care of that. That's no problem. But we still need to split it 9.33 ways, which is not gonna happen. So either round up, yeah, it would be splitting it 10 ways, which I was right. I was right. So that's basically impossible for us because you start with 1 and you can split 2. And then each of these can either split 3, which would be 6, or 2. Which is 4. So now if you split again, you have 8, which you don't want. And if you split these 3, you have 12. So you'd have to like loop one back into to load balance this. Or change your desired quantity of resources. Manifold. It's time for the manifold. Manifold would definitely make it easier. Looping one back works pretty well. Yeah. At what point do you loop it back, though? Because you got this. Okay, just follow me through here. What if you split this 3 ways? And then go 9. And to get the 10th, you simply add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 smart splitters that all lead back into 3 mergers that each go back into 1 merger. And then that one's your 10th one. That takes up so much space, dude. Go 9 ways and just overclock 1. I'm actually about to do that. And then the one that's overclocked, we just send more resources down that line until it fills up with like a mini manifold. Split up to 12 and merge 2. If you did 9 and overclocked one of them, then it's just like a manifold that gets going way faster, right? Because the 9th one that is overclocked. Wait a second. 9 and you overclock all 9 of them evenly. How many slugs do I got? I don't need all those slugs. Okay, anyway, if you do 3... and then you go 6... and then you go 12. That's so many splitters. And now you have 12 even, and you just underclock all 12 of them. And then it's even. Then loop 2. Why do you need to loop 2? Just underclock all 12. Buildings. Why would you need to loop? This is for the foundries. Yeah, this is for the foundries. The other thing is going to be coming out of a vehicle depot. So it'd be like 2 lines already, and then you just split one, so one splitter goes 1, 2, 3. Other splitter goes 1, 2, 3. You already have 6. And then you just need like a 2-way split. And then that would work. I think. Okay, you know what? It's just crazy enough. It might work. It just might work. Are we doing them this way? Where the output's over here? Let me just do a test build. If you put all of them next to each other, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's definitely enough space. So we can give it a little bit more room and go boom. Just go other side and then work your way in. 2. So let's try 2 spaces apart. No, okay, that's not gonna fit. 1 space apart? Question mark? No. All right, what about side by side with a friend? Okay, I think it's just a perfectly flush fit. Barry? No. No, I won't have excess Ulrich. I'm already going to be overclocking my my resource nodes to get to this point in the first place. We've already got 7 foundries mathed out here for this. Bad chat. I'm not gonna change the whole build, man. Don't make me do it, man. I don't want to do it. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how much space do I want for logistics here, because I need like room, and if we put the tubes here, then it causes problems, but if I push this too far back, then this is gonna cause problems, because how are we gonna group all these up together? Like this. Easy. I don't think that's enough space, but we're about to find out. Especially for foundries. If it helps, I don't have to have the final product go. Well, yeah, I do. I have to have the final product go back out. Why no blueprints? Bro, I just made this up on the spot. I haven't unlocked them, number one, and number two, I'm not following a blueprint build. I'm making it up as I go. Blueprint chat is online, dude. How much space are you gonna need to merge 12 lines to 7? Well, I can do some of that out here before the factory even starts. Underneath the road. So I kind of have as much space as I need. And then this is the road. Bonk. And then we have a logistic area below that. Bespoke artisanal factories. But yeah, I definitely can see some use cases that I would be using blueprints for sure in the future. So I'll definitely play around with them when I get there. The little goalie where you see the belts will be cool? Yeah, I think so. There's probably some more shapes and like angles that we can use for this as well. And then for these guys, it's gonna be like input. Well, actually, we don't have the logistics floor underneath that yet. So let's focus on this. Now, as far as where the resources will come from and the sorting, that is going to be cut away. And we can also have room on this side. Which will help. And this side, which will help. Underground spaghetti? You should have seen our other underground spaghetti in the big factory over there, because we spent days working on it, crying, sweating, crying, bleeding, sweating, crying, whining. I love the sound of the floor layers going in. Yeah, it's really nice. Oops. Okay, floor spaghetti. Let's get it started. So let's just assume that one of the thing I like about truck stops is they automatically will split into 2 lines. So we can just assume one's going to be coming in this side. And one's going to be coming in this side. Now, here's the issue that I always create. Ooh, actually, Dude, this would be perfect for a manifold. All that talk, and maybe I just manifold instead. Maybe I just manifold instead. Look at it. It wants the manifold. Think about it. I do think I'm gonna need more room between these. Okay, you know what? It's satisfactory. If you're not building, deleting, and then building again, are you really playing the game? Just these back ones. Not the whole thing. Because, yeah, we just need more room between these. Don't know if that's enough, but it's definitely more. Try this spaghetti instead. Is it easy to get trucks to be reliable enough to bring resources in 1-1 as they're produced? Mostly, like, at least early mid-game, you're really limited by the throughput of your belts. So if your belts can get the resources into and out of the truck transports, the trucks themselves load within seconds and unload within seconds. So then it's just how long does it take them to get to their destination? Which, you know, isn't that long, but it can handle some big stacks per minute. Tractors have really big throughput. They're more limited by your belts than by the tractor themselves. I think they at least keep up with Mark III from my experience. Once you start getting like maybe higher than that, you might need actual trucks, not tractors. But they load real fast and unload real fast. So they're quite good. The hard part is keeping them fueled. Ruin Spacer trucks don't get stuck anymore. That's they fixed that a while back. You're thinking about old Satisfactory. Most players never use trucks and are biased against them, so they don't know how they act now. Unfortunately. It's a different ball game. They can fall off the damn road and they'll teleport back onto the path now. They can get stuck. I mean, they have to run out of fuel to actually get stuck proper. They literally just teleport. Unless they're out of gas. Chat's like, but what about this 0.1% possibility edge case that I just came up with to prove my point? Actually, some of these need to be inverted. I only use trucks, okay? So I am an anomaly compared to the rest of you. I have 3 or 4 tractors going right now. Okay. I guarantee you I use tractors and trucks more than anybody else in chat at this moment. I'm the expert. Truck only %. Can a truck be positioned between multiple side-by-side truck stops and use like a giant 2-lane splitter? What? What are you talking about? But yeah, trucks are good, Grape Tundra. Don't let these anti-truck activists in chat tell you off. Because what Ruin Spacer said was they get stuck easy, which is just false. Like, categorically. And I don't care what you say. I would say that they don't get stuck. Under the overwhelming, I would say 99% of circumstances, you would have to, like, try and make them get stuck. They used to get stuck all the time easy, and I know because I played them, because I've been playing since launch on alpha, and yeah, they used to fall from the damn sky when you turned around because the chunk would reload, and you'd be walking over here and you'd turn around and a truck would suddenly fall from the sky and then land upside down and get stuck. Nowadays, bump into anything, like bump into, we were on stream, we watched the truck bump into like creatures while I was AFK, and it just teleports back onto the path if it can't find the way, like every single time. 100% of the time. And so far we've had these trucks going for, I don't know, 80 hours at this point without anybody getting stuck. Maybe like 75. Okay, so how are we gonna get out there from here? We actually used the trucks on the launch pads yesterday, Troll Sama. It was pretty cool. What's up, Bray? We're making a steel factory right now, but we gotta be in the crawl space spaghetti. So, we know how many things we need to divide, yes? We know that there's gonna be ultimately 12. 6 going left and 6 going right on each thing. That's gonna be dude, I don't think we have space for anything else except for manifold, because this, I just remembered, we don't need room for 12 different conveyors. We need room for 24, because it's 12 of each resource and there's 2, not 1. No, I'm not going to be able to get 24 conveyors in here. There's no way. After watching yesterday's Yep Time, this doesn't even register as spaghetti. True. There's no... You can only get 24 through here is... Yeah, there's no world in which that works good. 24, dude. Just simply double stack all the belts. Because then I need a line of outputs down here too. This is why you shouldn't give yourself only 3 meters of logistics floor. You should do more, unless you're me. Logistics floor for the logistics floor. It's easy, just go deeper. Okay, but maybe actually though. Hold on, how much space do we have down here? I didn't think we had this much room. Okay, so we can just do an extra big logistics floor. Kinda, till you get to here. And then it's gonna, the floor is gonna go up. How about two-meter foundations? Now we actually have a lot more space. So now I got 5 meters in this pit. Yeah, no, okay, now it might work. To be honest. And we got output here. Not sure about the direction of those outputs. That's to be solved after. Okay, but question then. Now what? Now what? Hold on, I have an idea. Never mind. Let's just start over here. Let's assume that the iron is coming in this way. Start at step 1. It's easier said than done. And I think I'm gonna need to lower all of these, or at least some of them. Add water to the pot of the spaghetti. All right, brain burner time. So we're gonna have 2 lines of iron coming in. And then we need to get to 12 lines of iron. Oh, okay, so if I do, each of those lines has a splitter. So let's say that we've already split once, so we have 2. So if we split again, we split this one 3 ways, right? And then that's gonna make, if we do that twice, it's gonna make 6 total. And then we split each of those 6 twice. And then that's it. So, what are you gonna do with that information? Well, first step is this, and that are gone because you're just getting in the way and bothering me. So then we have 1, 2, 3 sets on both sides. Okay, hold on. I'm thinking, dude. And then we set these at different levels. This might work. Okay, let him cook. I'm cooking. I'm cooking right now. So, this little dude. Goes out and around on the side. We need to take up less space. We can't just be plopping this in the middle. It can't just be plopped in the middle of everything. He needs to be like closer to this edge. That way we're not taking up so much room in the future. Okay, so if I'm a splitter right here. Oh dear God. I don't think we're gonna have room on that side to do this. I was thinking about ramps, yeah, that lead down, but there's not enough room on that side. And in an elevator would have to be like through the floor. The easiest solution is invert this and this and this and this. And then push those back. Or, wait a sec. Okay, now that you've done that, then you just go. You just go down here as fast as you can to get out of the way of everybody else. And then connect. So if I counted right, that should work. Okay, then the second one just goes down also. Like so. Second one done. So that's one more to go. I don't know if it can make this turn. Okay, but then that becomes a bit of an issue. What are you doing, dude? Okay, and then that's half of the first resource, which has already been split once by the truck stop. So the truck stop splits into 2, then this splits 3, which makes 6, and then the 6 splits twice each, which makes 12. And then we do this on the other side. pushed up and kind of have like the exact same situation going on. Time for the hookup of the spaghetti. The noodles are in the pot now, chat. They are, yeah, that's true. So we could say this is iron or this is coal. It doesn't matter which one. Well, I guess it would have to be coal. Because the iron is going to be coming in locally. Chad, if you had one pure node and one normal node of iron, can you not just split the pure node twice? Oh, wait. Hold on. Would you split... So 120 divided by 3 is 4, 40, 80, 120. If you had a pure and normal node, how would you get those onto 12 lines? Without splitting... You'd have to split, like, the normal node twice to get 6... But then you have 60, 60, 60... And you'd have 3. Then you split each of those twice to get 6, and then you split them each again twice to get 12, right? I would just merge them onto one line. That's fair. Dude, that is totally fair. Ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. If I wasn't lazy... Why is that one perfectly lined up and this one's not? If I wasn't lazy, I'd probably just delete this, delete that, and simply move the splitter over a single space. Yeah, I think I said it right the first time. Can't believe it took me so long to figure out you could zoop vertically. Yeah, it's really useful. Super good. Must have put this down backwards. Wait, no, I didn't. Just looking at the wrong one, which it didn't even hook up. Okay, it's this one right here. Okay, so that's one resource. Like, that could be iron, that could be coal. Either way, it's already hooked up and connected. So one line just needs to go in there and one line needs to go in there. So one of the resources is already done. Easy peasy. Now, how do you get the second one? Wait a second, dude. I just had an idea. So to get the iron in here, if it's on, it's gonna be on 2 lines coming in. And we need to split one of those two lines. Okay, hold on. You know what we're missing, don't you? Oh, you know what we're missing. Can you do raw materials or no? Like, oh, okay, technically that's a part, I see. The key to solving everything. Oh my god, you can't paste to the sign. I definitely click copy, bro. And I know you can Control C, Control V, but it doesn't work. There we go. Okay. There you go. One truck stop coal line here. Future me is going to be so freaking happy. Now, let's say... every single one of these lifts in the middle needs to be facing the inside, and I think that everything just works because of the extra logistics height that we have. We can just go on top of the first group, which is going to be potentially super helpful. We could even stack the splitters. Yeah, it seems like 5 meters for assemblers or 2 ingredient products that are close together is really good. However, I just built all those and then realized that if you really want it to be efficient, you should turn them... Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. We have to do that again. Or maybe we should just wait and build them after. This is not manifolded yet. It will be, but we can at least get the ingredients done correctly. Like the other stuff might... Like I think that's actually going to need to be outside. Oh no, wait. It's because I reversed these two. I think these two are the ones that are messed up because I had to like move a couple. Wait, am I dumb? If I put a splitter here, how do you split? You don't split it 2 ways. You have to like... I was trying to figure out a way to not float the splitter, but I think you have to float the splitter. Or come up with a different alternative means of support. Also, these are backwards. You've been playing for 6 hours. Wait, no, that's backwards. Are you good, bro? Okay. Let's start on this side then. Yeah, I like putting stands under them too, Dan. Once we decorate and get all that set up, I'll worry about it then. I just need to get the steel online. Which we're getting, you know, we still have to do the logistics side with the trucks. That might be the hard part. We'll see. Or the tractors. I keep saying trucks, forgetting it's an actual item in the game. Getting the output from here over here might be the next challenge, though. Stinky. Okay, so if I am Iron Node coming in, I am Iron Node. Do you understand? Listen to me. Then, we can split them over here and use this space. Do you have any pet doggos? I do. Do you? Let me focus. Okay, so let's say we have 60 coming in on this side. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3. So we have to split each of those twice. That'll be 6. I feel like the iron's way harder than the thing we just did. So let's say the 60 is coming in first. And that needs to be split twice before it gets to that. Okay, all right. Okay. I got this. Do I got this? I got this. So there's 3 lines. This is one of 3 lines. So this is gonna make 6 lines, and then wait, do I need to split twice? Chat, let me visualize. I'm sorry. Brain. I need to visualize. So we have two things. Let's say, just for references, 120 and then a 60. And we need to get these onto 12 total even lines. So then 120 splits into 60 and 60, right? Now we have 3 even lines. So if you split twice, 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 that's 6 even lines. And then 12. Yeah. So if this is the 60 line coming in, then all I need to do is split the 60 line once, and then it splits here twice, and then we're golden. All right, so let's just say that this is the 60 line. I'm gonna make a sign. I will not get confused or lost in the future. It's going to be great. And then we feed the next one over here. Easy as. All right, that one's done. Now for the fancier node. We may have a little overlapping of the coal coming in, because coal's gonna come in, and then there's gonna be a little spaghetti the further we go. But now I'm gonna do kind of the same thing. That last belt worked well. Yeah, I mean, I did it on purpose. So you shouldn't be shocked. It was intentional. You're surprised. Okay, these two go in. And then this one. Thinking. Should be like here. Okay, and now let's get a splitter to these guys. So we got a hard drive. A hard drive? You got one for me? Grape Tundra? Thank you. That's so nice. Appreciate you buying that for me. We got 120. These we split two ways. So let's just say this is one of the two splits. I think that's right. Boom. Oh. Turn that around. Well, it's a little bit more controlled spaghetti, but it is still spaghetti. This is where actually a ceiling mount might come in. We might be able to use one this time. Hey. Cool. Yeah, 5 meters works really good for this. So far. And so there'll need to be a splitter that splits into this guy. So the easiest way to do that is just right here. And then we put a sign down, because I'm super organized this time. That is going to be pure iron node input. And then this needs to lead to another splitter down here. Okay, and then finally this one. And then the outputs. So how do I want to get into these? Input from this side, and it can just go over the top here. Though I fear that I'm blocking off my outputs. Actually, this might already be blocked. I might need to reroute this. To be honest, there's no reason why these splitters can't go down here and we just feed the iron into it. So I can just move those. I don't see any reason why we can't just put the splitters on the ground level instead of taking up all this space around the edge. So maybe we can just fix that without much problem. And let's see if this fits. No clipping, very good. Okay, well, let's just do that then. I thought we would need more space down here, I guess. Kind of underestimated that. Or overestimated that. And then copy the sign. No, it doesn't remember the text when you copy it. Okay. Yeah, this is already getting a lot cleaner just from reorganizing. Saving a ton more space too. Okay, cool. And then make a sign. Boom. Looks good. Playing this game 1 hour to barely connect a few conveyor belts? I mean, that's more productive than like half of you guys are at your office job where you stare at the wall or the ceiling because you don't have enough work, but you need to look busy enough that you don't get more work. Okay, so I feel like I'm doing okay. I feel like I look busy. I feel attacked. You should. You should get paid to watch? Nah. 3 messages? That's, you know, like I wouldn't even give you a penny per message. No follow, no subscription, first chat message, possibly bitching about something, possibly making just a regular comment, I can't tell, ambiguous text, overly assertive. Yeah, I'm rejecting this resume. We appreciate that you sent an email to our head of hiring, but unfortunately we decided to go in a different direction. Our human resources team said that you were a red flag, potentially? I don't know what that means though. Yes, I'm rejecting viewers by application, correct. You have to send in your resume to become a member of this community. All right, these ones still can be faced this way because there's nothing over here. So we've actually got all the spaghetti routed. And the output just needs to match up with the other side and then get distributed to 7 of these dudes. So we're actually like doing great already. What's the worst game you've streamed for backseating? I mean, it's either Factorio. No one has a good experience streaming Factorio unless they're a Factorio content creator. Starfarer? Isn't Starfarer Star Sector? You mean Star Sector? I don't think that was like... I mean, that's for the origin of the Jeff name, but I don't associate Star Sector with bad backseating. The worst game I've ever streamed, period, chat. Why is the game that always comes to mind XCOM Chimera Squad? Was there another game that was on that level? Why is that my basis for like bad streams? I think the Humankind stream was really, really bad too. Why am I struggling here? Okay, 4 assemblers for steel pipes using the concrete recipe. Chat, am I stupid? You don't make steel pipes in an assembler. You make it in a foundry. You make steel pipes in a foundry? This doesn't even make sense to me. I mean, it ends up the same either way, because there'll be 2 inputs and an output, but... I thought foundry was for ore. It needs melting? I guess. Is the other steel recipe for steel beams in the foundry? Yes. So we don't need any of these buildings, it turns out. I mean, it's still... That's so funny. And on top of that, are these smaller? No, they're about the same width. Yeah, I think they're the same width. So if we just put them in the exact place, they might be a little shorter front to back. So they would have been easier to not do that with, but to build like sawtooth up there. But I'm already committed to this. Because yeah, like this lines up, but then that goes much further. Whoops. Never used this alt recipe before, so now we know. Well, now I feel like I have too much space up here. We can maybe shrink the whole building by 1 block or something, like bring it back. Save a little room. The only time I've been timed out was during XCOM 2. I gave wrong info by honest mistake. Well, it sounds like you deserved it. It sounds like you deserved it. How about that? Okay, well, let's just try that instead. But now I need to get up there and change those buildings. I did deserve it. You're damn right. But that's funny. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that, and we're back. They definitely don't have the same presence as the assembler. The assembler looks large and like it needs this much space. This kind of looks like it doesn't. But we'll see. I've got some ideas. Like, we could actually bring this whole floor down, huh? Like, this is not as tall as the assemblers, so I don't even need them to be up there. Am I actually out of rods? These have ladders on the side. I don't know why I just did that. It's been 2 hours and 35 minutes since I shared a useful tip. Here's a useful tip. Whenever you're ordering pizza, always get a large, never get a medium. You're getting ripped off because you don't understand how diameter works. So you're paying more money for less pizza. You know, oh, here's another tip. When you go to the grocery store and you're trying to decide between two brands, don't look at the price of the product, look at the price per ounce or whatever your unit of measurement in your respective country is. They have to put the sticker on there and get the one that has a better price per ounce, not just priced based on the packaging. Min-max groceries. It saves you money, dude. It'll save you money. What if I'm not that hungry and don't like leftovers? If you don't like leftovers, then you've got too much money. That's 100%. That's 100. If you throw your leftovers away or don't eat your leftovers, then you have too much money. You mean tomorrow's breakfast? Exactly. Tomorrow's breakfast. Okay, well, now I feel stupid because I can't seem to. I was trying to line these up with the ones below. So what? I don't know why the ones below are lined up the way they are. I think I'm gonna put another half block potentially around this. I know I've built and rebuilt this same thing like 3 times. My whole plan's thrown off. Oh, it's not how that goes. I am good at this game. Maybe, sometimes. Okay. Get in there. Get in there. Now that we have the proper building, and we can select the proper alternate molded recipe for 4 of these, so steel pipes for the bottom 4. Moldy pipes. And then the ones on top are gonna be moldy beams. So the moldy beams are gonna need 80 concrete per minute. You know what the best part about that is? One splitter does wonders there, right? Because it just evenly splits to all 3 of these. And then down here, 2 splitters should get us to exactly where we need. So like that should be good. Bro. I simply did not have leftovers because I ordered the correct amount of food. But if I'm gonna be bothered to order food, I'm gonna order enough for multiple meals so I don't have to think about food for the next meal, and I'm just gonna eat the other meal that I ordered as leftover meal. Because it's too much work to order one meal and either pick it up or have it delivered just to eat if you're not gonna eat there, and you only get enough for one meal, like lunch. No, if I'm gonna go out and eat, I'm gonna get enough for dinner too. If I'm gonna go through the trouble. You know how long it takes to decide what to eat when you're eating out? You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna pick up food, it already took me 20 to 30 minutes just to decide where I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna do that again later. I always order like 2 to 3 meals worth of food, especially if I use DoorDash. Exactly, because then you only pay the fee once, and you only pay the tip once. And now you got 3 meals. Chad, is it bad form to go to Outback and eat only a bloomin' onion? You could just cook food in your house, lol. Oh, classic response. No one should ever eat out or order food, ever. You should only ever eat food in your house. The end. Just just eat food in your house every single day for the rest of your miserable life. I didn't say that. Well, there you go. You did say that, because the alternative is that if it doesn't matter how much you eat in your house, if I am going to pick up food, no matter if it's once a month, once a year, once per day, I'm gonna make sure that one trip is as productive as possible, so I don't have to do multiple trips each time I want to go. Just pick up food for lunch and then cook for dinner. It's easy. No, why would you do that? You're already going out. Just get enough food so it's not a treat if it's just once. Unless you're going out to eat. Like if you're gonna go sit down, then that's its own reward. Like if you're gonna go out with friends or family, you're gonna sit down and eat, then yeah, one meal, duh. But if you're taking it back, more than one meal, because you're going there and back, it's an extra trip. I made it back in time for food controversy hour. It's not a controversy. It's just a fact. Okay, let's look at the spaghetti. So you're saying you don't sit down at a restaurant if you're alone? Correct. I don't. Why would I do that when I could take it back to the house and watch YouTube on my iPad and instead of staring at a wall? All right, chat. I need to do math again, so stop talking about food. Free refills? Bro, I get water. We are not the same. Okay, we're gonna get... Chat, I forgot that this entire operation was predicated on me making iron ingots first. And, we haven't planned for that at all. It's not iron ore. It's iron ingots. It has to be made already. Uh-oh. I mean, everything else is fine. I just have now another problem. Which is I need to make the iron ingots first. Which isn't the worst thing, because it's 1-to-1. I'm not going to do the ingot alloy. But where am I going to do that? So how many do I have to do? I have to do... $18 smelters. All right, we're going to make that somewhere else. We're going to make that somewhere else. Not in this building. That's a lot of smelters, bro. The splits are wrong. No, they're not. We're not making a 1-to-1 ratio of iron ingots to steel ingots. Chat, the node is right next to us. So you're saying, like, do it on site. The site is... right there. It's right there. Lol, that's plenty of room. You said you were trucking it in. No, I said I'm trucking in the coal and the concrete, potentially. I gotta truck in the concrete can go over there. I can, I said I was trucking in the coal. All right, let's take a BRB. Let's take a BRB and then figure it out, because I could go up. We do actually have room above this. So it would work, because the street level's right there. This is street level. So we got room above this. $18 smelters is not that crazy if you put them all side by side. I'm scared to leave you guys on a BRB vehicle again. Because last time I did it, I died. I don't want to get killed by the monsters. Yeah, I think we can afford to go up a level there for sure and just feed it down. See, there's monsters. I am gonna try this because I am annoyed. Did you guys hear something? I'm putting like a street light over here. Why does it only do those two directions? There's gonna be one street light on this entire path. And that's it. All right, I know where you guys can go. We can catch them. You can change a lot of stuff. Yeah, the intensity of the streetlights, the actual color of them, set a night mode. It's awesome. Okay, chat. I just saved, so it's fine. Enjoy your journey on Snake Way. I'll be back in just a minute after I take the doggo outside. And then we'll figure out how to get those smelters up in there. BRB. Huh? How? What's happening every time I leave? What's going on? Also, I was raided? Hello, Teru Teru. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. But it looks like you didn't need me. After all. What's up, Q-Tim, Alpha Feta, the non-Mad Smiley? Hey, guys. Did you do this? Did you do this? Slippery roads. Thank you for the raid. It is late night. What were you all up to? What were you guys getting up to? Yakuza 0? That's one of my favorite stream soundtracks, actually. I haven't actually played it, though, yet. We're back. Sick game, yeah. No, it's a fantastic soundtrack, for sure. I mean, it's always Friday night when Yakuza 0 is around. What happened? Why am I here? The railing saved your life. Does somebody have a clip? Either way, thanks for finding me out and sending your community over with the raid. Sorry I wasn't here. My question to you is, how did you get here? Hold on. Previously subbed for 5 months? You must have had a different username because I have never said Teru Teru Jasu in my life. It's audit time. Don't look, it's audit time. December 2021? Where you said, okay, and in January 2022, you said, I'm new here, but I love these emotes and your sub badges, which, by the way, haven't changed in that time. So I hope that that is still true, even now, to this day. Caught. And you have one now. Thanks to Mad Dog Mac. Thanks for the gift sub, dude. Does anyone have a clip? So now I understand how you got here. Okay, that makes more sense. I see. We need to re-record this particular route, you know? Like, it works functionally, except when it doesn't. We need to re-record this one, but it's such a pain, dude. He's back. I don't want to re-record it now. You're on your own, big guy. You are on your own. Hang on, I want to watch. What are you going to do this time? It's like it missed a keyframe over there, and so because it missed the keyframe, it's trying to fill in the keyframes. And so then it just backs up instead of turning around for some godforsaken reason. And it does it differently each time. Nope, that's the exact same. Okay, so that's the exact same. How? Don't. We have some work to do. We have some work to do. We're gonna have to do some reprogramming and erase that one's brain. But not right now, because I'm gonna get frustrated if I have to pull that course. I'm working on another project. 2 hours ago, trucks are misunderstood. Listen, I said trucks don't get stuck. Does it look stuck to you? No, it's still going. It's still going. All right, we have a annoying project here that I wasn't really prepared for. Because I was unprepared. It's not going in circles. You guys are over dramatic. Okay. Now we need 18 smelters. So I'm just gonna do a little demo and see how many smelters will. Oh wait, we don't have any iron rods. Okay, let's go get some iron rods first. Okay, I can see chat again. Hello, chat. How are you doing? How was your Friday? It's 12:24 a.m. here in fabulous Las Vegas, and I've got what they call a bee in my bonnet. I gotta get this done, man. I gotta get the steel. It doesn't have to be on, but it needs to be like done in such a way that future me can't get confused. I have to do the heavy lifting right now, you know? I believe we did an impromptu. We didn't have to come all the way back up here. I forgot that it's down there. We have 2 coupons. We're actually earning some passive income on the coupons, which is cool. There's billboards. We can do floodlights now. Nice. Nice, probably that one. I want the carts, but I want all this stuff. We can do grip metal. Okay, we've unlocked a good chunk of those. Let's just get the floodlights. Wait, no, those are the super big ones. We will want those. But first, maybe like the grip metal foundations, just so I can like have all of those options.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix-It HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
It's not a guarantee. Not a guarantee. That was pretty slick. Okay, so we got some rods. They were right next to us all along. How do I get back up here? Okay. Now, where was I? I was gonna just see how many would fit side by side. Out of curiosity. From like the edge. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So, okay. So like 14 or 15. 16. Don't tell me. I sniped the whole building. Okay, luckily it didn't do any damage. Hope I didn't snipe anything else. Or hours and hours of playtime? Sure, yeah, but that's just the game in general. So, how many do I need? If we need 560, or sorry, we need, let's do some math. So we need 560 steel ingots, which is why we actually have, it's not in line anymore. Is it backwards? Wait, why are some of them forward? This, oh, this one's supposed to be... It's, yeah, it's fine. I would have figured it out eventually, chat. All right. Anyway, math. So I need 9.33 times 40 ingots, which means we need 373. $373.33 iron ingots plus 373.33 coal. Okay, wrote that down. So, to get 373.33 divided by... It's going to be 1 to 1. So we need 373.33 iron ore divided by 30. Because that's how many we can do per minute. So we need 12.44 things. 12.44 you know, smelters. Which is a little unfortunate. Because if we wanted to do a load balancer, how do we load balance for the 0.44? If we did 12 and then overclock. Because it'll end up with 12 splits. But I need more resources to be on one of the splits. So how do I do that? You can't do a remainder recycle loopback because there isn't a line to loop back. You're using all 12 lines in all 12 smelters. There's not an extra line. You don't actually have to do anything, I'm pretty sure. It won't be perfectly balanced, but it'll be like 90% balanced because it'll fill all 12 with too much ore. Except for the one that's overclocked will slowly come into par once the other ones fill up. It'll take forever, but the other 11 will fill up because you have too much ore getting split between all 12, and then the 12th one will finally start receiving, like, the remainder of the rest of the 11. So it'll work at mostly efficiency, it'll just take forever to get into maximum efficiency. You keep saying loop back, Dan, but I don't think you know what you want to loop back. You're just saying loop. You just like the word. Loop what? Why not make one more and have them all turn slightly down? Because splitting into 13 lines is not possible. Stuck in a loop. Devil owes me rent. Thank you for the 28 months. What up, dude? But yeah, it'll be like an inefficient load balance, but it'll be better than Manifold. It'll be more efficient than Manifold. It's like a Manifold where 11 machines fill in all at the same speed. Out of 12. It's like more than 90% efficient. That's not 100 though. I don't know how to get it 100. So the whole factory won't be efficient as a result, or at least not 100% efficiency, but it'll be like 93. It'll be like 93% efficient until it eventually raises to 100. It'll be like a Hearts of Iron production line, slowly gaining production efficiency. How tall is this? It's the same height. Interesting. I think same height in this case is good, but this is going to be for the logistics floor, which is kind of obnoxious. Like, I don't like having a logistics floor above the existing floor. But if we just need 12 buildings, we can build them straight across, right? What's up, Cash? How's it going? You could fill a storage unit beforehand to flood the line when everything fires up. That'll back the lines up from the start. Yeah, I'd rather just go in on its own, but I mean, that works too, to kind of kickstart it. Would it be dumb? Don't answer that. Would it be dumb? Don't answer that. To put all of the like, not incinerators, the smelters, like really high compared to everything over the middle of this, so you can see them, that, and these all at the same time. Is that, how high is that? Just put them way the heck up there. Because I don't want to, I'm trying to figure out how not to block the view. Like, I'd have to cover these completely, and I don't want to cover them. But how do I get the resources up there? Well, how about this? You know what? I think that's a little extreme. If we can fit them all on one row... And this is the road. This is street level. And this is where the building begins. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it over the first layer, and it should all fit over the first layer. But I want to go more than 3 up, because I feel like that's too constrictive, so let's go 4. That gives you a much better view. All right, and that's where the logistics floor is going to start. And then we'll go sideways. Yeah, I mean, well, glass is made with steel, so we're making steel now, you know, so we can't do glass really anywhere until we have a consistent source of steel. It's kind of the issue with decorating anything right now. It's definitely, like, this is going to be the logistics floor, but if it were 1 floor above, is it possible... to like... Yeah, we need more room. Okay. Maybe one more box. Go forward one more. Or at least like a half block. I don't know if a half block is enough to get these on different lines. Okay. So from below here, we do have space on the edges. You could split the 12 and not worry about it, or you could split the excess. Where does the excess come from? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Dan. He's looping! Dan's looping again! Because you've already split something into 12 lines, so where's there? There's not any excess anywhere. The excess is on all 12 of the lines. You see what I'm saying? So you'd have to... There's no splitter. You'd have to do a 12 smart splitters. On top of the other splitters. That only split when the other thing's full, which would be the same thing anyway. We're looping! We're looping! Now we're getting some height. Maybe delete that down there. And add it up here. Okay, we need 12 smelters, yeah? I don't know how I'm gonna get the output down below, dude. In this limited amount of space, or get everything split up to where it's supposed to go, to be honest. How am I gonna get the resources up here? And split them 12 ways. You'd need space back here to do that. Which you have, actually. Right? Because that's road. Hold on. Okay. Even if you do this. I don't know. All right. I need to go look over there. One sec. I had already set this as a reminder to myself. Now, why am I confused? Make the building angle out toward the top for flare. Yeah, it's gonna be a different style building. It's not just gonna be a big rectangle. Trust. This is where the road is gonna be. 3 across. Okay, like the ceiling can go over this and it's not a problem. So we can actually do some more organization here. Okay, that gives me more room. I fail. I fell again. Not gonna fall a third time though. Fool me thrice. Shame on chat. Okay, now I need to get up above one level. Who's slubbing? Nessaman. And Devil Owes Me Rent. Thanks, Devil Owes Me Rent, for 28 months. What up? Thanks for the late night tier 1 sub. Nessaman also for 42 months is spinning in chat. Classic. Classic. Yo, thanks for keeping it spinning, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome back. And also, Nag Sauce, thank you for the Gaming Prime sub. Welcome to the stream. And have a wonderful Saturday morning, bro. We're getting it cooking right now. I need 12 of these, but somehow evenly spread out. So I think let's see how much 12 takes up first. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lots of space, actually. It's almost even. It's actually off by 1. Three, 4, 5, 6. So we take the 6th and place it just 1 space over, and then do the others. Oh, parachute, save me. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then it's even on both sides. Okay. Now that we got these in place, hopefully this is a straightforward thing. That's definitely not the fastest way to do that, but it works, so whatever. Okay, and then the front. See, I screwed it up. That one's less consistent than the first one. This is like a timing mini game. I feel like I'm at the arcade right now. You know, at the arcade, and those are all wrong. Good job, you failed. Fixed. Even the basic decor options, it looks well put together. Yeah, the concrete is just nice. It is just real nice. It elevates basic builds for sure. So this is fair. It should be straightforward, but you know it's never that easy. We just need to get one input, one output. That's it. Here's the funny thing with the outputs. We needed to split the ingots 12 ways. And we already did. Well, I guess that's not true because there will be one that's overclocked, which confuses things somewhat. So we actually need to merge them all. Sorry for not helping. It's okay, Dan. It's okay. We'll take it from here. Bro, there ain't no way I'm gonna get 12 conveyors in here. Meow, meow, meow. The meow, meow, meow song. Spaghetti time. It is. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Okay, so we have to do the same spaghetti that we did below. We kind of already did it. We'll start back here. And real close to save space, because you should be able to do like 1, 2, and I could kind of work backwards. Oh my god, I forgot about this little problem here. Thought I was gonna be better this time. Okay, so these each split into 2. And the way that they get to this point is by themselves splitting into 2. So we need one of these. Wait. Yeah. Okay, so at this stage, we should be receiving 60 ingots here, or 60 ore. This should be a 60 ore input. That's too big. That's way too big of a sign for that. That's so funny. Okay, did he tell ever get his golden helmet? I didn't yet. What are you trying to build? We're making a steel factory. Trying to make a steel factory. Though I can already tell we're gonna need a little more space over here in order to make that happen, which I don't hate. I feel like we could work that into the design. Wait. Why didn't you just do that here? think it'll save you space because then you can just do the other splitter here. And then do the same thing on this. Wait, no, it's gotta go the other way. Okay, same deal. Copy the sign. That's a 60 ore input. That's a 60 ore input. And I was using the word 60 in quotes because it's going to be not quite 60, so maybe I should put this in quotes. Normal might be a better word. Yeah, normal's a better word. I saw that it had the helmet in my inventory despite the fact that I bought it in 1.0. Oh, really? Yeah. Did you get it on Epic or elsewhere? Can you kill the flying manta ray? Ban that chatter right now. Yeah, because Epic is the one that's actually having problems. With the stuff. Ban that chatter right now, dude. Okay, so we got 3 normal ore inputs that will split into 12 inputs total. And then they'll just fill on their own, but I need to get them split into 3 in the first place. They're still asking. Will the violence never end? I don't know. Why don't you try and report back instead of trying to get your answers for your depravity through chat? Okay. Depraved minds. This game is so good at eating time because it doesn't bottleneck you, because you build at your own pace and have plenty to explore. You always have something fun to do. Yeah, that's exactly what is so addicting about it, for sure. %100%. How are we gonna get this output from here down there? Same problem every time we play this game, bro. How do I get the stuff from up here down there, huh? Up here down there, huh? You parrot now, chat? You parrot everything you hear? You parrot? Are you a parrot? Okay, that's all the inputs for the foundries. May as well do something productive there. I don't mind just having an elevator taking resources down, but it'd be nice if the elevators were like symmetrical or balanced in some way. Something like that. Because if I wanted to hide them, I could. But it would be annoying. So I'd rather just show them off, but how? I need to get 3 lines. Or at least 2. But if I get 2, then I have to reorganize. Okay, sorry, I'm talking to myself. Probably would help to have that extra half foundation out there. How the hell did I even fall down here? All right, I'm just gonna make a ladder because this is silly. Can you paint the cement? You can paint basically everything, yep. All your factory buildings, your equipment, your character, your trucks, the walls, everything. Completely customizable. You can create your own swatches, change the materials, change the finish, all the goodies. Lots and lots of goodies. Okay, this is where it gets difficult, I think. Depending on what you want to do. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 outputs. So if we get 6 going down one side and 6 going down the other for pure spectacle and show, I'm gonna have to do some reconfiguring of the nodes down there. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. So let's just do that first. Let's just group those up. So, how to do that? Well, I mean, we have all this space, right? We're not using any of this space. We can use this for the outputs exclusively. So you could start by doing that, but then how do you group up the rest? See, that's the challenge. You probably just do another merger. That's an input, and that's an input. Oh. Silly goose. This just turned the wrong way. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it, and you just do that one more time. I'll explain kind of what's happening once I, like, get this set up. Missing iron plates? That's impossible. How do you have so much power? I don't have that much power. I only have, like, 14 coal gens and a bunch of, like, 20-something biofuel. But yeah, I don't have that much power. I have like a gigawatt or something. It's like it's a good amount, but it's not like an insane amount. All right, that should last us for a bit. Hello, guys. Oops. The movement in this game just never gets old, man. Like, no matter how many times I zip line or parachute or slide or sprint jump, it just always feels good. Always a nice time, very pleasant. I'm getting a little tired, chat. It turns out 11 days in a row is crazy, but I want to finish this. I don't need to, like, get it turned on necessarily, but I need to get it, like, organized for future me. I need to at least hook everything up here. Otherwise, I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, coal can take you a pretty decent way. All right, so these are the outputs. These are gonna be spitting out just iron ingots. Easy, right? Iron ingots are gonna get merged onto the same line. Okay, well that's fine too. So we have pairs of 2. So we have 1, 2 getting merged, right? Then 3, 4 getting merged, and then the first 2 merge onto that line. Then the final 2 to make 6 merge, and then all 4 behind it go over here and get onto one line. So now we have half of our smelters putting out just regular ingots, which we need for our recipe to make steel. We're using a special recipe that requires iron ingots. You can tell a lot of very smart people help make this game. Oh, for sure, yeah. For sure. And then we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. And we're gonna do like a nice little waterfall of these resources going down past kind of like where you walk in, just to look cool, and then they're gonna split on the floor below. So we're getting them to 2 lines, so we don't have to carry them all down because we already have the splitters on the logistics floor down below. So we're gonna merge these 6. So there's 4. And that's 5. And that's 6, all merged onto the same line. Okay, so we're gonna feed both of these down to the foundries. Ow. Ow. So all I gotta do, I got all this space open here. In fact, I got space open here, so I can actually delete this if I don't want it. It's unnecessary. I just need to figure out where we're gonna feed the iron down. I prefer against the side of one of the walls, probably, because that's most likely where we're gonna have the most space down here as well. But I was also thinking about maybe having this be a walkway, and I don't really want there to be like iron coming down the side, because I don't know how you block that off without some weird fences. I don't think you can just like, well, you could do a custom rail It doesn't technically snap, but all you have to do is like put something else down and then snap wherever you want, right? I think like in the future I'm gonna start doing that where I do a little bit more like freeform building instead of, I think most of the time I conform to the default snapping mechanisms, but you can do so much creatively if you just like go wild with it, you know what I mean? Because I think this is interesting where there's like a little gate here, you kind of can walk in, throw the floor hole up. This is going down the middle. It's got like a little fence around it. Ignore the floating thingies. Okay. And then we just do that on the other side, right? Hoping that there's space there. Okay, and then the ingots. Get fed there. And then the other ingots get fed here. Cool. And now those are all gonna meet down on the logistics floor at the bottom right here. And so how many is that? That's they're split into 2 lines of 6 smelters each, which is 180 ingots and change, however much we're overclocking up there. So I feel like the overclocking up there is going to be the operative potential issue. Road Tetris was quite the adventure. Yeah, I think there's a lot more to go there. I think there's a lot more to go there. See, this is the pure input, but we don't really have... There might be some funky spaghetti here. Chat, I need some late night mathematician help. Are there any late night mathematicians? 42? Awesome, dude. So here's what we're doing in the below area. I was originally setting this up to split a 120 node and a 60 node until they both had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? 12 total lines. But what's making this complicated is now I'm actually bringing in 2 lines of, let's say, 90 each, just hypothetically. And then I need to get those back on the original plan. So how do I split 90 to get a figure of 120 and a figure of 60 in this case, when what makes it complicated is one of these is actually going to be overclocked and it's going to be more than 90. So it's going to be like 90 plus. just to make it even more confusing. So if you split a 93 ways and then merge two of them, that gets the 60 straight away, and then you just put the rest on the 120. Merge the two 90s to get 180. They're on opposite sides of the track. That's the only problem. Split a 93 ways, one into the 120 input, one into the 60 input, the third back into the original 90. But you didn't tell me what to do with the other 90. But what's the original 90 in this? You can't say they're both the original 90. That's not... Merge 90 and 90 into 180. Okay, well, there's one big issue that I guess I should point out, which is that the 90 and 90 in this example is actually 373, so I can't merge them together because I don't have a belt that can carry 373 on one line. Follow the plan. Okay, I don't know what the plan is. Hold on. So let's say we have one line and the other. Let's say it's 90 and 90. And then you do a split. 1, 2, 3 ways. And then another split. 1, 2, 3 ways. So this one... What does the second one do? You said 1 into a 60, third into the original 90. Where does the second one go? Just split one. Well, when I asked what do I do with the second one, they said same thing, and you said yeah. I think the problem about actually having conceptualizing is how do I account for the one that's overclocked? I guess if you do a recursive thing, then it all evens out anyways. I made this really confusing, but this happens every build. Okay, so we split this 90 once. So let's say 90, 90. Splitter, 3 ways. And then merger. And then one goes here. And then one goes to the 60. And then this one goes to the 120? What does this go? Those two just merge to make 60. Wait, what? That's different than... Can I post a link to an image? Now you can. Your 230s become 60. Okay, I get it. Oh my goodness. I like that you use paint for this also. But this actually made things worse. You can't merge You just wrote S, but there's no M for splitter. All right, anyway. M for merger or splitter. Chat, here's the conundrum, right? I understand what you're saying, which is that if you just take this and put it back together, you end up with 60. But one of these lines is going to be overclocked, so it's not exactly going to be 90. So do we put the overclocked one on the one that's getting split 3 ways, so that if it has too much, then the overflow goes to this line? Am I understanding it correctly? The overclock one goes toward the one that you split. That way it can never... It would be a dead end over here. Like if you overclock this one, then if this one fills up, I guess it would... Then this one would just keep it all anyways, and it would even itself out regardless, right? Because if this one's overclocked, then this just backs up, so this one stops splitting, so this gets more juice. Okay, I get it. This helps. This helps. So all we need is one splitter and one merger. No, sorry, one splitter and 2 mergers. That's not bad. So we could do this, for example. Only problem is I still have to get the output here over to the other things. We have room. I'm probably just gonna go down through here, to be honest. Okay, input normal iron node. I'm with ya. I'm with ya. That just connects straight up. So then we have one go into the normal node. Yes. And then we have the other 2 merge. So I would like to try and merge down here. Oh, shit. I gotta get the coal line to go through here. Maybe it runs around behind that way. Okay, so that merges up. And then it needs to merge with the other line on the other side that feeds in. So I want to hug this kind of as close as I can. And go all the way around to here. Confusingly, it needs to go here. Which I could probably change, right? Because I can just take this down, this down. flip. Okay, don't delete that yet. Okay. Okay, this goes into that splitter over there. Damn, this is... Okay, this is the pure iron node input. I'm not gonna forget, it goes into the floating splitter down the hall. Merge that. Merge that. Okay, cool, cool. And then this guy just comes up to here. Just like that. Okay, that should be it. Wait. No, I have to... No, I have to merge. Oh my god. Chat, I think I'm a dumbass. Okay, hold on. I did this all wrong. If I screw this up, yeah, I need to undo what I did. I'm sorry. Okay, yes. Well, I actually did need to delete this for a different reason. Wait, how did I do this before? Oh god. I think I might have to use a little vertical spaghetti. How did I originally... Oh god, that's not a question you want to be asking right now. Hold on, I know what to do. I know for sure that this one needs to connect up to here. But how did I connect it up before? I know that this one plugs directly into this one. But I don't remember how the hell I connected these. All right, look. Logistics, conveyor, ceiling mount. It's that easy, bro. There. Okay, that's how it was before. Now this one... is where we're gonna have a problem. So I need a merger right here with the output facing where the pure node was supposed to go in, which is this. The output faces this one. Input is that plus the line that we're dragging around. We're good. We're good, chat. We are good. Okay, well that's not good, but we are good. How many days in a row now? The factory must grow. Exactly, the factory must grow. 11 days in a row, about to be a 12th at this rate. Lift is too short. Otherwise, yeah. That'll have to do. That's some decent pasta right there. Okay, we still haven't got the outputs together. Fix it values your service. Hey, thanks. They never give me compliments. They never give me a raise. So I think everything is golden now except for getting the output here to the inputs here. Ah, the stink and the sun. How do we get the output to the input? So we're gonna be making a total of 560 ingots. Divided by like 12. It's gonna be like 46.66 per. Times, or I guess it'd be like 200 divided by 46.66. So it's about to get bad. Like I might actually hold on. No. It doesn't need to get bad. It might get bad. It doesn't need to get bad, but it might get bad. What starting biome did I do? I started in the northern forest and wandered until I got to the blue crater, and now we're in the blue crater. And around the blue crater. I just randomly ended up here. No rhyme or reason, no intention, just like, hey, this looks cool. This area is kind of neat. Would be fun to build in. Looks like a challenge. And here we are. Here we have a problem where one side needs 200 steel ingots and the other one needs 360, but like more technically. Oh wait, no, it's gonna be that much, I think. No, yeah, one needs 200 and one needs 360. It's almost a 2-to-1 ratio, but not quite. A lift will fit in that space if you place it on the ground and then connect it to the merger. As long as it doesn't clip, I'll try it. Questionable. Dubious at best, but yeah, you're right, it does squish. It do squish. Okay, sure. Oh, you know what's funny? You can't do it sideways. I mean, okay. It won't go sideways. That's so weird. So it'll do. Wait, how did that work? Oh, you do it on the ground first. Yeah, do it on the ground first. But if you do it on the ground sideways, it won't work. Oh, yes, it will. 8 hours. Is it clipping? I can't even... I guess if you can't tell, does it really matter? I think it is. Like right here, you can see where the two different pieces become one. It's so cute. I guess it's fine. If it's blue, we like it. We don't ask questions. We've done more dubious things. It's true. So, we're gonna be doing alternate solid steel ingots here, but we're gonna be underclocking. By how much? $373.33. How much are we underclocking by? So it'd be 560 divided by 12, right? 46.66 is our desired output. Are we underclocking to 77%? 46.66 times 12. Yeah. So we're going to be underclocking to 77% on all these. Which means we're going to be needing 46.66 steel per minute. Per machine. Well, that's kind of funny. Okay. Therefore, 200. We're going to need 4.3 of these machines to go to the bottom row. And then it's going to have some overflow. So this is not going to be the most efficient factory known to man. But when has it been? So we could just group 5 together on a merger and then split it twice. Okay, let's just focus on that first, right? Let's focus on one step at a time. So let's do the ones in the front. 5 on a merger. Oh, that's backwards. That makes sense. Good morning, gamers. What's up, Giso? Wouldn't it be better if we clocked these going the other way? Not necessarily. Okay, okay, so this is number 3. 1, 2, 3. And 5. So we get these 5 grouped up. Okay, we got 5 on a line. Now we split them 4 ways. I'm a little concerned about our future of this spaghetti field here, but we'll do what we can do. Which is our best. I just build with excess in mind and don't care about backup. Well, what I try to do is max the amount that we're getting out of each node to some extent. How do this? Dude, I'm not gonna... I think we have to double it back the other way. If you want more space, who says these have to be blocks that look like that? Right? Right? I mean, we got some grass clippage, but I was thinking about doing like that, and then we have a little bit more room to play with. You could even fit a conveyor under these now. Like, max amount of resources for the power use? No, like, if I have a normal node and a pure node, I'm thinking, how can I use all those resources if I did Mark II and maybe even overclock some? Like, obviously I can do a Mark III miner later and use those resources even more, but I'm trying to, like, kind of max for how many, like, if I have all these resources in pure nodes, how can I use all the available resources? Was waiting for that. Which part? The ramp? Because the ramp is going to be pretty solid in here. Gives us a lot of room. Looks pretty cool, too. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's emitting here. I got an idea. Oh, no, they don't stack good. Interesting. So, the problem, of course, is that splitting once is not enough. I need to split twice. Because we have one line and we need to get to 4. The spaghetti churns. The spaghetti churns. The spaghetti churns and the spaghetti yearns. It's honestly difficult to conceive of what is going to happen here and how. Like, if I did this, could I even... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's a little goofy, but that'll work. Well, here's what I'm thinking, Potato. This game is lame. People would have to be paid to play it. Easy bait. I know you're just trying to get attention, Cold Fury, because your last comment is this game is so well crafted. So, I hope you got what you were looking for. Okay. Split personality. True, though. Is this a thing? Or is that... It's kind of messed up. Okay, I think... We're finally getting somewhere. Because that doesn't clip and barely meets the minimum qualifications for what I'm trying to do here. Now, how the hell do I get... Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. That doesn't look good either, dude. And that's gonna block that. This ain't it. You ain't it. You don't know me. Getting to these is gonna be crazy. Lift it to the roof? I can't, bro. I can't. Because I gotta get the other ingredient in here. I gotta get the coal or whatever. Actually, no, wait. No, we've already got room with the coal's already coming in. We gotta get the concrete in. Okay, here's an idea. Because we're gonna need just a bundle of concrete. New plan. I know, I think I have an idea. All right. Yep. We'll feed the concrete out through this side. Yeah. It'll look legit. And then we can just do all the iron here and then organize it over there. Then we can lift it to the roof because we're only needing to get the iron here. We can just merge them over there instead of doing 1 and 1, 1 and 1. Unnecessary. Okay, so we're trying to split this 4 ways, right? So this comes down off the merger, splits it twice. The twice becomes twice again. So we need to get both of these to over here, right? Now, what that means is we just can delete this, this, that, this, that, that. Okay. And then we just move the damn splitter. Okay, I need a little bit more room in here. I need a little bit more space, bro. Just one more spot either side, man, and that would be fine. Hold on. Nope, that's not gonna work either. Why do splitters and mergers have to be so thick? Who made them this way? Okay, focus. Don't take it out on them. Don't take it out on the splitter, dude. Imagine if this game didn't allow minor clipping. It didn't used to. That's the funny part. It used to not. And then they ended up adjusting it over time. I remember when you couldn't like cross any of the building's thresholds. It was crazy. Those were dark days. Yeah, it used to be super strict. Super duper strict. Okay, so we need to take this and split it twice. Yes. Here's an idea, chat, that would make our lives a hell of a lot easier. Raise this line up, and then you suddenly have a ton of space. Like, a ton of space. Okay, that's a little steep. That's still pretty steep. And I wouldn't like looking at it. Okay, that's better. And then just do this all the way around. And then where is this? Second block, middle space. That's exactly where it's at. Okay, see, now look at all this room for activities we've got now. Hey, how about that? Okay, wow. A downright magical amount of room. Now we still have one problem, which is I still need a second split. Right, I need a second split, but there. And I can't quite get it without clipping, but let's try this and see what happens. Might be slightly annoying. Yeah, I thought this might. These, you know what? Maybe we ditch the slopes and just use elevators. I think the slopes are really cool, but if they don't work, they don't work. I think it's the slopes that are killing me now. I don't want to get rid of them, but I feel like I have to. My brain is too small for this puzzle. I split this once. And then I need to split it twice, but I don't have any damn room. Alright, forget about that for now. I'm doing everything too close to the objective, and this is all boxed off. It's all easy until you get to this section, and then it's like, well, why did you... I thought I gave myself more room this time, but clearly not enough. Okay, you know what? Listen to the happy music. Listen to the happy music and lock in. It's not that hard, bro. It's not that hard, bro. Okay, it is... Dude, this works perfectly if I just can do this. It's not that hard, just lock in. I got the meow 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 song to empower me. This is what I needed. Oh, I'm beginning to believe. I'm finally starting to see it. The code. The lines, the numbers. Okay. One more time. Uh-oh. It's not what you want to hear. Uh-oh, it's not what you want to hear, chat. I hope it's all plugged in the right way. I mean, it is. It is. I'm getting tired. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. The problem is we actually only need 7. These don't have to be here. But if you wanted it to look cool, I mean, maybe would it actually be easier to just do like 1, 2, 3? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's no way. It's an even number of blocks. It would have to be. I'm lost in the sauce. It's okay, chat. It's that time, man. You know what happens at 2 a.m. This is when I try to connect the spaghetti and fail, and then eventually succeed by sheer brute force. It's just not the most entertaining portion of the stream, and that's okay. I must succeed. All right, let's just focus on getting them into those two. I know those are not even, but also you're not going to see that from out there. All that matters is that they get there. So there's the 4 split. For which we're going to stay organized. Chat, where's steel? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave it there. Why would it be upside down? I don't know. Yep, time pasta hits different. It does. Okay. Next. I don't know if I've got what it takes for this, but let's see. I need to leave myself a note. To investigate that. I don't have the math in me right now. All right, let's get these dudes grouped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 that we need to get on one line. And then potentially split 3 ways. So let's start with this weirdo over here. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Missing iron rods. Okay, we have those local. Anyway, sorry chat. I'm kind of low energy right now. It's day 11 and we're 11 and a half hours in. I'm really just like afraid if I don't finish this right now, I'm gonna forget exactly how it's laid out. If I come back, I'm worried I'm gonna look at it and be like, what does this mean? The problem is I don't see a path to get this guy back over there. How do I get this dude? I can get him up here, but then we got that in the way. Like, where do I... What's interesting is those can share space. So I think the moral is move that over. I think I just need to delete this one more time. Because I think there should be enough room for 2 belts in here, maybe? Oh my god, the ceiling belts are like awesome, but also I don't have them bound. Let's try this. We got Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in chat right now. Is that where we're at? Maybe we never left. Maybe I am clearing a planet for a highway, you know? I kind of am doing that. Tal chat is online. Did Tal chat ever go offline? Oh my god, can you actually fit 2 through here? Because if so... I don't know, it depends on the splitters. Oh my god, you can. Dude, these are amazing. Oh, I love that. Okay. That might be a game changer. Wait, how do I get it through here? I mean, there's gonna be a wall here, I think. Yeah, we have a little extra space if we use this. Which I intend to. Though not necessarily at this level, but yeah. It's gonna give us yield extra room. You're still playing? What's up, Aurelius? I'm just trying to finish the job, man. My brain is fried. And I am trying to get the spaghetti in here the best I can, but it keeps falling out of the bowl. It's overflowing. "24-hour stream? No! Don't do it! Don't do it!" I'm sorry, I'm not even explaining what I'm doing anymore. I'm just trying to get the rest of the steel ingots all on one line so that we can split them and cross to where we need to use them over there. So we're making the steel ingots here, feeding them down into a logistics layer, and then trying to move them over there for use to be divided. That's pretty much where we're at. So, to that end, we can actually delete all of those because we need mergers now. We should be spitting out on this line. Oh, I'm a little worried, chat. We're not gonna have enough belt speed for this until we get to Mark 4. What tier is Mark 4? It's a ways away for me. I don't even have Mark 3 yet. Oh yeah, I'm taking my time with this. I'm taking my sweet time with this. We're not gonna worry about Mark 4. Well, that makes this harder though, because I need to get this on. Huh, hold on, hold that thought. Hold that thought. What if... What game is this? Bro. I put it in the title. How did you get here? You know what I mean? Like, how did you get here? It's Satisfactory. It's a game called Satisfactory. It's like first-person Factorio. But with a bunch of exploration It's kind of No Man's Sky-y. How did you get here? And I am not a good example of what this game is right now, bro. I've been streaming like 11 hours. I'm dog tired. I need to go get food, but I can't figure out this last bit. It might be time to just like leave it for future me. I think I would be able to fix this with a fresh brain. Okay, yeah, let's just pick this up tomorrow for a Saturday stream. I pretty much know what needs to be done. But just in case. That's, you know, good enough. And then we have the outputs here. That's obvious. That's self-explanatory. And then we have these set up over here. Plus I have notes. All right. Yeah, I think I'll figure this out with a fresh brain. The problem is I have 3 destinations and I can't put them on one line because the one line's not going to be fast enough to carry 360 steel ingots by itself. So I'm going to need to split it onto 2 lines. At least. So maybe we do like a single here and a single here. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Then we do a merger here. Okay. Then we do a merger here. Why is this going backwards? The whole... That's going backwards? I'm stuck on the conveyor belt. Can you reverse an existing conveyor? I don't think so. I have to reverse the elevator that's coming out of. I'm glad that I saw this now. Okay. Yeah. And then you just go boom, boom, boom. Yep. And then you go boom, boom right here. Yeah. It's coming to me, chat, at the end. All right. It took until the end to get there. Okay. And then on this side, we just go... We need to merge 2 lines. This is gonna get messy. But we have... But we have 7 outputs. Oh no. So there's no half. Okay, the point is, we figured out the main thing. All right, I think I got enough of a start for tomorrow, where at least I like have a, I got an objective. Merge steel here. Yeah, I think that's enough of an objective. So if I can just like, I'm gonna have to come up with a system to get 7. How do you get 7 evenly on 2? I'm gonna have to have like a recursive line on the other side, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have like a recursive line. Okay, and then we just have to feed the colon. So tomorrow we're gonna finish the steel because all we have to do is set up logistics transport for the resources and then make it sound easy. And then just plug the steel in here and then the concrete lines. We have a logistics layer over there that's empty, so we can work with that. And then this is gonna be free floating, so that should be easy to organize. And then we just need to get, we have iron over there, concrete around us, and then coal that we need to bring in. So tomorrow's gonna be the whole like getting the logistics over here and hook it all up. So hopefully we can do all that. Merge three, split one, but then you have, okay, I don't know. Anyway, good night. That's it. That's all she wrote. He's still making steel. I am still making steel. But hey, we did I think we did the heavy lifting, and tomorrow's gonna be like work still, but I think we'll get it turned on, I think. So it should look cool when it's all done. And then we can get a roof, and then we can have steel to make glass, and we can start decorating. We can start making windows, and we can start making steel beams and all that stuff. All right, I stayed up longer than I anticipated, longer than I wanted to, but I had fun today. We did a lot of exploring today, so we didn't really build a ton until the second half of the stream because we were out looking for like hard drives and stuff for like, I want to say the first half. Looking for hard drives, doing some exploring, then buckle in and cook some spaghetti. Thanks again for watching, everybody, and for sticking around till the end. Hoping to have a lovely new factory up and running tomorrow. And then steel's a big one, because we'll be able to progress through the tier and then up to the next phase and be future-proofed a little bit, because we'll be making a lot of resources. So, have a good night, everybody. He's still in phase 2? I am, yeah, I'm having fun. Building a lot of crazy stuff. Good night, Lazy Beast, Giso, Talon, Ottercock, Hentai Folders, Lord Waldemar, Robot Mystic, Aurelius Feist, Homunculus, Durf, Zen Muffin, Shinfish, Aurelius. Good night, Wild Cane. Sorry the last few hours have been kind of drool coming out of my mouth, but I'm having fun. Let's go do a raid. Let us go do a raid. Let's go say what's up again to It's Bits, who's playing some Satisfactory on also day 11. Doing a marathon also. Making some recycled plastic and rubbers. That's from the oil tier. Should be cool. But let's go say hi to Bits again. Give him a nice strong raid and give him some love. Check him out. Toss him a follow if you haven't already and you like what you see. And I'll catch you guys over there. You'll probably learn a lot. Very informative. Knows a lot about the game. Way more than me. And I'll see you guys over there. All right. Night, night. Thanks again for watching. Come back in 12 hours. 12 hours. And we'll do it again. Okay. Catch you for the next one. 2 p.m. 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific. And might be on the later end of that because, you know, it's late. Day 12. But let's get it. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching, Kitty Boss. Good night, Matov, Little Frog, Stone Bear, Phoenix. Appreciate you guys watching. Drool falling out of my mouth while I try and solve problems of my own making. All right, I'll see you over there. Go be good raiders. Okay, let them know where you came from. Good night. And hit that follow button on the way out so I can catch you for the next one. You'll notice you didn't get any mid-roll ads the whole time you were here. You're welcome, non-subs. All right, time's up. Let's do this. Raiders, go raid.